Alright guys, BLM here back with a new video, and in this video, we're back with another review for the latest Survivor season. Here I'm going to be talking about Survivor 47, a season that kind of keeps in line with the more recent New Era seasons, where I do think there was a bit of a resurgence, starting with Survivor 45, again, especially after the 90-minute episodes, to where I think from that point on, the series has, again, had some pretty consistently solid seasons. While there are obviously still these frustrations with the New Era format, I do feel like as a whole, Survivor 46 and 47 were both pretty strong, especially in comparison to their previous counterparts, and I feel like 47 kind of sticks with that. I don't think it really does much to go beyond either of those seasons, but I think it is pretty much in line with those seasons. Again, I think 47 here was a solid season with a, again, solid cast, some interesting gameplay at points, and some pretty notable storylines and character moments from it. So again, I still don't think it reaches the peaks that Survivor's had in the past, but again, still feel it was very much in line with more recent seasons. And again, obviously, if you have not seen my previous Survivor reviews, I'm going a lot more in depth on why I think that way. I'll be running through the entire season from beginning to end, talking about my thoughts on it along the way. With that, let's just get started. We're starting it off here with the premiere, where the season does start with repeated material from the season preview using the exact same confessionals, which was a bit of a strange opening here, considering, again, that preview was actually aired during the first week of the season's filming. The fact that they reused the content used there was a little bit strange to me, especially in terms of the storytelling of the season, but it really is just a set of pretty short confessionals here, starting off with Gabe saying that he wants to be the first head on the Mount Rushmore of the New Era, which, again, you could tell how much they love this line, but obviously sets him up as this game player early on here. We then also get to hear from Asia saying that she's ready to forge her own path, which I definitely didn't hear reference to a billion times by RHAP people across the preseason. But here we also get to hear Rome talking about writing his own Survivor story, and Genevieve talking about blazing her own path or burning down this island, being one of her only confessionals about herself during these first 3 episodes. But really, again, a spot where I don't think any of these confessionals are really meant to mean anything. I mean, maybe Gabe's, considering it is later referenced again, but all these just feel like these good one-liners they could put in the intro here to hype up the season, where, again, all this is obviously played over some B-roll, where, again, we're not even supposed to know who these people are when they're saying it. So, again, you only know who's saying these from analyzing the audio after the fact, where, again, I think clearly from a storytelling perspective, these aren't particularly relevant to later goings on in the game. But the season does properly start with everybody riding in on the same boat, which did feel like a bit of a lame way to start this season, to have them just riding the shore with the challenge not even being in sight, though. Along the way, we do obviously get the typical opening confessionals that we would expect, starting it off with Sam, who has a really strong opening confessional here, and really just in general has a really strong premiere, to where he ended up being my top contender after this episode, even though, again, content ends up being a bit more wonky following this. But here we do get talk about how he's dangerous in this game, being physical and versatile. Along with that, we get pictures of him in his real life, and end up ending with a line that did linger in my mind when assessing Sam's edit moving forward, and him declaring himself as a wolf in wolf's clothing, which did feel like this tagline that could potentially set up his winning trajectory, where, again, it felt like it could be this season's line into a lamb, though realistically it doesn't end up actually leading to much. But then we do get to Asia, who, again, I was pretty excited to see here. Again, being someone that has watched RHJP ever since I got back into Survivor, and Asia being a pretty prominent podcaster there for the last few years, again, seeing her on the show here was pretty surreal, and I was feeling pretty good about her longevity early on here, where she does get a solid intro here, talking about marching to the beat of her own drum, showing, again, pictures of her in her real life, showing off her Survivor fandom, with them showing her wearing a Jam Jam shirt, also saying that people think that she wouldn't kill a fly, but in reality, she is a fly swatter, again, setting up that she will be underestimated, which does end up being a pretty prominent theme on this season, one that we see constantly regurgitated with many of this season's bigger players, though realistically, it doesn't end up actually playing much into Asia's story in particular. But with that, we then get to Kyle, who does get introduced here in a pretty sympathetic way, being given personal content right off the bat, talking about growing up in foster care, and considering this is a spot where it did seem like this season had a significant lacking of personal content for a lot of the players, where really I don't think we got to know many of these players in their outside lives. I feel like the fact that Kyle in particular gets this personal content right off the bat was a pretty good sign for him, despite the fact that he ends up again being pretty under-edited moving forward. Again, I did feel like this content here was something that really kept him in contention. But again, after that, we do get our typical series of like quicker confessionals, as Jeff is giving his typical spiel, starting off with Tiana mentioning that she's the first native Hawaiian on the show, and we see her howling after saying that she wants to be with the big dogs, which again felt like this confessional that was actually somewhat similar to Dee's first confessional in Survivor 45, essentially showing her being hungry to play the game, to where, again, she ended up being pretty high on my board across these first couple couple episodes, though obviously her edit does take a bit of a dive after that. But then we get to John talking about how his friends and family want to see him suffer, and instantly introducing him as this more humorous, like self-deprecating style of narrator that obviously we get a lot of in this premiere, with John obviously again being a pretty notable name in the outside world, being a famous podcaster that, again, I'll be honest, I had never personally heard of him before he was cast on this season, but he is someone that, again, seemed to bring a lot of attention to the show, and someone that production clearly loved, to where it did seem like they tried to make as much use of him as they could across this sole episode that he was on. But then we get to a pretty inconsequential confessional from Annika, talking about how she's gonna play hard, and laughs about how she might have to get evil, which it was a fun intro to her, but it really ends up meaning nothing by the end. And we end up wrapping up this sequence with a pretty strong opening confessional from Sue, with her saying that when she wins, she'll say that I'm 59 and I beat all your asses, which again felt like a potential winner quote there, to where, along with her also having a pretty strong early edit, she ends up being a pretty major frontrunner for me during the early portions of this season as well, though again another one that ends up petering out by the time the merge, so where again by that point it kind of felt like a more typical runner-up edit. But anyway, the boat then arrives at the beach, where before the mat chat we do actually get another confessional from TK saying that he sees $1 million and that he doesn't see anyone that can do anything to him, which again can be seen as a decent winner quote, but also really plays into the themes of this season, that being of underestimation, and how this obviously shows him underestimating his cast in a way that felt like set up for failure here, as again he's obviously the one doing the underestimating, making it clear that he's being set up for a fall. But I did also note the fact that as he is saying the words $1 million, we do cut to a shot of Caroline, which I did at the time think this is potential foreshadowing, as this was done pretty often with Kenzie back in 46, to where despite Caroline's more subdued edit, it is moments like this that had Caroline pretty high on my board during the middle portions of the season. But this leads to Jeff's monologue here, where obviously he pre-plans these, and again there's no real telling of how these will correlate to the overall themes of the season, but this one did very much feel like set up to the overall theme of the season, how Jeff talks about the concept of community, and how Survivor is a game played with humans that you form community with, to where we do end up proceeding to see a lot of the players talking about the concepts of community. But again, it does lead to this being a pretty prominent theme across the season, where a lot of my Edgic analysis across the season was spent on trying to figure out individual players that fit into this theme, but also the theme of being underestimated. But then we get to the proper mat chat, which again had previously been a good indicator of people's winning chances, though thankfully it hasn't been that simple in the more recent seasons. But here we do first get to hear from Gabe talking about his work ethic, which felt like a pretty irrelevant moment outside of setting Gabe up as a hard worker, I guess. But then we do get to Teeny coming off as this quirky character, with them going off on a bit of a tangent about them wearing clothes that make them look like a scarecrow, which, while not particularly deep content, it did make them come off pretty endearing off the bat, to where, again, I think it's pretty clear the edit wanted us to like them, at least. But also here we hear from Andy, obviously one of the season's biggest characters, who ends up getting a pretty lackluster first confessional following this scene, which was just an expositional confessional about the challenge, with no real depth there, which was a bad sign for his edit, though his actual intro on the show, again, is on the mat here, talking about how he was unpopular as a kid, and saying that he didn't have an identity, and how he's learned to just be himself, and that he can become a magnet for people in his everyday life, which again, really connects him to the themes of community. Again, initially I did actually kind of write off Andy across the first couple episodes before having actually rewatched the premiere and revisited this scene and realized just how connected he seemed to be to those themes from the very offset. Or again, because of that, Andy became a pretty top frontrunner for me after those first few episodes, especially with his edit coming off very Gabler-like, and how we would have these like constantly shifting moments of negative content, to where again we would get a lot of negative content from him, but again it would eventually turn around to some more positive content, which again felt like the way that Gabler was portrayed in 43's pre-merge. But we do conclude the scene with more of John, who again comes off as a comedian here, cracking jokes, only then transfer to give this more insightful comment that Jeff clearly was eating up, talking about how your thoughts about how you could play the game will now be fact-checked with how you will play the game, during which we do get a mention of being cocky, where in that moment we do cut to shots of Gabe and TK, which was a good sign for them. But also, while I do get that speeches like this is why John was cast for a show and why production loves him so much, I do also question, why are you doing this in front of the entire cast? Like, obviously this is something that's going to make people think that you're a big threat, to where, well, at the end of the day, I don't really fault John too much for his eventual boot. I do think it is moments like this, and really just the overall perception that he has because it's perpetually do things like this, that does end up escalating the target on his back. But with that, we finally get to the first challenge, which just felt like any other generic challenge, even having the players being taken further into the island to the more typical set, which was just kind of strange here, where it really did sap the uniqueness of the typical Marooning challenge away, where typically those other challenges take place on the shore, and In general, they just have this like kind of different vibe to them where you can kind of just tell that, oh, this is the opening challenge of the season. But here, this just felt like any other challenge, and it's a challenge that had them crawling through mud because you got to get birthed into the game of Survivor, which is a thing that Jeff really hammered home on the On Fire podcast. Which again, I do find it funny how much he loves this when it's clear that the audience didn't seem to, where again, there was a lot of talk about how it's kind of dumb for you to cover the players in mud immediately after we meet them, making it tough to even know who is who. But obviously, I didn't personally have that issue, having watched a lot of the preseason content. But again, for people that don't, which is most people, again, you would not know who these people are when they're covered in mud here. Or do again, I do get that overall complaint there. Again, here we do see Gada struggling during the early portions of the challenge, only to pull out the win on the puzzle, with Rachel in particular coming in pretty clutch during the puzzles, to where with that they end up getting their supplies right away, as every other new era Marooning challenge. Oh, well, the other two tribes will have to do something different to earn their supplies. But again, there being a lot of hype coming into this season about how they're getting rid of Sweat and Savvy. There's going to be something new in its place, only for them to do something that's actually probably worse in my eyes, where instead here, each of the two losing tribes into having to send a representative to go on a journey, because we needed more of those. But this one in particular does feel like a massive disadvantage for a person that goes on it, missing out on the initial relationship building. And while, yeah, there is a chance to become the hero for your tribe and get them some supplies, I don't feel like it actually buys you that much. And I don't think it's much of a surprise that the two that go on this journey end up being the first two out of their respective tribes. To where, again, as much as, again, Survivor is probably too advantage focused at this point, I would have not minded them being given some sort of advantage in the game for going on this journey. Definitely would have liked it more than the later focus we get on advantages. But here we do have seeing Asia and TK ending up going for their tribes, during which we do get our first ding against Asia's edit in Rome getting introduced by talking about how big of a mistake she made by going on the journey, as she's missing out on the first few hours of bonding, leading to Rome saying that that's how he's gonna win the $1 million, which could be looked at as a nice winner quote if he actually did any of that. Where, again, to be fair, Rome does come off as a largely unreliable narrator moving forward. But on the journey, we do end up getting the reveal that this new task is essentially just a scavenger hunt, where we get the two running around the island looking for keys to open up the crate, with the first to do so winning the supplies for their tribe. And again, this was just so boring, where, again, I never found the process of looking for things fun. Obviously, the show seems to love the concept of people having to run around and search for idols. But again, I never found just the raw concept of that entertaining. It was more so based around the character moments that can stem from that. But again, it really feels like this episode really just doubles down on the concept of having people having to look for things, which actually leads to this being a pretty lackluster premiere from my personal point of view. And again, straight up, I would have just rather had Swear Savvy in this spot, as at least those segments are used to characterize more of the cast and set up tribe dynamics, where this one just doesn't. It just feels like a deviation of them just running around looking for things for a reward that I personally don't care about. And obviously this ends up really inflating TK and Asia's edits in this premiere, giving them a lot of confessionals here, though none of them having any true depth to them. The only moments of entry coming from this was, again, Asia getting lost along the way, which is funny after her saying that she's going to forge her own path, and also her trying to steal the final key from TK, only to fail, to where TK does end up winning here. Though again, that doesn't end up mattering. But with that, now let's actually talk about each of the individual tribes, starting off with Gada, which was actually the first tribe we saw after the challenge, which I do think is actually a relevant thing to mention here, in the fact that Gada clearly ends up being the most complex tribe across the pre-merge, where I think we're supposed to be more invested in the dynamics and the players on Gada, while this being so early is also important as it gives us an earlier introduction to Rachel, who is the first person to get confessional once they arrive, and a spot where within the new era, the winner has actually never been introduced after the Marooning, though Rachel being introduced in this specific spot, which is traditionally actually a pretty good spot to be introduced on the show. And again, it being relatively early on in the episode is something I didn't find that damning, though. Straight up, I didn't look at Rachel as a true contender throughout really any of the pre-merge, where I do think her edit is one that really doesn't start to grow until the post-merge. But again, a trait within the new era is that that's kind of fine, where again, the pre-merge edits of the likes of Erica, Marianne, Gabler, Kenzie were all very lacking. So I do think Rachel very much fits into that amp as well, though something I didn't realize until rewatching the episode is just how good Rachel's opening confessional is, and while the remainder of the episode is still pretty questionable for her. Just started off all really strong here, talking about her love of competition, how she loves to win. Again, a winner quote there, but also then proceeds to talk about their challenge win and talk about how it was due to their good communication. It was a community effort. Again, tying her into the themes of community right off the bat, where, again, this was a really great opening line from her. It does so much for her edit in retrospect. But then we get to the players introducing themselves to each other, during which we do get a lot of focus on John, with him talking about being a speechwriter and talks about his podcasts, which funnily no one had listened to. But again, he does end up coming off pretty endearing here, getting personal content, only for us to instantly see him on the outs, with him coming off as the old guy. 41. Despite his later boo, again, I don't actually feel like he does that much wrong to cause that, where I do think, again, just naturally he does come off as very articulate and a guy that you would assume is very smart and could be a threat for down the road, and along with that also comes off as a bit of an outlier on his tribe. One of the smaller guys on the board, where I do think that kind of made it easy to just snipe him out of the game in this spot, where again, we really don't see him make any like blatant mistakes that cause his eventual elimination, though here we do end up seeing the initial majority form after Andy and John go off on their own, where we see them initially bond. The issue is that the other four end up having an agreement as well, with that being Annika, Rachel, Sam, and Sierra, and them being the initial majority alliance, with us getting a more negative introduction to Annika, with her being shown to be leading the tribe during the shelter building, which, to be fair, she does have a pretty decent confessional immediately following this, talking about her occupation as a project manager, though it does lead to her being completely undercut by Sam immediately after that, talking about how he's loving that she's taking the leadership role, and that bleeds into a comment that, again, end up really escalating his edit from my point of view, him mentioning the concept of him being the glue guy. Now, if you keep the glue guy too long, you'll get burned by him, which was a really fantastic confessional that really solidified his spot as the top contender after this episode, even though it does eventually go against that concept, which kind of end up really tanking his edit from my point of view. So again, in this specific episode, he does come off very well, though a bit too clean, where, again, his premiere here feels very much old school Survivor. Though while I did have him as a top contender, I actually never genuinely believed that he was going to go on to win the game. Beyond that, we do also get a short introduction to Sierra, where she ends up getting personal content here about being a pageant girl, and talk about her being dad's little boy, which leads to her making fire for the tribe, and talk about how she wouldn't be able to build community without it, which, again, a very subtly strong introduction for her, to where while I didn't necessarily have her that high on my board following this episode, she does end up being a top contender for me by the end of the pre-merge. But the final segment on Gata before the immunity challenge ends up revolving around Rachel and Andy, with this being an interesting setup to their dynamic for down the road, where we do see Andy initially wanting to work with Rachel, only for Rachel to say that he's the sweetest, but he isn't strategic and he's too eager, and ends up being annoyed by Andy's desire to want to meet up with her at night so they could talk game, where, I mean, I do get her apprehensions in this spot, and I do think is probably a logical thought game-wise, but I didn't feel like this was a great thing for Rachel's edit. Again, showing her as, again, underestimating Andy in this spot, and talking about him as if he's a bad player, and also pushing him away after Andy had clearly wanted to work with her, and showing her going against the themes of community, which, again, was a major aspect of why I didn't really pick up on Rachel's edit early on. The fact that, again, this just felt so opposed to what the season had been leading up to. And while, again, this eventually shifts later in the season with them rebuilding that bond and starting to work together, I did feel like the early edit here was a bit of a strange one for Rachel in this spot, where we do end up seeing Andy spiraling here, saying that he doesn't feel like he belongs, he just wants to talk to somebody he feels good about, only for Rachel to talk about how bad he is for her game and how he isn't a good alliance member. And again, throughout all this, I think we're very much meant to be sympathizing with Andy, and with Rachel, again, coming off as dismissive of him, saying that he's going to pull her game down with him, and the edit very much seeming to blame Rachel for Andy's later meltdown, showing him talk about how this combo with Rachel didn't give him closure and put him in a negative headspace, with him also talking about how he notices that people didn't cheer for him when he cracked a coconut while they did for John, which is actually kind of funny considering John was actually the target throughout all this. But obviously, again, this ends up setting up Andy's journey across the season, while, again, being a very complex setup to the Andy-Rachel relationship that, again, at this current point, without later context, I would say definitely looks better for Andy than it did for Rachel from an edit perspective. But beyond that, we end up moving on to Tuku, starting off with Tiana getting to narrate the shelter building. And while her confessional here was not particularly deep and was just expositional, I did still see the deep potential in her edit at this point. But really, the rest of Tuku's content ends up revolving around what ends up being the core three from this group, where we start with Gabe talking about wanting to work with an older person, leading to him starting an alliance with Sue. Oh, while we also see Sue's relationship with Caroline, with talk about how Caroline is the sweetest person, is like her daughter, which was good SPV for Caroline, even though she gets a largely quiet premiere here, with her only confessional ending up being one calling out the guys for broing down, which again did show her as being perceptive, and again with Sue hyping her up as well. It wasn't necessarily the worst content for her, but again it clearly set up Sue as the more alpha of the pairing, where Sue does come out of this episode looking pretty well insulated in the game, while also again looking pretty good edgically. Though a major red flag for me though was the fact that if you look at the secret scenes for this episode, one of them is literally an introduction to Sue, with her being given personal content, which again, while I still looked at her as the top contender, I did feel like the fact that they relegated her personal content to a secret scene, aka this was like not worth keeping the episode, is again something strange to me if she were to go on the wind, where I did feel like that was something was important to keep, and again in the premiere of all episodes, where again while again it shows again a sign that they were at least considering giving her personal content, where not many people did get personal content, it's still a spot where again the fact that they just throw this segment away was not a great sign for Sue's overall winner potential. But on that, the rest of Tuku's content ended up revolving around the idol hunt, with Gabe getting so much content in this premiere, but very little of it having any substance to it, where again it was instead focused around this convoluted idol hunt, which was just so boring. And shockingly, it's not even the last idol hunt of the episode. But here we do see Gabe finding the Beware advantage while in the jungle with TK, leading to him sneaking away and having to dig up a box with a lock on it, and then that box tells him to release a key from a rock face, which when doing so he does end up getting caught by TK, who he ends up bringing into this now, but still lies to him about the fact that he just found the key without having known that it was attached to a Beware advantage, and not knowing where Beware advantage is, which again was just so unbelievable, and TK clearly recognizes that. Though again, bad for Gabe that we follow that up with Gabe saying that he thinks TK bought it in this moment. Again, negative content for Gabe there, showing him again being overconfident, showing him underestimating TK in that spot. But eventually we do see him bring Sue into this, where she ends up being the lookout for him, all while he ends up opening the box, only to find out that there's another scroll and another box inside, with the reveal that the idol is only good for one tribal. And now he can do another idol hunt to extend the power of his idol to where it'll be good for 3 tribals, which he proceeds to do. And well, again, we do get a fun moment of him dropping the box where it falls down the rock wall, and we get to see the reactions back at camp, which to be fair was probably just shot anyway. But really, again, most of this was just not entertaining on the show. Though again, as pertains to the idol itself, I do think this is actually an interesting dynamic to add to the idols here, where again, I've always liked the concept of timed idols, to where while I don't love the inconsistency of why does like the initial idols require all this work to get, while later idols you find you just automatically have full power. But again, I always like the idea of time idols, as again, it forces players to play them earlier in the game. It allows for more circulation of advantages, but also makes it more likely that you're gonna play it instead of just hogging on to it until the very end of the game. To where while these idols don't really end up playing much of a factor on this season, I'm fine with these style of idols. I just hate how they decide to handle them here, where again, we just waste so much time on this idol hunt, and thankfully, Gabe is the only one to even go beyond this first round. Where again, otherwise we would have wasted even more time on hunting for idols, where even this was again a bit much for me, especially for the premiere episode, where I think you want the premiere episode to be just focused on the characters themselves, getting introduced to them, where instead of spending more time setting up all these characters that are on the Tuku tribe, we instead just waste time with Gabe trying to find an idol that again doesn't end up mattering at all anyway. And really this entire second part of the hunt ends up not mattering, as again now he has an idol good for 3 tribals, only for him to use it the first one anyway, which again, pointless. But eventually we do end up getting to Lavo, where the person to introduce this tribe ends up being Kashan, where he also ends up getting personal content here about being a doctor. And while he never was the most prominently edited player during his short run this season, I did actually feel like the content that we were getting from him was pretty good, to where again, while he's never a top contender, he was someone that was again slowly climbing the ranks until again gets taken out. But beyond that, we do end up spending a lot of time focusing around Teeny, who talks about how they've always been good at building relationships, and you see her having an instant bond with Kashan, which is funny considering Kashan actually seemed to be very anti-Teeny during the preseason, only for that to wash away right away. But also we do see them being grouped in with Rome and Genevieve, who are shown to be close right away as well, with Genevieve getting her first confessional, talking about liking Rome and how enthusiastic he is, which is pretty much her only content in the premiere, which is a terrible introduction to her, to where obviously her edit doesn't really pick up until episode 4. But again, just a strange way to introduce someone that goes on to be one of the biggest players of the season, where, while a lot of people had a lot of faith in Genevieve turning this around, and this was this intentional choice in the edit to not make her pop until episode 4, I never felt like that was practical. Well, again, I think she is a very effective player, and we do later see that. I think the fact that she was so overshadowed in these first few episodes is probably not a great sign about how production feels about her. And the fact that, again, her only true content in the premiere here is focused around Rome, again, not even about her, which, again, comes off very Caleb-y, where I remember Caleb from 45 had that similar issue. His opening confessional was entirely about Sabaya, how great Sabaya is. Again, that's a similar thing here, Genevieve and Rome. But also considering how negative a figure Rome ends up being, I also felt like that was also not a great sign to have most of your edit just being you attached to Rome early on. And while, again, at the end of the day, I do feel like her being under-edited, again, can be perceived as, they're trying to hide how close she is to Rome and give all that negativity to Rome. But again, the thing is, they don't really do that. I mean, she's really only known as Rome's sidekick across these first couple episodes, and even later in the season talks about her connection to Rome as if it's supposed to be this big important aspect of her story, to where, again, they definitely were not trying to hide her relationship with Rome, to where, again, I do think this is just overall a very bad sign for Genevieve. But again, this 4-person group ends up forming what ends up being the majority alliance right away, though this is all while we also get talk from Teenie about how she wants to give Asia a chance, with the later reveal that Teenie has listened to Asia on RHAP, as, again, I already knew that from preseason, with Teenie, again, being one of the bigger fans of this cast. But through that, again, really cool to see the show mention Rob has a podcast on the episode itself. Again, coming from someone who has listened to the podcast for over a decade now, it is cool to see the podcast having grown to the point where it's actually getting talked about on the show proper. But again, this setup of the Asia-Teenie relationship seemed to be a pretty strong one, where, again, I assumed that this was actually going to be a strong alliance for down the road, with the two being able to be these ride or dies for each other, to where, again, both end up being top contenders for me following this episode. Again, their dynamic doesn't last. But with that, the rest of the content on Lavo ends up revolving around Rome and the idol hunt, with Rome pretty blatantly looking for an idol, leading to our only Saul content of the episode. I'm talking about Rome looking for the idol, and again, finally, even in the extended version of this scene, that was a secret scene, even there, Saul is shown pretty negatively. We see Saul trying to warn Rome of the target that's on his back, only for Rome to actually be annoyed at Saul for doing so, which it's funny that actually would have made his edit even worse, where, again, he still would have remained pretty under-edited in the premiere, but also shown negatively to add to that. But eventually Rome ends up finding the Beware advantage, and we do get the same idol hunt as we did on Tuku, which, again, was just so boring. Really, the only notable moment here is some humor from Rome dunking his head into the water well to find the key, which is actually really disgusting. So, again, I hope that they swapped out the waterfall in that, though, again, you never really know. But unlike Gabe, we actually don't get the resolution to Rome's idol in this episode, because I guess that's finally the point where they realize, that's too much idol hunting. But with that, we obviously get the setup to Rome being this massive target on the tribe, with, again, the content from Saul earlier, but now also Asia talking about wanting him gone, setting up these rivalries with Rome, with him obviously being a major source of conflict during the early portions of this season, but too obviously to where I never really thought of Rome as someone that was actually going to go home in the immediate future. But with that, we finally get to the immunity challenge, where, based on the pacing of the episode, it felt pretty obvious that Gata was probably going to tribal, considering they were the tribe that we last seen the furthest back. This ends up being a pretty typical opening challenge, them rowing to shore and having to drag a boat and some heavy chests up to the puzzle that they have to solve. Again, pretty standard stuff. And here we do end up seeing Lavo have a pretty easy win, with the other tribes really struggling during the rowing portion and capsizing their boats, though I did find it strange how they didn't even bother showing Lavo working on the puzzle and just skipped to them having already finished it, which was weird editing there. But here we do continue to see Gata being a bit of a mess during this challenge, to where, and they end up being pretty ineffective during this puzzle, to where they obviously eventually lose. But as this is all going on, we do see Andy walking over to the side and proceeding to lay down on the ground, with him proceeding to have a bit of a meltdown, seemingly thinking that he's now going home. And we get this really awkward interaction with Jeff, with Andy seeming to think as if he's already out of the game and saying that they were going to vote me out. And I love what you could tell Jeff kind of panicking in this moment. You can kind of see him being annoyed here, thinking as if, oh no, this is happening again after what happened on 45. But again, this leads into probably the moment of the premiere where Andy ends up rejoining the group, and he proceeds to say in front of everybody that he's on the bottom and that he sees it on their eyes that his tribe doesn't like him, and admits to the fact that John is his closest ally and he was thinking about throwing him under the bus, leading to big reactions from the others, as, again, this is nearly unprecedented to see a player have this massive of a meltdown in front of the other tribes, really just giving away the tribe dynamics and also just blowing up his own game in the process. But again, you would think that this would just be showing the other players what type of player that he is. Again, one that's willing to backstab his closest ally. And through that, again, you would think that that would backfire on him, where no one would want to work with him for down the road. But even for the short term, it really just shows him as a massive liability to his own tribe, as he's just willing to throw his tribe under the bus to the others and expose dynamics over there, to where, again, I do think this is a nearly unprecedented meltdown, especially that happened this early on in the game, that while, again, this is obviously terrible gameplay from Andy, it also obviously wasn't really game for Andy, where, again, I think this is just truly him having a panic attack of him obviously being so excited to be there, him being a massive fan of the show, again, him being a patron of RGP and him being a prominent fixture within that community, and get him to go on the show that he loves and convincing himself that he's going to be the first boot of the season. Again, must be a terrible feeling, to where, again, I do very much sympathize with Andy during this spot, though obviously thinking about the scene rationally, it is, again, just outright terrible gameplay, and really I think it's a spot where he only harms his chances of staying. I think the reality is that he was always staying, and that this actually just made it more likely that they flipped the vote on him. So again, I think a lot of this is just based on paranoia. I think he actually was safe and just did not realize that. But again, I think that paranoia is stemmed on by the fact that he just wants it so bad. And with that, again, this gives this pretty great start point for Andy's journey. Again, the fact that he goes on to be one of the bigger players of the season, and just see how he started off the game, being, again, on the bottom of his tribe and having this massive meltdown. Again, I think it's a pretty good story for him. But again, I did find it very funny, Jeff's reaction to all this. Obviously, this leading into him giving this big speech about how you fight until your torch is snuffed, and that if you want something soft, go on another show. AKA Jeff just turning this into propaganda about how you should never give up in Survivor, which, anyway, with that, after the challenge, we do obviously focus a lot on the reaction to the Andy outburst, with the edit very much implying that Andy will be going home, even though it never really seemed like that was the reality, where, again, despite Andy's paranoia here, it does feel like he was genuinely not the target in this spot, to where, well, again, he probably was always going to be the backup to John, and again, was at least theoretically the next to go after him. I don't think he was in any genuine danger initially, which again just makes Saul look worse gameplay-wise. Where again, it is funny, so we do see genuine worries about Andy and how unreliable of an ally he's going to be, but despite how messy he is here, we do actually see John trying to work with him again. And funny that this is, despite the fact that Andy talked about wanting to throw him under the bus, though, again, it does seem to be based around a correct read from John that he actually is the one on the bottom. And we do see him and Andy talk, with Andy starting it off by saying, I was never going to throw you under the bus, which, again, I love how unamused John's reaction to that was, because, again, I don't think anyone believes that. But this does lead to them plotting to take out Annika instead, with them now trying to get Sam and Sierra on board, where you could very much tell, as they're telling this plan to Sam, that he just simply was not on board with this, and Sam proceeds to then get credit for turning the vote onto John and saying that John's now playing too hard and is a strategist, where we do see him proceed to go to Annika and tell her about taking John out, where, again, paying attention to how they're talking in this conversation, you can clearly tell the target was already on John, and these combos are more so actually Annika and Rachel seemingly considering flipping the vote onto Andy, which again doesn't go through. But also I do find it kind of funny how the vote is set up here as a choice between Andy, who brings physical strength to the tribe, while John is more level-headed, where the reality is, does Andy bring that much strength to the tribe? Where I know John is a smaller guy, but Andy also, kind of sucks at these tribal challenges, as we'll see, and didn't even perform particularly well in the ones that we've seen up to this point, to where, again, he's not even that much better physically. But either way, we got the tribal, which was pretty mundane, though we do obviously get a lot of talk about the Andy situation, and clearly the players were pretending as if Andy was going home, which, to be fair, I actually took at face value initially, to where I was actually thinking that maybe Andy could go home, and maybe this is a more straightforward situation, though, again, we do get John voicing his concerns about being the target, and we do get to the vote with him proceeding to not play shot in the dark, and obviously get voted out unanimously there, with, again, him seeming to believe in the Annika plan, though, again, that doesn't end up going through. But really, this result should not have shocked me, where actually coming into this season, I very much did think John was screaming out as an early boot, considering the fact that, again, just archetype-wise, again, you can see it, but also, he is someone that had done interviews after filming, but before the season airing, to where whenever he would talk about Survivor, you can tell he was, again, a little bummed when explaining why he did the show, to where, yeah, I never really got the sense that he was someone that was excited for the eventual airing, and I assume that was obviously because he didn't make it that far, though, to be fair, again, I never really expected him to be the first boot in particular, but realistically, it did make sense. And again, with that, we lose John Lovett, and again, obviously, a shame to lose John Lovett in the premiere. Again, he was someone that, again, brought a fun energy to the show. Again, had very fun confessionals, essentially being like an older version of Cochran for the show, while also obviously being a big name. That brought a lot of attention to the show, where we got a lot of people in the political world talking about Survivor after this episode. And I would not be shocked if many people watched Survivor for the first time because of John Lovett, because that, again, I thought it was really cool to have John here. And again, I thought he actually played well enough for a first boot. I mean, again, if I were to redo my first boot ranking, I would assume he'd be relatively high there. Where again, I don't think he does anything like majorly wrong. Where again, he was just set up pretty poorly from the offset. And again, he's someone that I would not be shocked if we see him again down the road. Now, again, I don't know necessarily for Survivor 50, but obviously, again, production loved him. We're clearly disappointed by his elimination. I would be pretty surprised if we never see John Lovett play Survivor again. I do think he is someone that I think is clearly on production's radar. So where, well, again, I think 50, again, is a pretty big season. I don't know if you're putting the first boot 47 on that season. But again, if we get another returnee season down the road against Survivor 54, again, I could see John Lovett definitely being there. And he's someone that, again, has voice interest in playing again. So again, would not be surprised by eventual John Lovett return. And also would not be opposed to it either. But over episode 2, which was, for me, a slightly better episode, but still not really at a point where I feel like this season was really hitting its stride. But we do start off the episode on Lavo, where in general, Lavo doesn't get much content in this episode, but what they do get obviously revolves around Rome, as expected, where we obviously get the continuation of his ventures involving the Beware Advantage, where we finally see him deciding to tell Teeny about it, and him literally thinking that he's building trust with Teeny, all while Teeny ends up clearly being annoyed at how Rome now has this idol and is likely to be safe, which did seem to shake up the strategy here, in that from what we've heard from pretty much everybody but Rome, is that he would have been the initial target here had he not had his idol, which obviously this ends up forcing Teeny and Kishan's hand into working with him, where it does seem like a major reason why Rome doesn't end up being the first boot of his tribe. Now, again, we'll talk about it, but there were maybe some other factors there. Though I do think the fact that Rome has this idol ends up really solidifying his spot on this tribe and really solidifies that specific group sticking together in a spot where they probably don't otherwise. But with that, we do actually get a pretty fun moment from Teeny of them deciding to tell Kishan about the advantage. Where we see them showing Kishan the hiding spot so they can read the instructions together, only for Rome to catch them, which was, dude, a pretty sloppy play here from Teeny, and something that, again, you would assume would turn Rome against them. And while you can tell he's a bit sketched out by this, he really doesn't do much about it here, though to be fair, it's not like Rome had many options anyway. But again, in this moment, Rome ends up taking the one tribal idol, which I do think you might as well at this point, especially considering who knows if you trust Teeny anymore, where in a spot where, again, obviously multiple people know about your idol anyway, you might as well just use it to build trust and guarantee your safety through the first vote. To where, again, while, again, Rome ends up being a pretty bad player by the end, I do think Rome actually plays this idol relatively well, even though it's a spot where, again, Teeny and Kishan did not have many other options. But again, the rest of the content on Lavo ends up essentially being this big dodo segment for Rome, with him constantly bragging, talking about how he could have been in the NBA and how he's going to be the new host of the On Fire podcast, which, I mean, I don't know about that, but also we do get him bragging about how quick he can make fire, and we see him trying to make fire for the tribe, only to fail, leading to some strong content from Kishan of him getting to undercut Rome in this moment and make fire himself, with really the edit portraying him as the antithesis to Rome, which I thought actually was pretty good for his winning chances, really skyrocketing him as a contender following this. But beyond that, obviously we get content on Gada, obviously initially focusing around Andy, with him getting his what will be typical like dodo content here, in how we just see him talking about how he's improving his position in the game, it's being included by the others, only first to cut to Rachel, talking about how they're just trying to keep him in a good mindset even though they still want him as the easy boot. And again, we get like a moment of like the tribe cheering as he cuts a coconut this time, only for us to cut to Annika comparing him to a toxic clingy boyfriend. And following this, we see the girls going on idol hunt, to where we see Sam babysitting Andy, which again, all this was pretty bad content, but it really starts his overall trajectory of being this like kind of Gabler-like figure in the season, where, and despite him having all this negativity, he also gets some better moments in this episode as well, where we see Sam actually now planning on picking Andy up as a number, with Sam also getting solid content here and connecting this to his job as a sports reporter, and talking about how relationships are key, which is why he wants to keep Andy around, which, I mean, to be fair, this is his optimal play at this point, as, again, if Andy goes, he ends up being at the bottom of his tribe, with the women clearly being close, and while he does have a connection to Sierra, that we later see, again, that would still only be a 2v2, and again, I think just in general, it's better to avoid that situation anyway, to where again, I do think him pulling in Andy here was the correct move for him, though he ends up obviously mismanaging that connection a bit down the road. But funnily, we do end up eventually seeing Sam go off to the bathroom, leaving Andy alone, to where he's deciding to go off searching for the idol himself, with him actually being the one to find the Beware advantage here, which really could have been this big turnaround for Andy, where now with an idol, he really can do what Rome did and strong-arm Sam into keeping him around. For a while, there is obviously the risk of him losing his vote, and if he does, then he's really screwed. This dilemma here really should be pretty straightforward, especially for someone, again, at the bottom of their tribe anyway, to where, again, how much more they have to really lose. So again, obvious choice to take the Beware advantage, which Andy doesn't do, and leaving it behind for now, saying that he'll take it when he needs it, which just felt so misguided here. In that, while I do think there is potentially merit in you not taking a Beware advantage, I think in the spot that Andy is in, it's like, again, you might as well, while also, again, you leaving it behind is just giving the others the opportunity to get it for themselves, to where again, that would really be the worst case scenario if someone like a Rachel or Annika had found the idol, and again, through that would be able to strong arm Sam and Sierra into working with them beyond this. So again, I did feel like all this was just kind of suboptimal play, and also, again, just seemingly misguided even in the notion that he would even have the opportunity to get back to it. And that, again, it seems like he found it so quickly in that situation. Again, you would assume that means that other people could also find this super quickly. So again, all this just felt like a massive wasted opportunity, especially as we later see him regret not taking the advantage, going back to the location, only to find out that's gone by then. Which, again, makes him look even more foolish, though. I do think you gotta feel bad for the guy, though, and we get this, like, extended sequence of him realizing the mistake he made and realizing that the advantage is gone. But we're obviously following the initial sequence. We do see Sam being spurred on to go look for the idol himself, where he ends up finding it alongside Annika, which is a bit ironic based on where the relationship ends up going. But again, we get the same idol hunt shenanigans. But something I did like from how Sam approached this is that while, again, he's going through the same steps that the others had to do as well, he's doing them each with a different tribe member every time, which I did like this attempt to secure each of these bonds one by one. But it is here where you learn about his number one alliance being to Sierra, who he ends up instantly telling about the idol, as he kind of had to, as again Annika knew. So again, obviously she was going to eventually tell Sierra. But again, we do end up seeing him ultimately find the idol alongside Sierra, again, further solidifying that bond, and we see him proceed to take the one round idol in a spot where, again, I did question if he could have potentially pressed this luck here, especially with, again, the entire tribe outside of Andy being in on the hunt here. So again, I think there would have been merit to taking it. At the same time, again, it is a public idol, and one that, again, could just further paint a target on your back. Again, especially after the events of Survivor 46, I do understand him just wanting to guarantee his safety for the following vote. And all in all, again, I do think Sam plays most aspects of this idol pretty well. But something I do think he mismanages is the fact that I do think him not telling Andy about this was a weird decision, which, again, I can get in the sense that Andy obviously has shown himself to be an unreliable ally, but I do actually think if you're meaning to secure Andy as a number, if you are actually intending on taking Andy deeper into the game, as he seemed to do here, again, I think you kind of have to tell him about the idol. As obviously, when you don't tell him about the idol, it becomes pretty tricky down the road. And again, how do you explain to Andy that, again, you have this idol that you literally told everybody else about, but not him? Which, again, could just potentially ostracize him in that spot, especially when we do see Andy proceed to tell Sam that he had found the Beware advantage and that someone else took it. Which, again, would have been the perfect time for Sam to just tell him the truth here, but he doesn't end up doing so, though. But again, this once again just turns around to good content for Andy, and this actually getting Sam to trust Andy more, to where we see him actively campaigning to Sierra that he wants Andy to stay, which, again, really starts this, like, roller coaster of an edit that Andy ends up getting. But now we're getting around to talking about the Tuku tribe. Obviously, the tribe that gets the most focus in this episode, as obviously they go to tribal. But initially, we do end up getting some focus on TK, with him setting out to form the majority alliance on the tribe, with us seeing him already working with Kyle, and now seeing him pull in Gabe, to where he only needs one more number to get the majority, to where we do see him reaching out to Tiana. Them seeming to look at Tiana as his true third, with talk about how she can connect to people, which Gabe can't do. Again, another damning comment for Gabe there. Oh, well, a pretty strong one for Tiana that connects her to the themes of community. But also here we do get talk about her seemingly already having a close relationship to Kyle, to where we get another moment that I thought was pretty strong for Tiana's edit, and technically Kyle's as well at this point. But we do end up seeing them talk, to where we see them call themselves the good people. And then we hear Kyle say, again, subtitle at the bottom of the screen, that nice people can win this game. Which, again, the fact that they bothered to subtitle that typically means it's going somewhere. So again, it really did elevate my opinions of Tiana at this point, where where while this episode, for the most part, did come off as very circumstantial, Tiana obviously just being the swing vote in this spot, it was these smaller winnery moments here that actually made me jump Tiana to the top contender following this episode, only for that to obviously not last that long. But here we do see that the new alliance decides on targeting Sue, where we had actually heard from outside the show about how much Sue was really struggling during those early days, and that she also completely ostracized TK from the very beginning, not even bothering to introduce herself once TK got to the tribe. Though again, all this isn't properly explained on the show, where again, I did find that to be a pretty big positive for Sue, and that these more negative aspects of her run are just added out of the show. But it does lead to her obviously still being the red herring for the episode that, again, clearly was not going to happen, especially considering how much they focused on her relationships back in the premiere, where, again, it would have been very bizarre. They, again, seemed to put that much care into her setup just for her to just be voted out right away. But as expected, we do see Gabe not being on board with the Sue plan and proceeding to rat this back out to Sue and Caroline, proceeding to say that he wants to work with them as they're wounded birds and that they're desperate, saying that if he gets to the end with them, write him the check, which felt very Hansian of him, again, feeling like the modern version of the Dumbass Girl Alliance, and again, showing him underestimating Sue and Caroline, which was a major reason it'd hold them in high regard edgically throughout a lot of the season, particularly predicting one of them probably beating Gabe at the end, which would have been a very fitting resolution to that storyline, though obviously that doesn't end up happening. But this is where we do end up getting the setup of Gabe's relationship with Caroline to finish out this trifecta, which ends up being a pretty awkward conversation with her saying that she has no trust in him in the confessional, which Gabe himself seems to pick up on, which makes you question, like, why did he still want to work with her? And he knows he clearly doesn't trust her, to where, to be fair, I mean, Sue is probably the answer, along the fact that he obviously doesn't have many other options, as he clearly knows he's at the bottom of the other group anyway. But I was surprised to see him be so bold to show her the idol following this, which again, I feel like could have backfired on him if Caroline was really that resolute on not working with him. Though this actually does work to his favor, where Caroline does recognize that, again, why would he be showing me this idol unless he genuinely wanted to work with me? And from that point on, they do seem to be a very solid trio moving forward for a while. Now, before the challenge, we do actually get some setup already to the fact that Tiana is the swing vote, with her already talking about not liking TK and not having a solid read on him, despite the fact that they obviously have an alliance. And we also end up seeing her and Sue taking a nap on the beach, only for TK to annoy them by constantly talking as they were trying to sleep, which really felt like the start of this like downfall edit for TK, with him being shown to be really socially aloof at this point, which gets further emphasized later. But then we get to the immunity challenge, to where we do get a fun little moment at the beginning of it, where we see the shock that John was voted out, to where we see Andy just waving to the other players in a very trollish way. And we do get another typical challenge here, them having to transport a bag of rice through some obstacles, and then end with a new table maze that was essentially just a team version of the like horizontal maze that we saw in Survivor 46. But this did lead to some fun with us seeing Gata arguing over every little move, but they still end up winning the challenge here alongside Lavo, unsurprisingly sending Tuku to Tribal. But outside of that, there were actually a number of pretty fun moments from this challenge, from seeing Andy be a menace during the portion of the challenge where they stab the bag of rice open to get the ball inside, where we have Jeff have to yell at him to watch your hands. We also obviously get a very notable moment from Rachel, and her actually being pretty savvy here after seeing all the rice laying around, deciding to pocket some of it, which it would have been really cool to see be allowed for her to essentially take advantage of an oversight by production during the challenge, which again, seeing her take advantage of that to get a sliver of rice for the Gata tribe would have been cool, again, only for Jeff to call her out after the challenge and make her give it up, which I felt was pretty messed up, as again, this is essentially exposing her for doing a pretty shifty thing, which I think could have very much impacted her in the game. Again, give the other tribes this negative image of her and showing her as, again, this very savvy style of player, to where I thought that was unfair. But also, like, why not just let her take the rice? Again, if a player is savvy enough to realize this opportunity, why not just let them do this? And I know Jeff himself said on the On Fire podcast that this wasn't allowed for the sake of fairness, but it's like, what do you mean? It is fair. They could all have technically done this. Rachel was the only person savvy enough to actually do it. For obviously the real reason why they don't want this to happen is because it goes against the principles of the new era. It would undermine the importance of rice later on during the rice negotiation that everyone cares so much about. So again, I found the fact that they didn't allow this to actually be more unfair than had they actually allowed her to take the rice in this spot, especially after they call her out for it, to where I did not particularly love how this situation is handled. But really the more game important moment from this challenge does end up stemming from the Matt chat, where TK ends up unsurprisingly putting his foot in his mouth, where we do end up seeing Tiana smiling after the challenge loss, and Jeff ends up calling the tribe out for it, to where we have TK getting pissed and going off on this tangent about how he's not used to losing and wouldn't associate himself with anyone okay with that, which does get used to paint TK against Tiana here, with it being very much implied that he was talking about her, when I actually believe the reality is the fact that he didn't know who was smiling and didn't know who this would be directed at, and was more so making this comment off of obviously Jeff's statement that someone was smiling, to where, again, I would actually give him some grace in the fact that, again, he was at least not directly coming for Tiana, where, again, had he just been calling out Tiana for no reason, this would actually be one of the probably dumbest moves in the history of the show. Why throw away the person that you think is the swing vote? But, again, he didn't know it was Tiana he was technically going after, but it also is showing that this is a pretty bad play, where, again, you're just risking the possibility of you burning a relationship for, again, no real reason. To where beyond this, Tiana ends up seeming to be pretty out on TK, to where, while, again, she ends up wavering a bit on whether or not to vote him out during this round, I feel like she definitely would have wanted TK for sure out at some point in the near future, even if she couldn't get him out this time. But following the challenge, it ends up being pretty obvious that TK was going home here. Yeah, we do end up spending a lot of time to get there, with obviously a lot of content surrounding Tiana, with her openly being annoyed by what TK said, with Kyle trying to be the middleman here and trying to get the two to work together again, and ends up sitting them down, to where we see TK apologize, which does seem to work for the short term and getting Tiana back on board, though the reality is that this trio never really had the numbers to begin with them at best having a 3v3, again, a tie, where, again, no one is going to Rocks in the second round of this season, again, unless you're Survivor South Africa. And with, again, Gabe's 3 clearly being the stronger 3, again, there was just really no doubt where this was going, and obviously we proceed to see Gabe's 3 stick strong, with even talk about using Gabe's idol on Sue to save her, which would have been game over anyway, though he doesn't end up actually doing that, which you could question, but I don't think he needed to play the idol on Sue, as, again, I think Sue was pretty undyingly loyal to him anyway, so again, the notion of him playing the idol on Sue just to secure her loyalty is something that doesn't really hold that much weight, and again, him playing his idol on her would just expose how close they are to the others, which would have made him a bigger bullseye. Well, also, again, at the end of the day, the worst case scenario is a 3v3, where if you're going to play your idol, there's not much incentive to not play the idol on yourself, as in that case, again, keeps you safe from potential rock draw, but also gives your side the advantage in the chance of a rock draw, making it more likely that the other side ends up flipping to avoid rocks. So where, again, I think Gabe's call here to use the idol on himself was the correct one, and also just in general, the notion of him using the idol in this spot is something I don't really qualm with, where despite him obviously having more opportunities to do so, I did feel like you're just better off being safe for this vote, especially because, again, there's a potential tie going on here, and again, it's a timed idol anyway, meaning, again, you don't have many options to play it, and also, they literally just saw Survivor 46 and saw the number of people being blindsided with idols in their pockets, to where, again, I'm sure that played a factor here as well, where really, I just don't see many downsides to him playing the idol in this spot. But again, none of that really matters anyway, with Tiana just flipping before the vote anyway, where we do end up seeing Sue talking to her about it, and even saying that she's willing to go to Rocks if necessary, which, again, probably would alone be enough to flip Tiana, where I know, again, there were some people qualming with Tiana's decision to take out TK here, and while I do think her actively wanting TK out is bad for her game, where it did seem like she was pretty misguided in thinking that she was with the women the entire time, who were, again, never really loyal to her. And the reality is, though, is, again, she didn't really have much of a choice in the matter, to where, well, again, she didn't necessarily know that, but again, she was kind of screwed either way she went, where her real failing here is really not securing her relationship with the women, and even allowing Gabe to sneak in there over her, allowing Gabe to sneak in there and take her spot. But again, I do think for the most part, Tiana's decision here ends up being portrayed mostly positively on the show itself, being shown as her trusting her gut and taking out TK because he disrespected her. Though I will say there was one red flag in all this, in the fact that we do hear from Gabe talking about how Tiana flipping would be an emotional move, again, painting this as her making a bit of a rash decision here, which is not a great sign, though really outside that, I did feel like most of Tiana's content across this episode ends up being pretty strong, but again, we get to the tribal itself, where there's a lot of setup of there being these gender divided alliances, which again, probably played into Tiana's confidence in siding with Sue and Caroline here, and we also see a minor tiff between TK and Sue over her not talking to people, and him saying that that's what you have to do on Survivor, which again was probably a bad indication off the bat of how people perceive Sue in the game. But again, we get the pretty expected 4-2 vote here, thus seeing Kyle being really shocked by the result, softly saying no as TK gets up, which I found to be a really endearing moment there, really again showing his innocence in this entire situation. But again, with that, we end up losing TK, who again, if we're going off what the show showed us, seemed to be a really bad player. It seemed like he was one that again came off as very abrasive, again turned away Tiana, and really not build particularly good social connections. To where, again, I came out of this episode when it initially aired talking about how I think TK might be one of the worst players ever, especially because of the fact that he's this big athletic guy, a guy that you would never expect to be an early boot. However, I do give him a little bit more grace after listening to Exit Press and thinking about the season more holistically, where, again, I do think, one, again, the fact that he was on that journey initially and came in late is something that, again, is kind of a tough spot to come back from. And also, again, I don't think TK meant to be going after Tiana. And while obviously, again, I do think he mismanages Tiana just as a whole, I do think the moment of him calling her out the challenge was something that was a bit overblown as well, where, and I do think TK, again, is a bad player for sure. Again, he's definitely not a good player of Survivor, but I do think my initial gut reaction of him being like an all-time bad player and possibly the worst new era player is something that, again, I don't necessarily stand by anymore, even though, again, he's certainly not good. Now for episode 3, which is where I do think the season starts to pick up a bit here. I think we get a more interesting result with, again, more fun character moments throughout it. But anyway, we do start off on Tuku, where we end up focusing a lot on Kyle's reaction after having been blindsided, with this really being the first time that he's been focused on since his opening confessional, though, and in a way that felt very circumstantial. But here we do see him say that he took the risk in voting out Sue, and he doesn't know if it's a mistake, which, I mean, considering Sue's vendetta against him for the rest of the season, it clearly wasn't a great move. Though this ends up leading to pretty strong content for Sue, playing into the themes of underestimation, and her, I mean, initially talking about taking Kyle's vote personally, which is probably not a great look, but then proceeds to say that he's a man that's underestimating her, and connects this to how she's treated in the aviation industry, which, again, was just perfect content for her, again, connecting it to her real life, while playing into the themes of the season. While Tiana, who again played such a big factor in the previous episode, really gets nothing here, which was pretty damning for her edit. Again, that was portrayed as this like big moment for her, and for her to have no reaction to that, instead of focusing on the reactions from the likes of Kyle and Sue instead, was, again, a pretty bad sign. Now, following that, we do end up getting some focus around Gabe, first of him talking about his idol play, during which he refers to what happened on 46, giving us a flashback to all the players getting voted out with idols in their pockets, which was a weird flashback, especially considering the fact that I hadn't actually seen the Venus and Q blindsides at that point. This does lead to Gabe trying to reel Kyle back in, thinking that he can be controlled, tries to turn him against Tiana, which in typical Gabe fashion ends up bleeding into his overconfidence, thus again seeing Kyle use this actually against him, going to Sue and Caroline to try to get them to vote out Gabe, talking about how Gabe looks at them as goats, which, again, they don't take too seriously, but again, it really just ends up being turned around back onto Kyle here, and Sue reaffirming her plans to target him, and really, I do question, like, why Kyle is doing this, as I get that he wants to try to save Tiana, but getting rid of Gabe, the one person that's reaching out to you to work with you, is, again, kind of a strange decision, where I get that Gabe, again, kind of ostracized himself to a degree early on with him going on the idol hunt, but I do think this was a pretty suboptimal move, where I think his better play would have been to try to get someone like Caroline out, or even Sue, again, who were obviously looked at as a duo at this point, and while, again, it would have been difficult to do, I do think trying to go for Gabe here was pretty much a non-starter. Well, again, I think there's at least an argument to get rid of Caroline for Gabe, in the spot where, again, keeping in both Sue and Caroline gives them all the power once the tribe gets down to 4, though, again, even then, there really isn't much hope there in the grand scheme of things. But anyway, we then move on to Gata, where initially we do start with content surrounding how bad their shelter is, leading to some conflict surrounding Sam and Annika, with Sam wanting to go fishing, while Annika wants to rebuild the shelter, starting a bit of a tiff there, with us seeing her proceeding to lead the shelter building once again, but this time Sam being annoyed the entire time, and again, this feeling like the complete antithesis of the scene that we got back in episode 1, where Sam is instead here talking about his annoyances throughout this entire scene, and you get this moment of them bickering over the clothesline, and him really aggressively cutting the rope to get out his frustrations, or just in general, Sam obviously very much comes off very passive-aggressive in this spot, where, again, he's meant to be this glue guy, yet we get these confessionals from Andy about how this is causing trouble in paradise, which really was the first step of me losing faith in Sam's edit, with this, again, seeming to contradict his initial setup, though was actually still fun content to get from Sam, and seeing him be genuinely upset in this spot. Again, this was very different from the more game body content we had gotten from him up to this point, and following this, we get another pretty weird segment revolving around him, like the fact that he hasn't eaten a lot of pretty common foods, talking about how he's never had pineapple or watermelon, which, like, how? But again, this did feel like the type of random character moment we've been getting in recent seasons. Again, very much in line with like Dee's toe, and the fact that, again, it felt pretty apparent this was going to come up again down the road. But the remaining content on Gata revolves around Andy and Sierra, with them going off on their own, where Andy obviously ends up needing Sierra to side with him to survive the following vote. And after us obviously having seen her be apprehensive at the ending of last episode, here we do see Andy actually do some pretty good work in this spot, offering up his shot in the dark, which while she doesn't take it, him offering it to her seemed to really build some trust here, to where I do think it became pretty apparent that if Gato were to go to tribal again, that Andy would end up surviving at this point, with this episode really coming off almost entirely positive for Andy, to where while his dodo content will definitely continue beyond this, I mean, this was the first point where I started to look at Andy as a more serious winner candidate over just this scrappy underdog that has this journey at it, which, I mean, to be fair, that was still a very high possibility, but considering Andy does end up being a pretty top contender for most of the rest of the season, this is kind of the start point of all that. But then we finally get to Lavo. Only got one segment in comparison to the other tribes two before Journey, which made it pretty apparent that they were probably the ones that were going to go to tribal, in a spot where that does mean that all three tribes end up going to one of the first three tribals, which was actually kind of cool to see here. But as expected, this segment is about Rome, particularly in how he wants to catch fish and is hogging up the fishing gear, saying that he wants to break the record for most fish in one day, and us getting Asia and Kashan both mocking him and being annoyed at him for not allowing anyone else to fish, with Rome really turning this into a thing. He's the only one that works hard while everyone else is lazy, which does lead to this pretty insane moment as we see them eating the fish. First with Rome taking 2 of the 4 fish for himself, which is already a really bad social play, but then he also proceeds to spit the fish bones out to where they end up landing on Asia's back, which is, again, really disgusting, but also a really fun character moment here for Rome that really makes him into one of the most villainous figures I feel like we've seen in the new era, to where while I know a lot of the audience was really annoyed by Rome, I personally always found them pretty entertaining on this season. But with that, we then see boats arriving at the camps for our first proper journey of the season, where somehow each tribe ends up sending someone that was on the bottom of their tribe, where we do see Tuku do a rock draw, where Kyle ends up being picked there, all while we see Annika volunteering, and she's allowed to go for whatever reason, and we also get Rome ending up winning rock, paper, scissors on Lavo, to where he ends up going, to where, again, how did all these tribes allow this to happen? Where, I mean, Rome is a bit more excusable, as he was at this point already in what was going to be the majority alliance, and while again, I do think it would have been better off them not letting Rome get another advantage, I do get why Rome was allowed to go here, all while Annika thought she was in the majority, and again, for the others to speak up against her would have obviously spooked her, to where, again, I guess this one makes sense as well, though I do think for Sam and Sierra, they should have at least tried to stop that. But the most egregious one here is obviously Kyle, where it's like, again, he is so blatantly on the bottom, and for you to allow him to go off and potentially get an advantage was just really dumb, where I really don't understand why they let this happen. But either way, we do get to the journey itself, where we do see them obviously sharing information, allowing for Rome to come off as even more of a villain here, with him celebrating after the reveal that TK got voted out. Again, right in front of Kyle, who is his closest ally, and talks about how he didn't like TK because he was cocky and arrogant, which is, again, really ironic content there. But interestingly, it also is here where we do get the start of this Sam Sierra showmance storyline, with the other tribes seeming to think that they're in a showmance and that they're running the Gata tribe, which obviously ends up increasing the target that's on their backs. And I assumed that this was going to play a pretty big role on the season, considering how much Jeff actually hyped this up in the preseason, talking about how while there aren't any showmances this season, the assumption of one impacts the game. But it's like, I mean, did it really though? For a while, obviously Sam and Sierra were looked at as a duo coming into merge and were eventually targeted. I don't really feel like the showmance angle of it was really something that played that much of a factor, but obviously after that we get to the advantage portion of the journey, which felt like a bit of a regression here from what we've had in recent seasons, where I feel like recent journeys have given the players more agency, to where it seemed like production had learned their lessons after Survivor 44, and how it was lame, how people would just lose their vote and would have no choice on whether or not to risk their vote or not. But here they decide to just go back to that well and force players to risk their vote for a 1 in 3 chance of getting an advantage, which again we do see Kyle and Annika both not wanting to risk their votes, yet obviously are forced to in this spot, and both proceed to lose their votes. So they are given a second chance following that, though if they fail there, they end up losing a second vote, where again, now at least they have the choice of whether or not to do this, but we see neither of them want to risk their vote a second time, which I do think actually if you're in this spot, you might as well risk your vote again. Again, here technically the odds are in your favor, to where again, I do think this is a spot where you might as well just go for it, especially for someone like Kyle, who again is on the bottom, and obviously advantage could very much help his spot in the game. I don't even think there's an argument for why he shouldn't do this. All for Annika, I do actually get why she doesn't do this, as again, if you're looking at it from her point of view in the game, she thinks that Andy is obviously the easy vote. So again, her losing her 1 vote for that isn't the worst thing in the world. All losing 2 would be pretty bad. So obviously there could be this potential 2v2 had they gone the tribal again, and in that spot without her vote, she's obviously on the bottom, though obviously this is all based around an incorrect read on dynamics on her tribe, to where she actually would have been better off if she did have the advantage, though to be fair, she wouldn't have played it anyway. But again, losing her vote here actually does end up playing a factor in her position moving forward, where it really gives Sam a lot of power in deciding the following vote, as now in a spot where Sam is very resolute in wanting to keep Andy, and Annika doesn't have her vote. That means Sierra would have to force a tie if she wants to save Annika, which again is a spot that's just simply not worth doing, where unbeknownst to Annika, her actually losing her vote here actually does sink her chances in the game following this. But obviously, because Rome has impeccable luck, we do see Rome proceed to be the only one to not end up losing his vote here and proceed to get a vote steal, which again, pretty standard, though pretty powerful advantage in such a small group here. And with Rome theoretically having Genevieve locked in, this just further solidifies his spot in the game here, making it pretty hard for others to get Rome out beyond this, where again his vote steal would give him and Genevieve the majority following the first vote of their tribe. Again, a spot where he has an idol that automatically saves himself, where again his advantages put him in a very good spot at this point. And obviously we have Rome knowing that, and he's to brag about that in the confessional, even saying that you're now looking at a Survivor winner, which again would have been a winner quote had Rome ever been a reliable narrator. But anyway, we obviously see the players returning to the camps, where on Gato we do end up seeing Sam and Sierra being annoyed at learning the fact that they are looked at as a showmance, and we proceed to see Kyle spread that to Tuku, setting them up as targets coming into the merge. But here we also see Annika decide to lie about what happened, pretending to everybody that she didn't lose her vote, only to then tell her alliance that she did lose her vote, aka everybody but Andy. So she did this whole charade just for Andy. All while Rome does the complete opposite and pretends that he did lose his vote, only to then reveal to Teeny and obviously the rest of his alliance that he didn't, and actually end up getting the vote steal instead, which I actually do question this tactic from Rome, where again, as I previously said, with his alliance with Genevieve, if he survives this round alongside her, he essentially is able to run the tribe from that point forward. However, him telling Teeny and Kishan about his vote steal is actually pretty dangerous, as if Teeny and Kishan were wanting to make a move to not give Rome the power in the following vote, and actually be able to leave Rome vulnerable for the following vote. As again, if it's a 4v1, his vote steal doesn't end up mattering, to where, again, I think it's a spot where I do think Rome leaking this just opens it up for him being betrayed here, though again, it doesn't end up going that way. And for a lot of the reason why it wasn't really on the show, seemingly, where it did seem like a major reason why the vote never flips onto Genevieve is simply because Genevieve was very well connected in the game at this point. And this is why I never subscribed to the opinion that the editors were, again, purposely hiding Genevieve until her big moment in episode 4, is because again, she was in such a good spot and was seemingly doing a lot of good work in keeping Kishan and Teeny in line, to where really I think she probably deserves the most credit for this specific round on keeping the target off of herself in Rome, due to the fact that again she supposedly had a final 3 of Kishan and Teeny that seemed to be their true alliance, which is why Genevieve was never in any true danger during this round. And again, it makes no sense if she were to go on the win of them trying to hide this, as again you would think that this is something that they would want to show, and instead we never really even hear about how deep her relationships were with the likes of Kishan and Teeny, and instead her early edit is almost entirely revolved around Rome, who's someone that's gone by the early portion of the season, to where again I can get the argument if you're trying to compare her to someone like an Allie White, with Rome being the Russell Hantz, but again, even in that spot, that's a spot where to get to the end together. For her entire edit to be based around Rome and Rome to go only halfway into the season makes her overall edit make no real sense if she were to go on to win the game. But anyway, we then go into the immunity challenge. Another typical challenge, them having to swim out and jump off a tower and then cross a balance beam and have a puzzle at the end. Again, typical stuff there. But here we do get a little moment from Kishan of him revealing that he just learned how to swim and decides not to sit out the challenge, to where Jeff ends up hyping him up as, this is why you apply for Survivor, because obviously you go on Survivor to swim when you haven't swam before. But either way, we actually get a pretty interesting moment through this challenge, and the fact that we actually do get to see the strategizing before the challenge starts, which again is very rare. We did get a really fun moment here from seeing Rome be really petulant during the strategizing here, where Saul wanted to be the first one to go, considering the first person to go, and having to also complete a diving portion as well, that again Saul thought he would excel at. But here we end up seeing Rome really whining like a little kid. That just seemed kind of pitiful, and again, Saul ends up relenting and letting him go, though to be fair, at least Rome does actually perform pretty well during that portion of the challenge. All while we do see a similar thing for Andy, and Andy talking about how he thinks he could do really well in that first person spot, only for him to actually set his team back, though again, doesn't really end up mattering that much, as really the make or break for this seemed to be people struggling on the balance beam, with Teeny taking a particularly long time here, putting Lavo and Last coming into the puzzle where they pretty much get blown out here. Though when we do end up returning to camp, we do instantly get a lot of content revolving around Teeny, with them instantly setting up dynamics of them and Kishan being in the middle, though clearly siding with Rome and Genevieve, and that really the vote is just between Saul and Asia, though we do initially get a checkup on their relationship with Asia, with Teeny clearly trying to save her and also warning her about the vote not going her way, only for Asia to seemingly not pick up on that in this spot, where it does seem like a spot where she just agreed to vote for Saul and went along with that. She probably does end up staying here, though she does stay pretty resolute in going after Genevieve, which again, at the time of this airing was pretty confusing over why Teeny and Kishan didn't latch onto this plan, but again, learning after the fact of how close Kishan and Teeny were to Genevieve, that clearly seemed to trump whatever they had going on with Asia, which to be fair, I do think being separated from her at the beginning of the game probably played a factor into that, but again, I think it starts to make a bit more sense. But again, I do genuinely think that Rome would have been gone here had he not had the advantages that he had, where again, obviously his idol just guarantees him safety in this spot, to where theoretically you could have actually done a pretty interesting move here and try to convince Rome to play the idol on Genevieve instead, and if you were to do that, you could just blindside Rome, snipe him out of the game, though I do understand why they don't do that here, as obviously, again, one, it has a high level of difficulty to even pull off to begin with. Also, there's not really that much benefit for doing so either, considering the fact that you're in the majority either way, no matter how this plays out. But when the majority does come together here, we do see them actually initially wanting to put the votes onto Asia, though we do see Teeny fighting for her and getting to target the shift over onto Saul instead. Though this did seem very early on in the episode for the vote to lock in, so again, it became pretty apparent that and something else has got to happen here. But this is where we do start to really highlight the Saul and Rome rivalry, which again, we've gotten some fun confessionals here and there up to this point, though this is the first like big interaction between them where we see Rome just playing so aggressively to Saul's face, lying to him. Asia will be the one going home tonight as a way to stop him from playing his shot in the dark, with Rome bragging about how good his lying ability is, only for Saul to instantly clock him. It was really funny to see Rome proceed to just really stammer around in his response, to where Saul ends up calling him clueless, and also really funny to see Rome proceed to joke around about how, oh, you should vote for Asia by drawing the continent, aka what he ends up doing. But again, we do end up seeing Kishan and Teeny now fully tell Asia what is happening here, telling her about Rome's idol, and just outright telling her to vote for Saul, with Asia, again, still remaining resolute in taking out Genevieve. And this does weirdly lead to Kishan talking about how this is showing that she's hard to work with, and seemingly flips the vote at the last second here, which while I do get why they didn't vote for Genevieve as previously explained, I do still very much question why vote for Asia in this spot, to where, again, based on what we were shown, it did seem like they had a much closer relationship to Asia than they did with Saul, and just from that point of view, I think they want to keep Asia around as someone that was probably more likely to stick by them, especially considering the fact that, again, Asia has nowhere to go anyway. Again, she's not going to work with Genevieve, someone that she has no connection to up to this point, and also not going to work with Rome, who's someone that she has an actively hostile relationship with at this point. And while, again, technically Saul does as well, again, the vote was already on Saul to begin with. Why shift the vote in this spot simply because Asia still wants Genevieve out in the spot where, again, she can't do anything about it anyway? Like, what does it really matter when, again, she's never going to come for you anyway? And really, I did find this very strange from an editing perspective as well. Again, for Teeny, someone that, again, we got so much focus on their relationship back in the premiere, it felt very bizarre for Asia to just go home here. We're considering this was pretty much the primary relationship that was set up with Teeny. Again, seemingly more focused on their relationship with Kishan. The fact that person goes home in episode 3, I thought was a very bad sign for Teeny. Oh, also, just in general, I was pretty shocked to see Asia be the target this early on in the game, where, again, I did think her edit early on did have legs to it, to where I was not expecting her to go home this early, to where, again, I thought Saul felt more in line with someone that would go home this early, and Asia would be someone that would probably squeak onto the merge, and maybe have the Rome rivalry really culminate there. But the fact that, again, we got so much focus on her back in the premiere, and really got so much focus on her rivalry with Rome in a spot where I 100% was not expecting her to be taken out in this specific spot, though, again, obviously, as all these events are coming together, it did make it pretty clear by the time of Tribal that Asia was actually going home here which was pretty surprising to me. But anyway, we get the tribal where obviously instantly we see Rome hogging up all the attention early on, as expected, by us having Jeff ask him the first question, only for Rome to start laughing as if it's like, of course he's going to ask me the first question, and talks about how he didn't want to be asked the first question because I'm sure Rome didn't. But really a lot of this tribal is just them talking in circles. We talk about how, oh, there's a 4, but no one knows which 4 is real. But anyway, we get to the vote where we do see Teeny actually struggling with this vote, to where the other 3 in her alliance end up voting for Asia, and the plan was to put 4 votes on Asia. But here we do see them instead decide to vote for Saul, again feeling bad about voting for Asia considering their connection, which again I get from a personal level, but from a game level this was definitely a suboptimal play. Again, switching their vote at the last second and not telling the rest of their alliance about it is really just a rash move here that could burn trust, though it didn't really seem like something that actually played a factor. But finally we do see the vote turn out to be a 3-1 vote, with Rome playing his idol, which only nullified Saul's vote. But I did find it funny how Rome decides to just lie about his idol when playing it, saying that he got the idol through the journey, which is dumb considering, again, everyone knows about this idol except for Saul. So you're literally just doing this lie here for Saul, which I guess from his point of view, he's doing so to try to stop Saul from looking from the idol when he gets back to camp. But again, like, Saul will now know that he's on the bottom of the tribe, so obviously he's going to look for the idol. Where again, all this just felt kind of pointless. But again, we do get Asia being blindsided here, with her having a pretty frosty edit, the first of a few that we get across this season, with her like asking Saul if he voted her out, and her very passive aggressively saying good luck as she leaves, which is all a pretty fun exit. But again, with that we end up losing Asia, and again, I'm genuinely shocked to lose Asia this early. I really did not expect Asia to be this early of a boot. Again, I thought Asia's one of these players that would be locked to make it deep into the game, and not really someone I had faith in actually winning the game or actually making it to the very, very end, but someone that I thought would be like a mid-merge boot. Again, I never really expected her to be outside of the core power structure on this tribe, where I always came into the season thinking that she definitely was going to team up with Teeny, and I really thought they would have the pick of the litter of who to work with. Yeah, again, that ended up being so wrong, and again, I do think that does come down to that opening journey. I do think that was something that definitely played a factor here in having Asia a bit lower on the pecking order. Though with that said, I do think she also gets very unlucky in certain aspects of this game, where again, obviously Rome's advantages are something that are very unlucky for her here. But also, I think she's a player that gets very unfortunate by Genevieve kind of just outplaying her in a spot where Genevieve was able to get into that third spot with Keyshawn and Teeny over Asia, where otherwise I do think Asia would have been in a much better spot as well. Where, again, at the end of the day, obviously a lackluster result here for Asia, but someone that I was still pretty excited to see on the show. Again, it was cool to see an RHAP podcaster on the show proper. And while it obviously didn't go well for her, I still think seeing her out there was still a cool aspect of this season. And now for episode 4, which ends up being probably the best episode of the pre-merge and really one of the best episodes of the entire season. A lot of that having to do with the events on Lavode, which we do obviously start off the episode with the reaction to their previous vote, with Teeny getting a lot of content here around not being able to write down Asia's name, and this ends up really giving them a lot of sympathetic content right off the bat, while also being able to address the previous contradiction in their edit of Asia going home. And despite that obviously being bad for their game, the edit doesn't really show it as that, and more so shows this as this introspective moment for Teeny, and us seeing them later admit to Saul that they voted for him and proceed to say that this game is cutthroat, and now they know that they're sensitive and how they need to find a balance in the game, with all this being a really solid rebound for Teeny after a pretty lackluster conclusion from the following episode. But then we get some more fun revolving around the Rome-Saul rivalry, where how shocking that we see Saul looking for an idol, with the target at this point clearly being on Saul, and here we do end up seeing Rome coming off even more villainous, saying that he needs to stop Saul from finding the idol, and proceeds to threaten him, saying that isn't the smartest thing for you to look for the idol, saying that he's going to vote him out because of it, and proceeds to say that he'll vote for him if he proceeds to continue looking for the idol. And this does lead to, again, Saul coming off pretty likable, saying what the hell in confessional, and with all this making him come off very endearing, especially considering the fact that we proceed to see Rome just follow Saul around everywhere and watching him as he's away from camp, which is this humorous scene. Though I know a lot of people were very upset online about how like Rome is a bully because of this, which again definitely were not ideal tactics, but again I thought provides for some fun content here, especially it leads to a pretty fun little tiff between the two, as Saul begs to be left alone, only for Rome to say he doesn't have to. And during this we do get a pretty funny shot of Teeny just looking straight at the camera, breaking the fourth wall, getting to talk about Rome's intensity and that it doesn't match with their own gameplay, also further disconnecting Rome from the themes of community, talking about how he hasn't taken consideration what Saul is feeling, and all this obviously clearly setting up Teeny to go against Rome later in the episode. Oh, well, we also have Genevieve finally being on the show. in a spot where she isn't just solely connected to Rome. It's a miracle, but it is here where we do see her talking to Saul, and this giving us a glimpse into Genevieve actually being a pretty good player here and her being able to cultivate this relationship with him, and considering her connections to really everyone else on the tribe, it does make her come off very well insulated at this point in the game. Anyway, on Tuku, we only get one segment from them across this episode, which initially I did think was because they end up going to tribal, but no, it's because they're just the least important tribe at this point, which wasn't a good sign for the players on this tribe. But we do get a lot of focus on Sue, with pretty much all of the Tuku content revolving around her in some way. First with Gabe really propping her up, talking about how great of an ally she is, but this does lead into more talk from Sue, tying into the themes of underestimation, saying that people underestimate the older generation, and this leads to us seeing her proceed to lie to the others that she isn't 58 and that she's actually 45, which typically I feel like this is the type of scene that you would look at as dodo content, as again it should be pretty obvious that she isn't 45, but this ends up being played pretty straight here, people seeming to believe her, and leads to more strong content from her saying that she's a badass pilot and that no one would expect her looking for an idol. And what do you know, she ends up finding the idol, which I mean, to be fair, is pretty circumstantial, but this does lead to her getting a different task from what the other players were given to unlock her idol, which is essentially just a redo of what Drea did in 42, of the idol now being surrounded by red paint, and now Sue has to cover her tracks. But it does lead to her getting a fully powered idol, which again, why did she only have to do one task while the others had to do multiple tasks to get a fully powered idol? But here we do end up seeing her do a pretty sloppy job of cleaning all this up, with Caroline and Tiana finding her at the water well with paint all over her hands, with her explaining to them that this all came from her biting her tongue, which is obviously a reasonable explanation, but this does lead to Tiana talking about how this is a red flag, that Sue must be lying to her, which no shit, but again, this does start this Sue-Tiana feud that gets some focus later on in the season, but really ends up leading to nothing. But then we move on to Gata, which starts off with a segment of Sam rapping, which why? But eventually we do have him and Sierra being reestablished as being in the middle. But also we get more talk about these showmance rumors, all leading to us seeing Sierra talking to the women, talking about wanting to disassociate herself from Sam, with the women declaring themselves as the breadwinners, which does get this heroic music as we see this alliance being formed, despite it not even lasting another round. And at the time, I did very much see this as strong content for Sierra specifically, with this really propelling her to actually my number one contender after this episode. But in retrospect, it really could be looked at as good setup for any of the Gata women, with them all getting confessionals at this point talking about the alliance, with Rachel actually getting the final say on the alliance, which in retrospect obviously makes this feel more so as a moment to prop Rachel up in the edit. But following that, we obviously get more Dodo content surrounding Andy, with him having lost his shot in the dark, and Sam calling him clumsy and saying that he's like George Costanza, which, I mean, is he? I feel like he's definitely way more of the Kramer, but this does also lead to Sierra talking about how sloppy of a player he is and how she doesn't want to work with him as he's driving her nuts, only to then tell Andy about the Breadwinners Alliance, which, why tell him that? Especially when she hadn't even told Sam yet, to where, again, this ends up being pretty sloppy play from Sierra, and probably in retrospect should have lowered me on her chances after this episode, where it really just goes against the tone of the formation of the Breadwinners, as it does imply that she has more loyalty to Sam and Andy than she does to the Breadwinners, as again, why out-rat this alliance? And really in general, I just felt like this was kind of a contradictory scene, which actually in retrospect makes this a pretty mixed bag of an episode for her, especially as we then proceed to see Andy rat this out to Sam, into a bit of a tiff, as again, like, why did Andy find this out before Sam did? Where all this does further incentivize Sam to strong-arm Sierra into flipping against the women, with now there being genuine worry that the women are really close and are going to proceed to ice him out. So again, now Sam will have the power to force a 2v2, considering the fact that Annika has lost her vote, or unless Sierra is willing to go to Rock, saying she's really actually lost the swing vote position at this point in the game. But either way, we then get to the immunity challenge, which was actually pretty early on in the episode, only a third of the way through, which obviously implies that we're gonna get a journey. But this ends up being another pretty standard challenge, which just felt like a random mix mash of Survivor staples, which again will pretty much be every tribal challenge from this point forward. But here we do end up seeing Saul getting a lead for Lavo through the tossing section, only for them to completely blow it at the puzzle, with them having a pretty pitiful performance here, with Rome just plopping down in front of the puzzle and having Genevieve pass in pieces, to which he proceeds to not get a single piece in, with us seeing a lot of incredulousness from Saul, which was kind of funny to see, and him constantly telling Rome that that's not it. So I do know there was some question over if Rome threw this challenge or not, though, again, I feel like it's pretty obvious he didn't, based on the fact that, again, this is Rome we're talking about. Again, if Rome did throw this challenge, he obviously would be gloating about it in the confessional, possibly even gloating about it as he's doing it, to where instead we do see him get very frustrated afterwards. And really also it's like, again, Rome putting himself in the hero spot of being the only one to put puzzle pieces in the puzzle. Again, that sounds about right for Rome. So again, I don't think he threw his challenge. I think he just generally sucked at it. But again, here we do have seeing Gata pulling out the win, which in doing so, they also end up winning chickens, which hasn't been on the show since Edge of Extinction, which, to be honest, very much shocked me. I did not realize it had been that long, though considering, obviously, having chickens goes against the mantra of the new era. It shouldn't be that much of a surprise that we haven't had any, at least in the new era, and along with that, I should mention the fact that I'm kind of surprised that we got them here, considering how much Jeff tries to hype up the new era as harder than the old format, particularly due to how little food you get. But now they're obviously just given food here. But it does lead to us actually getting a scene after the challenge back at Gata with Sam being ready to kill the chickens, only for Sierra to refuse to do so, which leads to the entire tribe backing down in a spot where, again, it's kind of funny they won these chickens with just no use to them at this point. But obviously here we do also end up getting a journey where we do shockingly see Gata agree to send Andy, which, again, why are you sending the person that is assumedly at the bottom of your tribe? Again, just giving him an opportunity to get an advantage. But here we do have him proceeding to pick Teeny and Caroline to go with, where once again we do see them get a dilemma where all of them have the opportunity to now get an advantage. But to do so, one of them has to give up their vote for their following tribal, to which if they don't agree, they all lose their vote, because we definitely needed that in the game, was more people losing their votes. But with Andy setting himself up as the one on the outs and Teeny proceeding to go to tribal, I think it would have been easy to assume that Caroline would be the one to give up her vote here. And we do see her be a bit hesitant at first, though I think she would have been willing to do it. However, before she's able to say so, Teeny ends up offering up their vote, which I did think was very risky, though to be fair, it wouldn't have mattered anyway. And based on their perception of what they thought was going to happen, thinking that they had Genevieve along with them, that would have been enough to decide whoever went home between Rome and Saul anyway. But again, I do think this is a very bold decision to be making in this spot, where again, you could potentially be going home in this specific round. But here we do see the advantage that they were given ends up being the amulet, the return of the terrible advantage from survivors 42 and 45. That essentially just incentivizes them to target each other, yet they actually do make it better for the players on this season, shaking up the rules a bit here, where beforehand it would have different powers based on how many people are left in the game, where again, the powers of an extra vote and a vote steal were not particularly useful, especially when multiple people had to agree to it, to where obviously everyone was just incentivized to vote each other out and try to get an idol for themselves by the end. Where that felt like the main purpose of this advantage, to be this bounty against the 3 players that had the amulet. Yet here they end up shaking that up to where no matter how many players are left in the game, it still has the power of an idol. Though again, obviously to utilize it, you still need all of the amulet holders to agree to use it, which I do think makes it a lot more likely that the amulet is going to be used here, as obviously it's a lot easier to agree on who to give an idol to than how to use an extra vote or a vote steal. But also gives you lesser incentive to target each other, with the power now being more useful before narrowing down the group, to where I feel like this kind of has the opposite effect, where again, beforehand it kind of incentivized the players to be working against each other, where I feel like this time it actually incentivizes these players to be working for each other, where obviously again, if there's a player selfish enough within it, they could still try to get the idol for themselves by the end. But I do feel like realistically this is a power that's more so useful in cultivating allies, which I do think makes this an amulet that's more likely to be used, as we later see, though does also lessen the seeming point of the amulet in that it incentivizes these players to turn against each other to get an advantage by the end, to where again, it really nullifies the strengths of the amulet from a TV perspective, and how again, we don't really see the motivations of the players here being to target each other anymore. Instead, be able to utilize this as a collaborative effort, as again, the power that comes with it being, again, the power of an idol is a pretty powerful power in itself. Well, also, I do really like how the 3 agree to utilize the amulet here, essentially telling the truth, going back to their tribes and telling them about having this idol as well. Typically, you would think that having the power of an idol would be something that would put this bullseye on your back from the others. It really does the opposite in this spot, where instead it actually incentivizes people to keep you around, as now they know that you have this shared idol with players on the other tribe, aka meaning that if they vote you out, then that just gives more power to people from the other tribe. Where again, I do think if I were in the game, this would be something something that I would look at as a reason to not vote out Andy at this point. As again, if you vote out Andy, that means now Teeny and Caroline have an idol to share between the two, giving them more power. We now share the idol between them two. Again, two people that are not connected to Gada, to where, again, just easier to kind of ice out the tribe that doesn't have an amulet holder, to where I do think if I were in the game, again, I would want to keep Andy around at this point to make sure that I at least have influence in how this advantage is going to be played, where I feel like otherwise you're really just giving more power to the other tribes, which is, again, another reason why I think Sierra was kind of strong-armed into keeping Andy around by the end of it. But anyway, back on Lavo, initially target obviously is on Saul, with us seeing Rome wanting to use his vote steal in a pretty interesting way here, planning on using it to steal Saul's vote. Not because Saul's vote actually matters, but more so that he can't play the shot in the dark, as again, at that point he wouldn't have a vote, which I do actually think is a pretty innovative thought, but also why? Where, I mean, I guess to be fair, Rome is theoretically in danger if Saul's shot in the dark hits, as he would likely be the one to be voted out on the revote. But again, it's such a niche situation where I do find it very funny the lengths that people go through to avoid a shot in the dark play, when it's, again, literally a 1 in 6 chance of it landing, to where, to be fair, I mean, considering the vote steal is a very situational power, I do think trading it for what is essentially guaranteed safety for this round isn't the worst thing in the world, but it does feel like a bit of a waste of what could otherwise be a pretty powerful advantage, especially in a small setting like this. Interestingly, here we do have seen Kashan proceed to try to actually convince Rome to not play the vote steal, saying that it's better to use after the merge, which the show into playing this straight, though I do assume that the plan at this point was already to take out Rome, and that this was actually more so a way to guarantee that they would have Saul's vote to go against Rome, which again would make more sense why Kishan would want to avoid Rome playing his advantage at this point, though this does lead to Kishan proceeding to propose a different plan to nullify Saul's shot in the dark, which is to tell him Genevieve's name, which, I mean, later gets propped up as this big mistake for Kishan, which I didn't initially think that was the case, though after thinking it through, I do think this is actually just a very tricky spot for him, as, again, if you want to take out Rome, as we later see, you need 3 votes against him in this spot, where, again, naturally you would assume Kishan has himself, Teeny, and, again, Saul. Now, again, technically they did also think they had Genevieve, though, again, that was a number that was a little bit more rocky in getting the vote for Rome, to where, again, I do get them feeling the need to keep around Saul's vote to guarantee they have the numbers. But again, Rome still has his vote steal you need to nullify to make this go through, which again is tough to do without throwing out another name as a decoy. And I do think Genevieve is a name that again makes sense to throw out here. Again, as someone that was less integral to this plan, and also one that was just a more believable target to give to Saul, which, as again, she was the backup target for the previous round. Now, realistically, none of this actually matters, as all what really matters is that you make the plan believable enough for Rome to think it's real, as again, it doesn't really matter if Saul buys into it, as again, you're meaning for Saul to vote for Rome, but again, I do think for Rome to believe it's real, I do think, again, Genevieve as the backup, especially if Kishan is proposing this plan, again, makes sense. I think the issues stem from the fact that it didn't seem like he realized how likely it was that Rome was just going to tell Genevieve about this, and obviously how spooked Genevieve would be when hearing her name, to where, while I do think throwing Genevieve's name out there was, again, sloppy still, it's still a spot where I don't know what would have been the better play outside of just not targeting Rome this round to begin with, which realistically he probably should have just not done at this point, where had he backed out, probably is fine for at least this specific round, and has a good shot at getting Rome out in the following round. But and before we get to the vote properly flipping, we do get more villainous content for Rome, with him talking about not having a problem threatening Saul, leading to him going to Saul, and starting to enact his plan by revealing his vote steal, and now threatening Saul that if he doesn't give him his shot in the dark, he'll use the vote steal on him, which, while this pressure could lead to Saul conceding, and again, if that's the case, then now you have an extra shot in the dark, and you get rid of the threat of the shot in the dark anyway, to where, again, it could play out well, though it's another one of these plans that I just question, like, why? As, again, it does, one, come off very cruel from a more personal standpoint, but even beyond that, it does just feel like an unnecessary plan, where obviously Saul has no intention of going along with anything Rome proposes, and even if he does go through with Rome's plan here, he's still going home anyway. And he clearly recognizes that, to where, again, Saul has no real incentive to actually buy into what Rome is saying here. As, again, even if you give in to everything Rome wants, again, you still can't trust him to actually go through this in a spot where, again, we've seen so many times in the past where people have given up their advantages or immunity just to proceed to be voted out. But again, this does lead to more great incredulous Saul content, with him being shocked at how Rome is just outwardly threatening him at this point and says, "What are you talking about? And is this real life, bro?" As Rome is threatening him, which is, again, all really funny content. But again, clearly Saul doesn't go through with this. And this does lead to more humorous bickering between the two, fighting over whether it was a threat or an ultimatum, because that obviously makes a big difference. Again, all this makes Saul even more endearing, but this ends up being used as a setup for Kishan realizing that he can't trust Rome and decides to flip on him, which again, I do think was probably a plan already set in motion from earlier in the round. And it's a move that, again, I do question, where I do think in this spot for Kishan, I do think taking out Rome is just too risky, where I think the optimal play would have, again, been to side with Asia and Saul in the previous round, taking out Genevieve, and in that spot now you have a cleaner shot at taking out Rome during this round, where he won't have an idol to save himself, and his vote steal will be kind of null and void due to you just having an overwhelming majority. Well, also that would have allowed you to solidify a group with Asia and Saul, to where again you would have been able to go into the merge as a pretty solid alliance. While again in this position where heaps around both Rome and Genevieve, he's really putting all of his faith into Genevieve, as, again, considering the vote steal being in play, Genevieve could easily upend his entire plan here and turn it against him just by telling Rome that he's the target, which, considering all this Kishan content ends up happening relatively early on in the episode, and also getting very overconfident Kishan confessionals along the way, it felt pretty clear that's what was going to be happening here, where it felt pretty clear that Kishan was set up for a fall. But again, this all ends up really being set in motion, with Rome proceeding to tell Genevieve about Kishan throwing her name out as a decoy, which I did feel like was a purely innocent move for Rome, him just relaying the plan without any intent of deviating from it, though again, this does end up spooking Genevieve here, giving us this fun editing trick of her being shown thinking, with us hearing Kishan's confessionals about putting the vote onto Genevieve, which I know Jeff was like extremely proud of this moment, showing what's going on in Genevieve's mind. Again, this ends up being the spark of Genevieve's edit, the point where her edit really comes alive, where again, people were claiming this is similar to Erica's Hourglass moment, but again, I do think there's a distinct difference between the two, particularly in how Erica had been previously established beforehand with the setup storyline from the very beginning, while also that moment was in conjunction with the twist that production was very proud of and really wanted to hype up. And also, even within that segment, we still get to know Erica pretty well. We get a lot of personal content about Erica. Yet here with Genevieve, I still don't even know who she is as a person. Instead, this just feels like purely situational content that needed to be there because Genevieve actually was the one to drive this vote, and it would be tough to show it any other way. But again, it does lead to Genevieve realizing that she's expendable to Kishan and decides to flip the vote onto him, which I do think is the correct call here, considering how it does seem like at this point that she has these pretty good one-on-one bonds with really the remaining players, and they're all closer to each other than they are to her outside of the Teeny-Kishan relationship, to where her going for one of them does end up moving her to the top of the hierarchy here, where again, I do think this is the correct call from a positioning standpoint, at least within the original Lavo group. And here we do end up seeing her do a lot of really great legwork to make this go through, admitting to Rome that he was the plan all along and getting him on board with taking out Kishan, which in itself was already enough to win the day here, considering again he has his vote steal that he's going to use. So again, they win the day no matter what, and with that, Kishan's already going home, though we do end up spending a lot of content following this about Genevieve wanting to pull Saul over in the plan, which again is good work to maintain his relationship, though really an unnecessary move for this specific vote, with it being very strange how the edit is portraying this, as the edit is making it seem like Genevieve needs to get Saul on board to make this vote go through, and again, she really doesn't. And we don't even see Saul initially be on board with this plan, wanting to go for Rome anyway. And realistically, I don't even know if this was the actual right call here, as again, Saul doesn't want to go through with this and still wants to vote Rome out. And I think this just opens up the possibility of Saul just going back to Kishan and Teeny and leaking the plan there, though really at the end of the day, there's nothing they could do anyway, as again, Teeny doesn't have a vote, and soon Kishan won't either. But again, it made it feel like, again, did make it seem like they were trying to make this move come off more impressive than what it actually was, making it seem like Genevieve got Rome and Saul to work together, when it's like she really didn't. And again, Saul was mostly just strong-armed into actually going through with this by the end of it. But either way, we do get the tribal, where we obviously get the typical fare of just talking around the vote, though supposedly this tribal was a lot more than just that, and that supposedly this did end up devolving into a live tribal, but for some reason we didn't get to see that on the show. But eventually we do end up seeing Rome use his vote steal on Kishan, which obviously should be very telling here, where Kishan is just screwed at this point. Again, he can't play Shaun in the dark. Teeny also doesn't have a vote, while Rome now has 2 of the 4 votes that are going to be cast. And with obviously Genevieve on board as well, it now forces Saul to be on board, to where, again, I really do think Keyshawn, despite the fact that he did have some sloppy play and how he operated around targeting Rome, I do think he is actually kind of screwed over here by an advantage in a spot where he actually did have the outright majority on his side. That him, Teeny, and Saul all did want Rome out and were willing to vote him out. It's just that because of all these lost votes and advantages, ends up leading to Keyshawn really having no chance to save himself here. And really, I think more so his bigger mistake was, again, just setting himself up to be in this position to begin with, and not siding with Asia and Saul earlier. Though, again, I can't really fault him too much for that, considering how could you predict that this was going to happen? Where, again, I do think it's obviously a spot where he trusted Genevieve too much, and that's probably the overall issue with his game, where, again, he really did think that the core three was him, Genevieve, and Teeny, which did lead to that mistake. But again, it's a mistake that really shouldn't have mattered, as he technically had the majority on his side here. And I think this plays out in a way where essentially like him making like more minor mistakes end up costing him the game by the end, just simply because of how unlucky a lot of things happen around him. But again, this is a pretty fun series of events that, again, made for easily one of the most interesting rounds of gameplay during the season, definitely during the early portions of this season. But again, with that, we end up losing Keyshawn, who was fine on the show. I mean, he gets some pretty strong content early on. Again, gets personal content in the premiere. He proceeds to be shown as his antithesis to Rome, which, again, I thought could be leading to a potential winner edit, though. And kind of gets sniped out in this position, a spot where like his edit kind of just turns and he becomes this like very overconfident villain style figure, where despite that, again, I thought he was fun for the short time that we got him. He seemed like a pretty competent player, much better than I was expecting him to be, considering I really thought he would be a complete dud coming into the season. He was actually at the very bottom of my power rank coming into the season, simply because he felt like someone that was, again, a bit too like nice for the game. Yeah, again, I thought he ended up actually being a much better TV presence than I was expecting, though one that obviously, again, didn't end up being able to live out that potential. And over episode 5, which was another solid episode, again, not as strong as the previous one, though one that does end up having some pretty fun character moments throughout it, and again, feels like a decent setup to lead us into the merge. Either way, we do end up spending a lot of time on Lavo, where despite them not going to tribal, it did feel like most of the interesting events of the episode did happen on this tribe, where again, we start off again with a lot of focus around Teeny after having been bamboozled at the previous vote, with, again, very much feeling like their narrative was being very carefully crafted throughout the season, with us constantly seeing their perspective. And while the game was not turning out particularly well for them, constantly losing out on votes, losing out on allies, where now two of their most developed relationships on the show in Asia and Keyshawn are now out of the game. Again, that is a pretty bad sign for Teeny. Yet despite that, they're still not being portrayed as a particularly bad player. Again, we're instead actually getting more sympathetic content revolving around them. I believe we're meant to be really like Teeny and being very much invested in their journey in a way that, again, very much did not feel like a losing finalist spot for Teeny here. To where, again, I don't think it would have made much sense had Teeny gotten to the end and proceeded to lose. I think they were in a spot where, again, they feel like they were likely to either win the game or more likely come up just short by the end. But here we do kind of set up their relationship with Genevieve, seeing Genevieve doing some damage control with Teeny. But really, even then, not much depth is really added to their relationship outside of us seeing Genevieve seeming to want to work with Teeny down the road, actually seeming to be more loyal to Teeny than to either Saul or Rome, which again felt very inconsistent with what we were previously shown. And again, her talking about now wanting to get Saul out next really did not make much sense. So again, we literally got this like big establishment scene for their relationship in the previous episode, something that we never really even got with Genevieve and Teeny. So again, all this was just a very strangely edited aspect of the season, which again just continues to show Genevieve as a bit underdeveloped in my eyes, despite her starting to pop a bit more as a character at this point. But here we do end up also seeing Rome confronting Teeny about the vote and him being upset that they didn't warn him about it, with Rome showing the distrust in them, leading to Rome talking to Saul about taking Teeny out, with him trying to build some trust with Saul, which, again, if he was able to do so, that actually would have been pretty impressive. But again, come on, this is Rome. Obviously, Saul doesn't buy a second of it, despite the fact that actually it did seem like Rome was being genuine here. And we do see him give Saul genuine information here. Again, telling Saul about Teeny's amulet, which I should mention the fact that I do think it's a pretty big misstep that supposedly Teeny just never told Saul about the amulet, but told everyone else. And like, again, considering the other two tribes told everyone on their tribe, that essentially means that Saul was the only person in the entire game at this point to not know about the amulet, which, again, I think was sloppy play from Teeny. Should have backfired on them, though really doesn't. Which is, again, even dumber considering the fact that, again, they were planning on saving Saul during that round, and had he made it to the merge, which again he's close to making anyway, then again he's just going to learn about it there anyway. So again, I don't know why they just didn't tell Saul to begin with. Again, it doesn't end up mattering because Saul ends up hating Rome's guts to the point where He ends up being pretty solidified and wanting Rome out despite all this, but this does end up leading to Rome's game seemingly crumbling, with us having some sloppy play here, and him first telling Saul about Genevieve wanting him out, which, again, was genuine information, though, again, kind of dumb to tell him this when Teeny is the person you're trying to get out, where, again, doesn't this just incentivize Saul to go for Genevieve instead of Teeny? And we get more sloppiness from Rome than going to Genevieve and telling him about how he wants Teeny out, but then proceeds to portray it as if Saul was the one to start this plan, which, again, makes no real sense there. And what do you know? We have Genevieve and Saul comparing notes, with Genevieve now being annoyed at Rome for leaking her information, and Saul, again, still not believing a second of it, to where obviously they end up agreeing to take out Rome, roping Teeny into it, with the show implying that Rome would have been the next to go, which, I mean, isn't really even consistent with Genevieve's later annoyances with Saul for taking out Rome, but at least from a storytelling perspective, this is the start of the fall of Rome, with being partially utilized to explain his later elimination. But again, all this really strong content to where Lavo as a whole comes off a little bit underdeveloped. I do feel like the late pre-merge content from Lavo ends up really being the best content of the pre-merge. But following this, we actually do get to the reward challenge very early on in the episode, where we do see them arriving at a set where there's a challenge built for 2 tribes, where, again, we must finally be getting a tribe swap into 2 tribes. Again, something that fans have been wanting for a while. And again, I did come into this season actually fully expecting a tribe swap, mind you, to 3 tribes, but again, after seeing it back for Survivor 45, and I guess having guaranteed 90-minute episodes again, I did feel like there wasn't much of a reason to not do a swap. So obviously, we don't get a swap, and instead it's a brand new Survivor twist, the Survivor Social Hour, aka just a post-merge reward challenge, but in the pre-merge, which was lame. Now, as a whole, this wasn't actually that bad of a twist. It's just kind of a nothing twist where, again, if you aren't going to swap, again, having half the cast being together and being able to bond with each other before the merge, I do think is fine. Again, it makes it less likely that we're going to get Pagonging because there's more of these connections and these relationships being built. To where, again, I think in comparison to doing nothing at all, I think it's at least still a net positive. And while I don't think it led to the most riveting TV, again, it's a largely inoffensive twist, but one that, again, just feels so underwhelming when, again, you could have just swapped. Again, even if it's just for 1 episode, I would have been fine with that. But again, we need to have small tribes because you need dangerous fun, I guess. But anyway, the challenge itself here ends up being pretty boring. It's just another really generic challenge. But the winning group ends up comprising of Teeny as the only Lavo member, Rachel and Sam from Gata being the only equally balanced split tribe, all while the entire Tuku group ends up winning the reward here outside of Gabe, in a spot where Gabe actually had been given confessionals talking about how great of an opportunity this social hour would be. Again, just for him to not win it, which again was not great there for him. But again, at the actual social hour, we do see him getting hot dogs, with there being a veggie dog for Kyle, despite the fact that Jeff later claims that they don't accommodate for people based on their diets. Also, really lame that the reward here is essentially each person being given 1 hot dog along with the ability to play cornhole. But obviously, again, we get a lot of talk between the tribes, and almost everybody here lying about their tribe dynamics as expected, except for Tiana, which does get in a bit of trouble here, openly talking about being sketched out by Gabe because of his idol hunting, which obviously ends up upsetting the other Tukus, especially Sue, with this continuing their rivalry, but also setting up Tiana as at the bottom of the Tuku power structure. So again, I think this ends up playing out very poorly for her, though I don't think this is actually a fundamentally bad move to throw Gabe under the bus, in a spot where, again, coming into this, Tiana is already clearly at the bottom of the pecking order anyway. And I think telling the others how sketchy Gabe is and setting up Gabe as a potential boot at Mergatory is not a bad move for Tiana, considering, again, Gabe wants nothing to do with Tiana later into the game anyway. However, the issue is obviously doing this out in public. Again, doing it in a way that Gabe's allies are obviously going to rat this out to Gabe in a spot where, again, you're still in the pre-merge also. It's all just, again, very sloppy in a spot where, again, had she just told a couple people in private, I think that could have been a lot more effective, yet instead, again, this ends up kind of blowing up in her face. But beyond that, we also do get some pretty strong content from Caroline in this episode, with this episode being the one that really propelled her into contention for me. There was a period where I did genuinely think Caroline could be winning this season, where I do think she gets a pretty good moment at the actual social hour, talking about how while everyone's playing cornhole, I'm playing Survivor, which felt like a winnery quote there. And we do see her proceed to talk game with Rachel and Teeny, talking about creating an all-women's alliance, which will definitely happen this time. But all this gets continued back when we go to Tuku. who, once again, only get one segment across this episode. And what do you know? First thing we see is Sue ratting Tiana out to Gabe. Who would have guessed that? But again, it does end up continuing with strong content for Caroline and her talking about Tuku falling apart, but she wants to be the mother hen that gets them back into the coop, which again connects her to themes of community. And with her already having previously fit into the themes of underestimation, it really ends up leading to Caroline being this amalgamation of all these thematic messages that we're getting across the season that, again, sadly, not much ends up coming from it. But again, it's at this point where I really did start to feel pretty good about Caroline, and that, again, maybe she would have this big uptick in the post-merge that at that point, again, would feel pretty in line with New Era winners. But again, that doesn't truly come. But here we do end up seeing her going to Tiana and prompting her to do damage control with Gabe, with, again, they're showing her trying to rebuild this community. And we get Tiana having a confessional that further connects this to the themes of community and saying that she didn't want to apologize, but if she ignored people, they won't like her, and she's doing this to make Caroline happy, which, again, all this making it feel like Tiana is doing this for the sake of community, which I did think was actually a pretty good confessional, really, for both Caroline and Tiana in this spot. That, again, doesn't go anywhere, but again, it does lead to an uptick, even for Tiana, in my estimations at this point. But here we do have seen Tiana and Gabe talking it out, which, to be fair, does slightly counteract the previous content, as it doesn't end up going particularly well, with Gabe not believing her. And even in that, like, Tiana ends up lying about what had previously happened, saying that she only told Rachel and Teeny, which, like, why lie? As, again, clearly someone is feeding him information where obviously he knows the truth. And again, we follow that up with him comparing notes to Sue, and what do you know? Contradicts what she says, where, again, just ends up further sinking her. Or again, this just felt like largely unnecessary from Tiana's end. But then we get to the content on Gata, where we do get more content revolving around these Sam Sierra showmance rumors after Sue had asked Sam about them at the reward. Though, again, this segment is really just used to set up Sierra's role in the upcoming vote, with, again, her still being talked about as being in the middle and being portrayed as if she has the deciding vote, even though she kind of doesn't. But again, the edit does very much imply that the right move for her would have been to side with the women, considering the fact that she doesn't end up doing so. Again, leaving this episode, my opinion of Sierra's edit did really tank because of that, to where I did feel like this episode, again, just really tries to hammer home the fact that Sierra is making the wrong decision in siding with Andy and Sam, especially as, again, it would further connect her to Sam, and the edit spends a lot of time focusing how big of a threat they are together. So it very much feels like from an editing perspective, they are utilizing this to kind of highlight like why Sierra ends up losing the game, even though, again, I think from a more practical standpoint, she was kind of strong-armed in making this move anyway. But also on Gata, we do also get some focus around the chickens, how they're debating on letting them go as they've agreed to not eat them. I wonder if that'll be kind of relevant coming into the immunity challenge, where, again, we get to the immunity challenge, and what do you know? Gata brings in their chickens. I can't believe it. And we do get this like weird meta moment of Jeff like looking at the camera and saying, well, this will be interesting, which is so weird. But obviously we do get Gata trying to negotiate with the chickens, with Sam initially asking for 24 eggs, which I thought was a pretty bold ask, only for them to end up agreeing on 18? Which also felt like a surprisingly high number, to where I was fully expecting Jeff to say, again, just take the second place prize in the previous challenge, which was 6 eggs. As, again, I think downgrading to the previous reward, again, that seems to make sense. So again, the way I look at this is that these rewards are meant to be given as is, and if you don't like that first place reward, then, again, I think it's fine to give you the second place reward, again, the reward that other people had already gotten, but it's weird to just make up a randomly new reward for them here, in that, again, they get 3 times the amount of what second place got, which, again, felt a bit excessive. Now, again, technically calorie-wise, again, 3 chickens is definitely way more calories than 18 eggs, but again, I did feel like after coming off of a cycle where Jeff really hyped himself up as Spicy Jeff, I feel like there was a bit of Jeff kind of reverting back to his early New Era ways, especially as this ends up being a New Era season that really allows for a lot of players to just get a lot of food, which felt very non-New Era-y. Either way, the challenge itself ends up being another pretty generic one. We do get a pretty funny moment of the chickens pecking at Sierra's feet as Jeff's explaining the challenge, which causes them to pause midway through, though we also get some hero mid-challenge from Andy in particular, who continues to show himself as a pretty lackluster challenge performer, with him being tasked with the sawing section of the challenge, only for him to start off sawing using the wrong side of the blade. And also, as he is sawing, we see him proceeding to thrust his hips as he does so, which was all a really funny visual. But but it does lead to Gata being way behind at the beginning, all while we do see them proceed to make up a bevy of time towards the end, only for them to proceed to barely come in last, obviously leading to them going to tribal, but also finally meaning that they lose their flint, aka they can't cook the eggs that they just traded for. Which I would question, like, why are we still doing this? Why are we still getting rid of the flint after people lose challenges? It's like, who cares? But either way, after the challenge, we do spend a lot of time setting up this Annika vote, which was pretty obviously going to happen at this point. Though, to be fair, it was like kind of so obvious that I kind of doubted myself in the fact that, again, they would not make the vote this obvious, especially in a spot where they're not like dunking on the person that goes home, right? Especially considering, again, we had like multiple episodes up to this point setting up the Annika boot to where, again, it just felt like too easy, but again, it does go through. But again, we ended up spending a lot of time here on Andy's plans across the day and him trying to get Rachel and Annika to get off the scent of the blind side, with him instantly going to the women and acting like he's desperate, to where we do see the women selling him on a Sam vote off and try to get him to stop from playing a shot in the dark, which, again, doesn't really lead anything, as again, both sides knew this plan was fake. In a spot where we obviously do get content from Annika talking about taking out Andy, with lots of talk about his poor challenge performance, which I don't know why that really matters in a spot where, again, we're about to get to Mergatory, but this does lead to Andy talking about how Annika underestimates him, which realistically should have been this big telling point there of Annika going home, as, again, it wouldn't be thematically satisfying if Annika underestimated him and then Andy went home after that. Again, that would have just been weird. But it is here where we're doing this spending a lot of time based on Andy's plans. But really all this just comes off as Andy really just snowing the women, with the presentation of this coming off very similar to how like Jesse narrated the Noelle boot in 43, with Andy being able to explain the ins and outs of his move, really giving him this mastermind edit in a spot where, again, this really didn't matter. Again, Annika was going home anyway, even if he didn't do any of this. And again, there's no real shot for saving herself anyway, because she doesn't even have a vote herself, to where, again, it's good content for Andy, but again, largely superfluous. Again, obviously the true power lies in Sam and Sierra, to where we do see them debating a bit over who to vote for, with, again, Sierra seeming to know that Annika is better for her game, while Andy is better for Sam's game. Though, again, it was kind of obvious where they were going to land, but the only wrinkle here ends up being Sam's idol, which, trip, I kind of forgot he had by this point in the season. But again, he has an idol that he has to play during this round, or else it's void. And again, typically, you would just play an idol that you have at the last time that's able to be played, because why not? It's automatic immunity. Though, this is actually a spot where we do get some intrigue from the fact that, again, obviously Sam has not told Andy about this idol. Dirty information of this idol getting out could come back to bite him. Even though, again, that specific thing doesn't really. But again, because he didn't tell Andy, now Sam has to worry about what happens when Andy finds out that he has an idol. And he never told him this, leading to this, like, again, final bit of suspense for the vote, where it does set up, are they going to vote on Andy just to avoid the blowback from the idol? Or Sam just not going to play the idol to keep the secret? Again, a secret that Rachel knows, in a spot where you're about to blindside her, to where, again, I'm surprised she didn't end up ratting that out Andy immediately afterwards. Though, again, in general, I am pretty surprised it didn't backfire on Sam more, as I did feel like he handles the situation in a pretty sloppy way. But either way, we get the tribal, which was pretty boring, but largely revolves around Andy and finding out who the we is, which again all means nothing. But here we do have seen the vote go as expected, with Rachel being the only person to end up voting for Andy, all while the others end up voting for Annika, with Andy giving a pretty fun confessional here, saying that he's been burying her for the last 10 days, and here's your headstone. Oh, Annika also finally gives a voting confessional, despite the fact that she doesn't have a vote, and is holding up the parchment saying that she doesn't have a vote. All just to say that she would be voting for Andy here. But again, once Sam proceeds to not play his idol, it became pretty obvious where this was going. It became very obvious Annika was going home, as again, there's not really much other reason to not play the idol in this spot. But again, Annika gets voted out, giving us one of the biggest blindside reactions in the history of the show, giving us a pretty lengthy sequence as we see Annika initially being confused, trying to piece together what happened as she leaves, asking who owns this, with Sam instantly putting his hand up, which I found to be really funny, as again, the move is to do what Andy proceeds to do and say it was all three of us, and allow your three to look like a collective, while also, again, giving out equal blame and / credit to the three, to where, again, no one becomes an overt target between the three. Instead, Sam just says it was me, and theoretically puts a bigger bullseye on his back, and showing his alliance members how he views himself as the mastermind. Again, really none of that ends up really mattering. But anyway, we do end up seeing Annika proceed to be pretty pissed as she leaves, saying nah when she sees Sam and Andy waving goodbye, and proceeds to then sob as she walks down the pathway obviously showing this massive range of emotions here in a way that kind of felt like this like quickened version of the stages of grief, all in this like 1 minute of the episode. So obviously this was a very notable exit from the game. So I do think if Annika is ever in the running to return down the road, I think it's largely from how Nova exit she has here, where again, Jeff very much praised the scene during On Fire podcast. And again, I do think this is one of these exits that probably will be remembered for years down the road. And with that, we lose Annika. And again, I liked Annika on this season. Again, she had some fun content, particularly revolving around Sam and their rivalry. I thought, again, obviously very fun exit from the game. Outside of that, didn't really get the show that much in the game. Again, she just seemed kind of aloof for the back portions of the season, where while she was, again, in the majority for that first vote, even then, had the minority coming for her, and even beyond that, again, just seemed to kind of be dangling on the game a bit. Though I do think if she had survived this round, she would have had a lot of potential. To where, again, I think Gata could have definitely been a big force in the game at that point. Yeah, again, she didn't. And again, I don't think she particularly handled her relationships with, like, Sam and Andy particularly well, though I do think she's a player. Again, if she were to come back, I think she would have a lot of potential. Yeah, again, based on what she showed here, definitely had some failings in her overall game. Now for episode 6, the Mergatory episode, which, while the result of it ends up being pretty obvious, it does end up being a pretty fun ride throughout a lot of it. Let's instantly get introduced to the main focus of the episode as we get the previously on segment, which is narrated by Rome. Because again, this entire episode ends up very much becoming the Rome episode, where again, obviously we do every so often get these style of episodes highlighting a player's downfalls. And again, this was a fun instance of that, but I do feel like this little touch here at the very beginning of having Rome in Jeff's place narrating what previously happened is something that, again, added a bit to the overall tone of the episode, while also, again, not being the last time we have Rome taking Jeff's spot in something. But the only trope that we actually end up getting to see before the merge ends up happening ends up being Gata, where we do actually get to see their reaction to the previous vote. But I do think how much focus they get here really did highlight them as the tribe to watch coming into the merge. Now, we do start it all off with Andy reacting to the Annika vote, talking about how it was this big plan that finally came together, which, while again, this is a very self-congratulatory confessional, it is one that gets some Dodo music being played over it, which I did find very strange here, and how Andy's Dodo content did carry over into the merge in a spot where I felt like with most recent winners, again, Mergatory feels like the start of their story, to where their negativity starts to wane after the merge. But with Andy, he still continues to get this Dodo content here and there, which did end up feeling like a red flag to me, all while we then get what feels like the starting point of Rachel's story. Again, feeling in line with New Era winners, even though at first the content she gets here does come off as very circumstantial, obviously being immediately after she was blindsided by the Annika vote, to where again, obviously it would make sense for her to get this content, and really the same goes for a lot of her content in the next few episodes. But despite the fact that, again, it ends up being very circumstantial, it still was content that was strong on paper, to where this really becomes the start of me having her as a contender after, again, having her pretty much towards the bottom of my power ranking for the entire pre-merge phase of the game, where I didn't really feel like her story felt like it was going anywhere. Yeah, this is the first instance that it was, where here we do get Rachel and Andy talking it out, reestablishing their relationship from the premiere, but also we get to talk about how she's starting from zero and things change, which again fell in line with this being the new start for her story. But along with that, we do also get to see Sam and Sierra trying to do damage control, where we do see Rachel reacting to this pretty well, to the point where it did seem like she was back working alongside Sam and Sierra, even more so than even Andy in the following episodes. But this is where we do hear about Sam's idol, where the show ends up reminding us that he still has the Void idol that, and he could use as a decoy for down the road, which definitely felt like foreshadowing, as why else would you show this? But eventually we do see the boats coming in, with this obviously being the start of Mergatory, with us again getting to see Gata's reaction first here, and Rachel being the first to talk about the Mergatory, talking about finally getting to a new beach with new people that will help further herself in the game. Again, playing into the themes of community, with her always mentioning the people aspect whenever talking about the upcoming merge. But also, again, we have her saying that she's going to take lessons from being blindsided as rocket fuel to take her into the merge, which again felt like the edit clearly using the Annika blindside as this natural starting point for Rachel's overall winning trajectory. All while we do end up going to Lavo, where we see Teeny's reaction, with them also getting a really strong confessional here, saying that they don't have a home, but they're excited to find one, which again, questionable if that ends up actually happening, but it does end up starting the merge off for them in a spot where they get reestablished for the themes of community. So again, good content for them. Although we get the Tuku Tribe, where we get content from Gabe, whose content was very shallow, but does call back to his opening line, and that he wants to still be ahead on Mount Rushmore, which again is a weird callback to a line that we're not even meant to know was him back in the premiere, but again, one that doesn't really do much for his edit in a spot where, again, this is definitely the lesser confessional of the three, and again, not particularly shocking considering how much of an afterthought Tuku seemed to be in these last couple episodes. Following this, we do start to get some focus on Sue, where after learning that the others are going to be arriving on Tuku Beach, we see her worrying about her having to cover up for her idol as it's still covered in red paint for some reason, talking about how they're going to be looking through their bags. I guess. Is that a thing that people do at Merge? But this does lead to her trying to clean up the idol once again, just as the others are arriving, leading to her leaving behind all this red paint everywhere that eventually gets found by the others, which again just felt like very sloppy play from Sue here, though again the editing of this isn't too damning to her, and more so portraying this as like a fun quirk of Sue's over her necessarily playing this poorly. Instead, this ends up transitioning to us getting reminded of Sue's relationship, showing Caroline knowing about Sue's idol and being proud of her, as it continues this trend of Caroline kind of being this like cheerleader for others in a spot where I did feel like that did blend in with Kyle's previous comment about nice people will win, where again it did end up increasing my opinion of Caroline's edit, especially mixing that in the fact that again we're reestablishing the Sue-Caroline relationship at the very beginning of the merge, which I thought was also good. So I will say again, from a more practical standpoint, I don't love the fact that Sue is keeping this secret from Caroline, especially in a spot where again like everyone knows that she has an idol seemingly. It feels very obvious, and we even see her be very cagey about it when Caroline implies that she knows about the idol, where it's like, yeah, at that point just tell her. You're better off just earning that trust that way, as again no matter what they just know you have an idol anyway. But beyond that, we also do get the reestablishment of Sue's rivalry with Tiana, with Tiana being further sketched out by the reappearance of the red paint here, which again I didn't think was necessarily bad content for Sue. So while it does paint Tiana potentially going after Sue, I didn't think this is actually bad content for Sue, considering again, really every New Era winner has been shown to be facing off against some adversity early on in the season, where again, this kind of felt like content similar-ish to that. And especially with Sue also getting like the final word in all this, after she finds out Tiana is worried about her, saying that she's gonna take her out and cut off the head of the snake. And it did propel Sue to be my top contender following this episode. Again, just as I did my mid-season power ranking, which is all funny, as her edit just completely plummets over the course of the next following episodes. But either way, the other players arrived, where we do get the reveal of a new twist as they come together, the reveal of an advantage being hidden at camp for the upcoming immunity challenge, meaning that they planned for us to get another hunting segment. How fun. Except it actually doesn't last here, as finally this cast just ends up rejecting this twist, with everyone just giving up early and feeling like it's more important to be focusing on relationships, as you should. Which I will say, that's an aspect of the season I do find very funny, is that I did very much feel like this cast did kind of reject a lot of the twists and like quirks of the new era that the production ended up throwing in here, where again we know even before the season even aired that supposedly production liked 48 more than 47, where again it kind of lessened the expectations for 47 here. Yeah, I do think in retrospect, I think that is probably a major reason why they don't like this season, is the fact that a lot of their twists didn't really pan out in this spot. But really this segment ends up coming off as a bit of a joke here, with no one really caring about the advantage. And to be fair, I think them also stating that it's for the immunity challenge that also lessened the motivation to find this advantage, where had they known it was like an idol or something more useful, it probably would have prompted a lot more haste here. Yet instead, again, everyone gives up. Yeah, we do see Genevieve proceed to end up finding it ultimately in a spot where she had actually noticed it earlier and pointed it out to Sam, only for Sam to say it's nothing, which is like, how are you seeing a buoy in the middle of the ocean while you're on Survivor and just thinking that, oh, that must just be nothing. But again, she gets the advantage, which I'm sure will be very important and definitely would have been worth wasting this time on the show that could have been focused on setting up social dynamics. But beyond that, we do also end up reestablishing here that Kyle still doesn't have his vote because of the previous journey, and it does lead to him getting some solid underdog content here that really in retrospect just felt like setup for his eventual immunity win. But also here we do end up seeing him being really in the center of a lot of controversy, where this finally takes us to the Rome side of the story, with us now seeing Rome and Sue talking the next morning, with them first talking about the amulet to reestablish that on the show, which again, funny that they do that through a Rome and Sue conversation instead of just showing the people that actually have the amulet talking about it. But again, the main event here ends up coming from Rome revealing what Kyle said during a convo the previous night, leading to us getting a flashback to this conversation, with the overall presentation of this being a bit strange. But Kyle ended up talking about Sue and Caroline being super tight and potentially talks about targeting them, with Rome deciding to turn this around on Kyle and using this as a reason to target Kyle, which my question is why? I mean, again, Kyle just showed to you that he's willing to open up to you, willing to talk strategy with you, and considering the fact that, again, he's also at the bottom of the Tukus, which, again, they should know based on, again, Rome at least knowing what happened at the TK vote. Again, he should have been looked at as someone that, again, could have been this good ally to potentially pick up here. Instead, Rome just throws that away. Now, I know in his exit press, Rome did mention that this is because Kyle said derogatory things about Sue and Caroline, and that he wouldn't want to support someone like that, which, I mean, to be fair, coming from Rome, I don't really believe this for a second. But again, Rome starts to spread this information to the others, including Tiana, who he proceeds to also tell that Kyle had threw her under the bus, which was kind of a lie here, which is where, again, this kind of goes downhill for Rome, where while what he said about Sue and Caroline was true, this comment about Tiana is definitely a bit more wonky, where the reality is that Rome was actually the one to bring up Tiana's name as a threat, and that Kyle kind of just went along with it. But again, Rome now trying to use that against Kyle in a spot where, again, like, Rome was the one to mention Tiana to begin with. Again, it was definitely a bad look here. And we do see instantly that Tiana doesn't end up believing this, and this leads to Saul telling her that this is what Rome does, with, again, this being very similar to what he was trying to do the previous episode with Saul, leading to us seeing Saul informing Kyle on what Rome said, leading to Kyle saying fuck Rome, and we see him gather the others at the water well to campaign against Rome, where here we end up seeing them all compare notes, with people seeming to believe Kyle's side of the story, with Kyle finally calling himself one of the most honest dumbasses here, which I did find to be a funny line. But again, this ends up putting the target on Rome, with him being a pretty obvious boot from this point forward. But with that, we then get to the Mergatory Challenge, which was, again, as with most Mergatory challenges, pretty boring. More of the same. Again, a massive obstacle course being run in two groups, though this time with some modifications to the typical format. First, in the fact that we get the reveal that they are no longer competing as a team for immunity, and instead just playing for the reward and a chance at immunity, with the winning team then participating in an individual immunity challenge, with only one person being safe at tribal. Which I did think this was a change for the better, and the fact that obviously the majority of the tribe isn't safe this time, meaning there's more options. Now, I would rather them not have to do two challenges in this spot to give out immunity. Again, that's just a waste of time. But it was nice to have a normal merge round here. Though, again, funny that this season props this up as a twist in a spot where obviously it's just a normal merge. I know Jeff talked about this, that he had to be convinced by the other producers to allow this to go through. To where, while I know he said that he's not opposed to doing this again, I think you can clearly tell that Jeff, again, does not particularly like these big groups. Obviously, that is a major reason why we have these small tribes in New Era, is to avoid this big group think. And obviously, again, this vote does end up being a big consensus vote, which I do think by doing it makes me worry if we're really going to be seeing a normal merge vote again down the road, as I could see Jeff using this as evidence of why votes in these big groups don't work. Though, again, it really feels like, again, them trying to solve the wrong problem here, and the fact that, yeah, I do think, again, having these big groups does lead to groupthink, as, again, it makes it easier to come up with consensus that everyone can agree upon. However, the easier solution to that is to just not merge this early. Like, why are we having a 13-person merge on an 18-person season? Again, just merge later. You could do that, and through that make it less likely of groupthink and a merge vote. But again, it'd be ridiculous to do something that they've already done a billion times in the past and was successful at. But beyond that, we do also get to Genevieve's advantage with the reveal that, as there are a number of players in the game, she obviously gets to sit out of part 1 and get the reward and still play for immunity, which is pretty much exactly what you would expect this reward to be after hearing what the format is. Again, a largely inoffensive advantage here, though I did find some humor in how Genevieve was the only one not covered in mud throughout this entire scene. But again, the final change to this format ends up being the reveal that the teams will be determined by schoolyard pick, which I've always liked. Schoolyard picks is obviously they expose social dynamics, and obviously this is something that Survivor is kind of strayed away from, as they dislike how they've played out in the past, where again typically we get these lopsided teams. But again, I was happy to see them do it again here, only for us to not see them do it here as they cut it out of the show, which was so lame. Now again, I know it was released as the lead scene, though the fact that it was the lead scene in itself did impact my view of the season. The fact that it made it pretty clear to me that Andy was probably not going to win this season, as he actually has a pretty great moment during the schoolyard pick where he ends up being picked last, with him talking about how it reminds him of middle school. He talks about how he learned to love himself, which I love how like immediately after he says that, which was edited to be obviously this inspirational moment, he then proceeds to not be picked in the final spot. But again, after that, we get a very strong confessional from him about how people see him as a wounded bird, but in reality, he's a wounded snake, which again would have been really great content had it made the show, though the fact that it didn't, again, did make me think that obviously that was not an important aspect of his story, which again means that more than likely wasn't going to go on to win. But, and again, obviously we can't fit that on the show because we need to waste time on 2 boring challenges following this, to where I'm not even going to bother to talk about who was on the winning team, as again, who cares, just a random group of people anyway. And who would have guessed it, Kyle wins individual immunity for the first of many times this season, to where I should mention the fact that the immunity necklace was literally just a bat, which was ridiculous. I actually did think it was kind of cool at the same time, but again, this was just kind of a waste of time to spend so much of this episode dedicated to the challenge, which again isn't the only time we do this on this season either. But anyway, we get to the reward where we see them getting charcuterie, which was kind of funny after what happened on BB26, but here we also see Sam eating his first ever pineapple. And guess what? He's a pineapple guy, so that's something. Obviously, the expected follow-up on that previous scene. Now, I will mention, I did find it pretty disturbing to see them being covered in mud while having to gorge on food, where I know production tells them that they can't clean off before eating, which, again, just felt very unsanitary and feels like a production decision made just to keep continuity in a spot where, like, no one cares. I'd rather just seeing them not eat while dirty. Obviously, this ends up leading into some strategy talk where they do all agree to vote for Rome, which was expected, and despite the fact that this winning group was technically not all safe, we do see them seemingly being given implicit immunity here, in how they obviously didn't talk about targeting each other while they were on this reward, and really just none of their names ever come up after this. But it is here where we do get talk about who is the backup, to where we do see Sam and Sierra instantly agreeing to split the vote onto Andy, with them seemingly being willing to let him go in this spot, which again I do think is the start of them really just mismanaging Andy here, making it clear that he isn't a priority for them. And again, to be fair, Andy is obviously this massive super fan of the show and someone that clearly wanted to play the game and make some big moves, where again, more than likely would he have flipped against Sam and Sierra eventually anyway? Yeah, obviously. But I do think this does show Sam and Sierra really mismanaging him during this portion of the season, with them not really seeming to bother, even pretending to him that he's a top priority for them at this point. But then we get to focus on the other group, with everyone there also agreeing to take out Rome. Oh, well, Rome now wants to take out Saul, I guess, again, to keep him off the jury, which, I mean, I get the rationale, but also seems a bit unnecessary. And again, also just kind of funny after, again, he had just tried to work with Saul the previous round. But here we do see Rome thinking that he's the mastermind and leading this Saul vote, telling the others how mean Saul was to him and talk about how he yells at him. And we even see him getting emotional, with Caroline seeming to feel bad for him in the background, only for us to cut to him bragging about how they were crocodile tears. But again, this does lead to this big dodo montage of Rome going to everybody and telling them to vote for Saul, all while we get cuts and confessionals to everyone mocking him. And we also even get the shot of him like literally just walking away from a conversation, Genevieve just turning it around right away to saying, well, you know, the real plan, to which they all agree on Rome, which I will say, considering the fact that Genevieve ends up seemingly being upset at Saul for taking out Rome in this spot, she did seem very willing to get rid of Rome at this point. But again, this is all interlaced with Rome getting overconfident confessionals and dodo music playing in the background, with him saying that he wants to send a message to Saul that he won this war and he'll be feasting on his bones tonight, and talks about how he'll be running this game as we head to tribal, with this being probably one of the few times in Survivor history that we have this dodo music playing as they're walking to Tribal, with them again just going all in on dunking Rome on his way out here, which, considering how obvious the result was, I do think they made the most out of it in the edit here. But again, we do end up getting the Tribal, where we do obviously initially get talk about the amulet, with the trio having ended up agreeing to use it together in this round for Teeny just to flush it out of the game, which, I mean, probably is the right call, considering how public of an idol it was and really just nullifies all the bullseyes on their backs. But finally, we do have Rome getting to explain why the amulet ends up sucking, with Jeff saying that breaks his heart, and is leading to a pretty big moment here of Jeff deciding to offer up his seat to Rome to explain why the amulet sucks, which was such a bizarre moment. And I know there had been talk about Jeff having actually tried to do this in the past with Yule, Winners at War, during his boot round. And again, I feel like he was doing the same thing here of kind of goading the eventual boot into making themselves look a little bit more foolish by, again, sitting in Jeff's chair and explaining something to the others, only for them to then be voted out right afterwards. Obviously really adding to the dodo content that Rome ends up getting here. Though I know some people were like really outraged at the fact that Rome was allowed to sit in Jeff's chair here, where I remember Chrissy Hoffbeck in particular was tweeting about how this is disrespectful to the game, which it's like, how? It's like, I don't get why you care that much. It's like, to me, this is just nothing. Like, this is just literally a fun little character moment, and a moment of like Jeff just trying to make a joke of all this. Again, I don't feel like this is anything to take too seriously. Obviously, eventually the vote ends up going as expected, Rome getting the majority of the votes, to which we end up getting multiple voting confessionals, including Andy voting in German, which I guess is a reference to the fall of the Roman Empire. But here we also end up getting to see Rome saying that he already knows Saul is going home tonight, so he decides to just vote for Sam to cause chaos, I guess, which leads to nothing. Though again, really funny that Rome was so confident in this vote to the point where he didn't even think he needed to put his own vote into his own plan. But through that, again, we end up seeing 2 votes for Andy in a spot where Andy ends up being shocked here, realizing that he was the backup plan, which must have stung even more considering the fact that he had literally just played the amulet on Teeny. But again, Rome gets the majority of the votes here, somehow being blindsided by all this. Again, with that, we end up losing Rome, and I thought Rome was a great character on this season. I know people are frustrated by Rome, and I did feel like Rome was such an entertaining presence on this season. I really think he makes a lot of the early portions of this season, where I do think, again, some of the best content in the pre-merge was from Lavo, most of that revolving around Rome, where I do think Rome was just such an insane character, probably one of the biggest villains in modern Survivor, and feeling like a character that we would see back in the day. These more wacky, over-the-top characters that you just like love to hate. Where, again, I get why people do just seem to genuinely hate him in the way that, again, someone really disliked like Coach back in the day. But again, I just found Rome to be such an entertaining presence, one of the most interesting players of the season, and definitely a major highlight from this cast. But over episode 7, which I do think ends up being one of the weaker episodes of the season, largely because of how many contrived twists there end up being, that ends up leading to this being a pretty lackluster episode from a gameplay perspective, but also in the fact that a good chunk of this episode ends up not mattering. Anyway, we do start with opening narration from Teeny, where they get to narrate Saul doing damage control with Andy, which was very strange how, despite us getting to see Saul and Andy talking out, Teeny is the one to be narrating all that, which again, obviously good for Teeny's edit, though I do think also really bad for both Andy and Saul that Teeny gets to talk about their situation before they did themselves. But here we do also see Saul do a mostly good job here. Now, it did seem like his initial arguments weren't very effective, saying that he was confident that Rome had an idol, with Andy having a great response to that, saying that, well, then you were confident in sending me home. But Saul does end up turning this around by ending up saying that it was his own Gadas that threw him under the bus, particularly Sam, which, based on what we were shown on the show, isn't necessarily the case. It does feel like a spot where the other people brought up Andy's name and Sam and Sierra just went along with it. But again, this was obviously a good way to get heat off Saul's back, and it does seem to be pretty effective here. But either way, it does show Sam and Sierra being in on this vote split and looking at him as an expendable number, to where this does lead to Andy now making the decision to flip on Gada, which, I mean, doesn't happen for another episode. But I do think was the correct call from Andy, and again, getting out of the shadow of the likes of Sam and Sierra and at least making a move for himself. It is here where we do also establish Andy's relationship with Genevieve in a spot where this did seem largely unnecessary, with this probably being the highest I ever was on Genevieve's chances, even though I still didn't really think she was winning. But again, she does get strong content here, establishing this relationship right after Rome had gone home, who had obviously been Genevieve's previous strongest relationship. And this did feel like it was meant to be this very important relationship for down the road, only for it to not get much focus in the following episodes. But following this, we do get a short segment about a potential all-women's alliance. And again, I'm sure it'll finally work out this time, but this does lead to Tiana talking about how this would be the perfect time to take out Gabe, with again this content happening right before the immunity challenge, so clearly that's going to happen. But it really does seem to be here more so to add more intrigue to the later vote, to make it seem more interesting than what it really was, giving Tiana more of a reason to save Rachel, though again, none of that ends up actually mattering. But anyway, we do get to the immunity challenge, where we do get the reveal that this round will be a little different, because that's the early emerge phase of the new era for you. Where obviously this ends up being a one-day round, where obviously they don't trust the cast enough to fill up the content for that one episode, so they have to introduce all these convoluted twists. But it is here where, again, you would expect there to be the split tribal, as again we typically see in previous new era seasons, and here we kind of do that, but taking out the reason why that twist made sense to begin with, where instead of having both groups go to tribal and vote someone out, we instead only have one of these groups go to tribal and vote someone out. Obviously something that they did do in Survivor 44, of again, still splitting the two groups as if it is a split tribal, but essentially play it out as if it's a pre-merged tribe swap instead of a double boot. But again, at least back in 44, there was at least some sense in doing this, as again, they just had the Bruce medevac mess up the schedule, and they were already planning on doing a split tribal. So again, this allowing them to still use the format of the split tribal, but only eliminate one player, again, makes sense. But this time, there's just no reason for it. Now, I mean, yeah, I get that CBS gave them an extra episode to work with, where again, obviously this episode ends up being an episode longer than the other new era season. And through that, they didn't need a double elimination episode, which is cool in itself. But the problem is, then why do this twist? Where, I mean, this does come off as probably this compromise Jeff made with the other producers in the decision to have that normal merge round, where again, we can't have two normal rounds in a row early on the merge. That'll be crazy. So instead, we need to have a normal merge round and then a very convoluted following round where half the tribe doesn't even go to tribal, and even beyond that, there's more twist involved. Again, essentially making this not that dissimilar from Mergatory, just with the winning tribe not even voting, which is again, why are we doing this? And it ends up making this round just so much less interesting than what it could have been, where, again, we had these interesting dynamics starting to fall into place before the challenge, and after the challenge it becomes very one note in the fact that there's not many options, and even then, that doesn't end up happening either. But again, this does end up playing out similarly to how Survivor 44 was handled, where we have them obviously doing an individual immunity challenge here, another endurance comp of them just standing in place, this one being the one where they hold the pole over their head and bounce a ball, but obviously the person that ends up lasting the longest ends up winning immunity for their entire team, while the person that lasts the longest on the other side also gets immunity, which I do question that part of the format. Why is that a necessity? And we obviously already have this chance to win immunity through just winning the challenge outright. I don't know why they had to convolute this even more by having the person on the other side that made the first win immunity, as again, that just limits the options even more. But also the winning team here ends up also getting a reward like last time, and also whoever is booted here doesn't make the jury, and to make this boot even more screwed over. And again, to make things better, they also do a rock draw for teams here, adding even more randomness to it all. And once we do see the groups break out, we do actually end up seeing one interesting group that's a 3v3 that ends up having the 3 Lavos plus the Gatas minus Rachel, which, to be fair, probably just leads to a Samasierra boot. But again, initial dynamics there were a lot more interesting than the other group, which is basically just the Tuku tribe plus Rachel, which obviously leads to Rachel just being kind of screwed in that spot, where obviously if that group goes to tribal, there's not really many other options, and what do you know? The other group wins, which ended up even Teeny outlasting Kyle, meaning that Kyle ends up winning his second immunity, I guess, again, even though he technically came in third. So again, had he gone on to break the record, I do feel like this would have been a very wonky one in his resume, though really, most of his immunity wins are, considering almost all of them don't even have him facing off against the entire field. But again, I do think this was pretty much the worst option for entertaining TV back at camp, but obviously a lot of it just being revolved around how screwed Rachel is, and even that doesn't end up mattering. But the content that Rachel does end up getting here is pretty strong, again, circumstantial, and how obviously they're going to have to give her this, considering she's on the bottom and almost out of the game, and was, again, so royally screwed in the process to where we were always going to get focus on her. But I did feel like the way that she was portrayed here was interesting, and I felt like them really cramming together the pre-merge edit of a new era winner just in this one specific episode, where again, typically a new era winner would be shown as a threat and having faced off against adversity, again, pretty much in line with what we got from someone like a Kenzie or an Erica, which again usually happens earlier on in the season, but here we get it of Rachel in this spot, which which obviously, again, naturally she is in a very precarious position, but also right away we do get Gabe talking about how personable Rachel is and how her being in a vulnerable position is good for everybody. Again, really setting this up as this opportunity to get Rachel out that ends up being unsuccessful here. But we do also end up seeing Gabe really be the one to orchestrate what is going to happen here, deciding to just pile the votes onto Rachel, as even if she plays a shot in the dark, there's just going to be no votes, and through that Tuku would be able to revo, and obviously Tiana would probably go in that spot, being at the bottom of the group, especially considering Kyle has immunity, which again, fine plan. I will say I do think the fact that they didn't seem to really think about the concept of Rachel having an idol, or even the likes of Kyle or Tiana putting a stray vote out there, seemed like a bit of an oversight. And again, obviously splitting the vote to a degree would obviously burn trust to the likes of Tiana in particular, because I think she's the one you would obviously split votes on. But again, like your relationship with Tiana is kind of burnt anyway. I think you might as well do it to protect yourself, as again, you're probably the other option, but again, it doesn't end up mattering by the end anyway. But really the main source of intrigue here ends up coming from the fact that if Rachel goes, that would mean to the others that the Tukus are strong and will proceed to be outnumbered 6-5 coming into the following round, which I do think could be looked at as a precarious spot. And because we do see Kyle and Tiana both considering taking out Gabe here instead, with the plan being to pull in Caroline, to where while we do spend a lot of time on this plan, it felt pretty clear it was never going through, with it seeming like it was pretty tough to get Caroline on board. And we do see Caroline doing some really good work with Tiana and convincing her out of this spot, telling her that in that presumed position, they'd be going after us, but they wouldn't be going after us. And obviously implying the fact that, yeah, they would be going after the likes of Gabe and Kyle over the likes of Tiana and Caroline, where I do think overall that is the right call here, especially for Caroline in this spot where she's in the middle of the Tuku group anyway. So again, for her, there's not really a reason to get rid of Gabe at this point in the game, where he's just such a massive shield for her, especially over Rachel, someone that she doesn't have much connection to. And even for Tiana, someone that Gabe is, again, going to directly target pretty soon, even for her, I do think it is still the optimal move to keep around Gabe over Rachel in this spot where, again, Gabe is also technically a shield for her, where, again, people are not targeting her over Gabe in the following round. Again, Gabe is such a massive target for the majority of the board, where, again, he's going to be sniped out at some point, and that's going to be an extra round for you. And I do get that supposedly Tiana and Rachel had some sort of connection, and again, we saw them talking about working in the all-women's alliance together, but I do think for her game, I do think letting Rachel go here was the optimal play anyway. And really, I don't think the worries about getting a 6-5 vote the following round is really anything that major, to where obviously, yeah, it's going to be a spot where, again, one, the Tukus are probably going to go home, and two, again, if Gabe or Kyle win immunity and there's like idle worries, obviously there is reason to think that that could potentially backfire on you. But also, it's like, I do think that's pretty unlikely to happen. I do think this is a spot where, again, if I was one of the lesser threats on Tuku, I would not be that worried about keeping around this Tuku majority, where really I think this should be a bigger worry for Gabe. Where, again, I think Gabe is someone that, again, benefits more from losing a Tuku here, and that obviously it makes it so that taking out Tuku is less of a priority the following round, which again means that he's able to skate by another round. But either way, this entire sequence does end with Tiana backing down from the plan, though again, not really for the right reasons, more so just because Caroline was never on board with to begin with. But this is where we do have Caroline getting to talk about Rachel again as the most dangerous player here, with her having connections to everybody and is the glue of Gata, which again, we haven't been shown at all, but I do think this is, again, very good content for Rachel, connecting her back to Sam's previous comment about being the glue guy. So while, again, a lot of this content was circumstantial, I feel like the exact content she got within it was, again, very strong here. But again, we do spend so much time here seeing Rachel kind of being led along and her being told about plans that aren't going to happen. We see Gabe going up to her and pretending that he wants Caroline out for some reason, which I really don't even understand why he threw Caroline's name out. Where, again, it's a spot where, again, Tiana's against you anyway. You might as well throw out Tiana. Like, I get that he had so much trust in Caroline that even if this leaked out that he didn't think Caroline would turn on him, but I do think that's probably a bit of a misread. But again, all this is just a plan to get Rachel not play her shot in the dark, which again, doesn't matter. And also, really just by the end of it, they don't even have suspense here on whether or not Rachel's going home. They make it pretty apparent that Rachel would go home if they go to Tribal. And again, considering this is also relatively early on in the episode, it made it pretty clear something must obviously happen here, as they're not going to make the boot this obvious with so much time left to go. Or beforehand, again, with Rome, the previous episode, obviously a lot of that was focused on the downfall of Rome. We got a lot of this Dodo content about Rome. Here, if Rachel, we're supposed to be feeling bad for Rachel. And I think in that spot, again, they're not going to drag out this elimination and make it that obvious obvious that's going to happen in a spot where we're supposed to be not wanting this vote to go through in this way. And with that, we then get to the reward group, where obviously we see them getting a picnic, and along with that we see them talking about bringing Lavo and Gata together, which will end up going nowhere. But the bulk of the content here ends up revolving around the advantage that is obviously going to be hidden somewhere, with us first getting Dodo content for Andy, and that he tries to look for it while everyone is trying to take a nap, only for Sierra to call him out for it. And considering the fact that he had previously just said that it would be so good for him to find the advantage, again, just felt like bad content for Andy for no reason later on in the game. But again, ultimately we end up seeing Saul find the advantage here instead, with the reveal that it's obviously a similar advantage to what Heidi found in 44. Though I do think they made this a bit better than Heidi's advantage, where one, they at least had the restraint here to make it not a public advantage like they did last time, and give more agency to the players here, where again, there's obviously one, the opportunity that was never found, where again, this could have just played out as a normal round, no one ever found this advantage. But also, considering it was something that was done in secret, it didn't seem like it was a spot where Saul was forced to use the advantage, and even then, the player that he gives the advantage to ends up also getting agency in that. And obviously the fact that this is an advantage that he has to give to somebody on the opposite tribe, which I do like that. I do like that they're at least like adding some more social aspects to this advantage. The fact that, again, you're more likely obviously to give the advantage to someone that you want to stay in the game. I think at least adds social strategy aspects to this very random advantage here, though at the same time, it also does very much favor the person that's on the bottom, as more times than not, the person that gets this advantage is just going to give it to the person that's in the most danger. And the advantage here, again, ends up being a choice between two advantages. Two pretty powerful ones in this spot. Again, a vote blocker, which again, in a group where there are only 6 people, making a vote of 5, again, it makes it much more likely that you're going to pull over this big vote with a vote blocker in your pocket. All while the other one is kind of even more insane in it being safety without power, aka a last second get out of jail free card in a spot where obviously that just automatically saves anyone that's on the bottom, where again, most people are just going to use that anyway. And I think you can clearly tell obviously that production wanted that advantage to be used, as again, that would lead to a lot more hecticness at tribal, with again, there needing to be this last second scramble, again, forcing a live tribal, which again, I think it works out how they wanted it to, but again, I don't love how it worked out to begin with, where it just very much feels very manufactured, and also doesn't even make for good TV, as it really just renders really all the content before the advantage is played kind of useless, as again, we do proceed to go to tribal, where obviously again, we get an entire segment based around Rachel going home, again, wasting so much time on the show on that, just for, again, it to not matter. She saves herself, and then we get another tribal segment following that, which is like, why do we get the initial tribal segment being so long? And along with that, I do think that also leads to the edit of this episode just being very bizarre, in the fact that obviously it makes it so that the eventual vote off was something that wasn't really easy to set up, as there's no setup to do with it, as there's no content to set it up, because obviously it was something that happened at the last second, to where that ends up being a major reason why I did come out of this episode not really having many edgic takeaways outside of this being obviously good for Rachel, as again, the entire segment at the Tuku tribe was just something that again couldn't be set up, to where I know at this point people are already like really out on Sue. However, again, I wasn't yet. Again, I will be very, very soon, but I do think this is an episode where at least there's justification for Sue not being in this episode, where while yes, it is bad that Tiana finally goes home and Sue doesn't have any content around it, the thing is that she can't have content around it. There's just simply not going to be any footage of Sue wanting Tiana out during this round, because it doesn't make sense for there to be any, because there's no real consideration of Tiana going home. So really, again, I do think the back half of this episode ends up being presented in a way where it's like really tough to really get much weight from any of the things that are happening, simply because none of it could have been set up to begin with, and through that, a lot of the content there just feels kind of pointless. They don't end up showing who Saul gives the advantage to, though. Again, it wasn't really that suspenseful, where obviously he gives it to Rachel in a spot where, again, it's just kind of the correct call here. I mean, it would force the Tukus to turn against each other in a spot where it would cause some fracturing in that group, along with the fact that it would allow you to cultivate a relationship with Rachel, where while I do think there are arguments for Saul doing the opposite, and the fact that obviously taking out Rachel would force this Lavo Gata group to stick together for the following round, I don't think that was really that much of a priority, and there's really nothing like stopping them from just working together again the following round anyway. And again, Rachel's someone that could again be a very good ally, so again, I do think it is the right call by the end of it. And really, again, by the end, I really just hated everything that this twist had to offer here, where again, it felt like we were relegated back to how twist-heavy Survivor 44 was, making this round just feel like one purely based around luck than any actual skill. But following that, we obviously have a live tribal, though it was pretty obvious where the vote was going here. And it does turn into a pretty emotional one, where we see Tiana crying, and we see her talking about how much the jury means to her and how devastated she would be all while the others are whispering in the background behind her. Now, again, we do get some campaigning to Caroline to take out Gabe, but I never really believed that was going to happen here. And again, I do think most people here end up making the right calls for their games, where, again, for Caroline, while it obviously would have been optimal for Rachel to go, I do think in this specific spot, I think Tiana going is a better option than Gabe, especially considering the Sue connection. And again, Gabe still being a massive shield for her, that wanted to take her to the end, where, while again, he would have probably beaten her. Again, I think obviously you make the move along the way. And again, I think that is the correct call there. So again, we get a 4-1 vote here with Kyle seemingly flipping at the last second, which again, I think considering his position at that point, you might as well maintain that relationship with Gabe. Though I will say, I was pretty surprised at the fact that Tiana did not play a shot in the dark here, where again, it does feel like she was just kind of misted here into thinking that Caroline was in with her. But again, we do get a pretty notable exit from Tiana here. I mean, this one just being very somber, as obviously she's sobbing as she leaves. And in a way, it does feel very opposed to the way that blindsides are typically handled on this show, where I feel like with these big twist-heavy blindsides, they want you to be more so thinking about how exciting the vote-off was and not really feel bad for the person going home. Yeah, obviously, this was portrayed very differently. And to be fair, the real-life context of, again, her sobbing on her way out was obviously something that made it a bit tougher to really show this as a fun moment. But I did find it interesting how they end up portraying this here, for them to go all in on how gut-wrenching this must be for Tiana, now that she thought she had an easy path to the following round, where, again, I do really feel for Tiana in this spot. And obviously, again, she was massively screwed over here, though really anyone going home here would have been pretty screwed over. And I actually feel like Tiana is probably the one that was the least screwed over of the people that could have been screwed over, where, again, if Rachel had gone, she would have been royally screwed. Again, swap into a spot where she was literally without anyone she had previously known, and it would have been taken out in a spot where, again, didn't seem like anyone was actually targeting her, and would have just been taken out just due to, again, complete bad luck there. For a while, again, she was saved by a twist here as well. I don't really look at that as a major knock for Rachel, simply due to how screwed over she was to begin with. All while with Tiana here, again, I don't think she was that screwed. Obviously, she was screwed to be taken out in this specific spot, but the reality is that, again, she had an entire game to focus on these relationships with these specific people, where, again, she's literally with her entire pre-merge tribe. So really, I think this is probably just what would have happened had they lost any of the challenges after the TK vote. So again, they had 3 rounds there winning immunity. I think if they lose any of those challenges, Tiana's probably gone pre-merge. Now, obviously, there's a little bit of a wrinkle here in the fact that obviously Kyle did have immunity, and through that, he was not a potential option. But I do feel like, based on what we've heard after the show, that it does feel like Tiana's probably a goner anyway. To where, again, while I do think she was screwed to go out in this specific spot, I do feel like she was actually very lucky to get into the spot to begin with. For a while, again, I think you could definitely look at her as a screwed over player. I don't feel like she's as screwed as, again, many of these other, like, more screwed over players across Survivor history. To where, again, she was always like a challenge loss away from being sniped out of the game. To where I do think at the end of the day, I do look at this more so just as a failing of her as a player and her not being able to secure those relationships with Caroline and Sue that she thought she had. To where, again, because I do think, while again screwed to go out in this spot, I do think it was kind of the ramifications of a lot of suboptimal play before this. But and with that, obviously we lose Tiana, and again, Tiana's fine. I don't think she's the most riveting TV character in the world, and she did end up playing a largely lackluster game, but it's one that, again, I do think still has potential there, and she seems to be a very competent social player. It did seem like she was able to build connections. Again, we see her being in with this all-women's alliance. We supposedly heard about her actually having a pretty good relationship with Saul as well, and we also hear about, like, her having good relationships with someone like a Saul as well, where, again, I do think Tiana is someone that actually had some legs in the game in this specific spot, but again, I do think she was very fortunate to even get to the spot to begin with. And really, in general, I do think Tiana actually kind of underwhelmed me on this season, where, again, I did come into this thinking of Tiana pretty highly. To where, while I didn't officially pick Tiana as my winner pick, she was essentially my winner pick. Where, again, I felt the best about Tiana in the preseason, and for her game to just, like, kind of be worst case scenario, I think was pretty surprising to me, though I do think she was in a spot where she did have a lot of opportunities to really turn it around and just simply never seemed to do that. And was seemingly just ineffective in getting that done. And now for episode 8, which was a bit of a rebound after the previous episode, definitely a stronger episode here. And when it does feel like the point where I did start to get a bit more of the trajectory that the season was going on. Now, I do start off with Rachel alone back at camp, getting to hear her perspective before the others end up arriving back, which, I mean, to be fair, would probably be that for anybody in this spot. But here we do end up seeing Gabe talking about how threatening of a player Rachel is, with this episode again reinforcing the fact that Rachel is such a big threat, yet despite that constantly mention, it really doesn't end up going anywhere. But it is here where we finally get some focus on Saul. revealing to Rachel that he was the one to save her, with him seemingly keeping this secret from the others, which I do think is probably the right call for him to try to build social capital of Rachel through this, though I could also see an argument that he should have probably just kept the secret all around, as he could save that for a later reveal, Final Tribal, and that him being this savior to Rachel would actually probably increase the target on his back, and that would obviously incentivize Rachel to take him out at some point down the road, where again, I think there's some ups and downs, though. Again, I do think he plays this well enough, and I would probably do what he ends up doing here. And it is here where we get the setup that made it seem like Saul was going to become this power player in the game, with him seemingly picking up Rachel as a number here, and talks about building up Saul's secret agents. To where again, we also see him later bonding with Kyle as well. To where again, I very much felt like this could have been the start of Saul gaining traction in the game, only for that to lead to nothing. Avoiding that, we end up seeing Caroline going to Tree Mail, to where once there, she finds a table with bowls on it, with this obviously being the return of the Survivor auction, which I know some people are really down on the modern auction, and yeah, it's like the format of it's not as good as many of the auctions that have happened in the past, yet I do actually still find these segments very entertaining and would rather still see these than your typical reward challenge. So where, while again, it's a little bit disappointing that's not as good as what it used to be, I still feel like what we do get here is still, again, solid enough content. But like last time, we do get another hunting sequence here, as they have to earn their money, which is probably the most inoffensive change to these new era auctions for me. For a while, I do think it would be ideal if everyone was starting off on the same playing field. It's something that, again, doesn't really bother me that much. But during the actual hunting sequence, we do actually get some good content this time, where we do start off with Sam narrating the sequence, doing a newscaster impersonation, because he's a reporter, which again has only been mentioned once beforehand. But also here we do have Andy getting the dodo treatment once again, not being able to find any money, and us even seeing people find money right after he passes it, where Andy ends up with 0 coming into the auction, which actually isn't the worst thing in the world, where obviously yeah, it's disappointing to not be able to participate and not really get anything at the auction. At the same time, considering the fact that obviously the person with the most money at the end of the auction ends up losing their vote, this at least guarantees that you don't lose your vote. And while again, obviously that wasn't intentional, I do think this could potentially be a strap for down the road for those worried about losing their vote, which to be fair is why I think that aspect of the auction's pretty dumb. But again, that is my main criticism of the current auction, is more so the way that it's utilized as a way to have somebody lose their vote. Or again, why are we still so obsessed with people losing their votes? Again, I don't mind adding more stakes to the auction, but again, making it so that the person with the most money gets a punishment ends up meaning that obviously you're just going to offload your money, which takes away the actual auction part of the auction. Though again, despite those issues, again, I still think there are still opportunities here for good character moments, and it does mostly feel like the player's just having fun with it, which again, I still think leads to this being worthwhile to have, even though again, I think older auctions were probably a bit more fun to watch. But here we do end up seeing Sierra getting the most money by the end, and it just being kind of sad to see Andy in the background as everyone's counting their money. But also you do see Kyle end up finding only 2 tubes to still end up with like $580, which was one of the highest amounts on the board, which is another aspect of this format I don't love. Again, I don't love how random the amount of money that you end up getting is, because again, obviously what the new era needs is more randomness. But again, we get to the auction, same thing, random draw for the length of the auction, which again, I do think is still a cool mechanic, though again, I hate that's tied to someone losing their vote. But when it comes to the items themselves, I did like how they tried to counter this notion of people just spending all their money at times, where again, it felt like they at least tried to learn from their previous attempts at this, where right away we do see Saul buying the first item, where the first to bid $60 ends up getting it, which this auction having items like that don't even involve a bidding aspect of it does again allow for people's money amounts to shift without again fully depleting their bank, which again at least adds a little bit more intrigue to how much money each person has. So again, I thought that was a fine addition, but I do think it's better utilized later in the auction, where we do get a modification of this after we get the reveal of the Outwit, Outplay, Outbreakfast Sunrise Spectacular, aka a massive platter of breakfast food, which to be fair was probably the best reward on the board. But again, to get it here, the players that want it have to bid $200, meaning that that's the max that they can lose for this item. Though the person that actually ends up getting the reward itself is a person that wins a grub eating challenge, which I actually did like this aspect of the auction here. The fact that we're having this like kind of mini reward challenge in the middle of it, and obviously just to see such a classic challenge like this return, I thought was a pretty cool addition here. And here we do end up seeing Sam pulling out the win here, which pretty much fully plays into what production wanted out of this, where again, Sam ends up winning this item, spending $200, meaning that obviously lessens his ability to go all in, as at that point he's left with only $160, which ends up culminating in him ending up being the one to lose his vote, which again, I think is the point of this. So while I think it is very difficult to just outright counter people going all in on auction items here, I think having instances like this that shake up who can go all in at specific points, I think is seemingly the balance that production is trying to find here. And again, I think it worked out as they wanted it to in this spot. And also along the way, we get another addition when we see Saul end up buying an apple pie, only to get the reveal that along with that item comes $60. Again, another addition to this auction, that being the buyback plan, aka another way to give people money that again counters the aspect of just going all in, as again, you could be stuck with money anyway, though to be fair, I don't think this is something that will actually stop people from going all in. And again, it's just another aspect of randomness, as again, which items have this and how much money you get from it. Again, it's something that could be very variant, but again, like what happened with Sam, I do think this could play a factor down the road in future auctions. I do think this is something that they're, again, doing to try to give people less opportunities to fully empty out their bank. But beyond that, we do actually get some fun character moments throughout all this. Again, we do have some weird moments from Jeff where he's like gingerly walking as he's bringing in new items. Again, him seemingly reacting to what happened at the previous auction where like Emily was able to figure out he had a margarita because of how he walked, where this time he ends up pretending like he's struggling every time. So it really ends up hamming up his acting skills here. Probably leading to one of the cringiest Jeff moments in the entire history of the show, of him doing, again, a Shakespearean accent, aka his Mark Burnett impersonation, talking as if he was in like some Shakespearean play, which was all very strange. But we do see the show really making a big deal out of Kyle here, where he ends up winning a covered item, all while he's a vegetarian, which again, why buy a covered item when you're a vegetarian? Even though at the end of the day, I do think you should also be offered the opportunity to get things that fit into your diet, but either way, of course, it's revealed to be buffalo wings, with the show, again, salivating and Kyle caving into temptation here and eating the wings, which just felt like a very strange moment. Oh, we do see Sam trying to make a deal with Jeff here to buy it in the case that Kyle won't eat it, only for Jeff to instantly shut that down, which I think was kind of a shame here. I do think, again, part of the fun of the auction here is seeing these people wheel and deal, and again, I get why they took that away over time. Obviously, it leads to, again, people being able to help each other, which can lead to, again, majorities ganging up on the minority, but I do think they should bring back some sort of aspect of them being allowed to negotiate, and maybe just like the allowance of them swapping items could be fun. Though, to be fair, I do think they like it when someone gets something that they don't even particularly want, and even then, again, I think they think this Kyle situation played out well, so again, I don't think they're really going to change anything here. Also here, we do get the typical item that has to be shared, with Sierra getting it here, to where she gets to pick two people to share it with, to which she ends up picking Gabe and Caroline, the two people who ended up getting bad items along the way, which was a curious choice, particularly due to the fact that Andy obviously did not have the opportunity to buy anything, and she did not pick him, which I think, again, just further isolates Andy here, even though, again, by this point, I think he probably would have flipped on her anyway. I don't think this really had that much of an impact, but again, I do think it further shows her not really taking her relationship with Andy much into consideration. But the most game-relevant event of this auction here ends up coming from Rachel, going all in on a covered item, which ends up being a burger and fries, where inside the fries ends up being an idol clue, which was nice to see back here. The fact that there were actually game advantages in the reward, seeming to be one of the reasons why the auction was put into commission for a while. And again, I think this is just like an obvious way to counter that, to where you could still have the entire auction be these food items, but again, just don't put any actual game advantages up for bid. Instead, again, put them hidden within the food items. So again, I think they found the perfect way to handle this, which makes you question, like, why didn't they figure this out 17 seasons ago? Again, we do see Rachel here being given an idol clue, where following this, we obviously get a lot of focus on Rachel looking for the idol, with it turning out to be sewn in a shelter's tarp, which I found pretty strange, though obviously it leads to this big heist sequence of her having to cut it out while, again, everyone's in the shelter because no one leaves the shelter, to where, again, it ends up being a fun sequence here, but again, pretty predictable in the fact that obviously she gets it. Where afterwards she does have a good confessional saying that this is the epitome of a Survivor turnaround, which again probably plays into her overall arc, even though all this content here is obviously very circumstantial. But as for the actual strategy here, again, we do get the illusion early on that Lavo and Gata are working together, where we do see Teeny being really on board with working with Gata here, with them seeming to have a pretty close relationship with Sierra. which, knowing Teeny's track record, that should have made it pretty obvious where his vote was going to go. But here we do end up seeing them initially want to target Kyle for winning immunity challenges. And again, this was before the immunity challenge, so I wonder what's going to happen there. But really, none of that matters anyway, as none of this is actually the real plan. As we then cut to Genevieve, who ends up exposing this plan to Sue with the reveal that she actually wants to work with the Tukus. For some reason that isn't properly explained. Now, again, I think you can assume it's because, again, the Gata players are more dangerous individually, while also Tuku as a collective is a pretty good shield for her. But again, she never actually gets to talk about her own rationale in siding with Tuku here. But here we do interestingly see her talk about targeting Rachel with her talking about how she's playing the best game. Again, reinforcing the threat that Rachel poses in the game, all while talking about keeping Sam around as a shield, which again, seemed to be a pretty big priority for Genevieve and how she was playing the game, till it wasn't. But here we do get subtitled while talking about Rachel, that let's get rid of the sneaky threats first because they'll take our spots towards the end. Again, really setting up Rachel as someone that if they don't get rid of in this spot is going to make it to the end. With this obviously really skyrocketing Rachel up in my winner contention, especially when they proceed to fail to get her out. Now, again, not entirely, as I did actually still think at this current point that there was a world where she was being set up as an endgame threat, though I think considering the next few episodes, again, that does end up shifting pretty quickly. All while I felt like this was pretty bad content for Genevieve, in a spot where we do proceed to see Caroline really clocking Genevieve's game and talking about how smart she's playing, which again does not really fit in with the notion that a sneaky player will go on to win the game, as previously inferred. But I do think this ends up being pretty strong content for Caroline, where, again, I did come out of this episode having her as my top contender, which, again, didn't last long. But, again, I think the fact that she was the one to really call out both Rachel and Genevieve as these threats with no one seeming to look at her as a threat was, again, her fitting in line with that notion that sneaky players will get to the end, which having Caroline go, again, completely under radar in this spot, but again, still getting some glimmers of strong confessionals here, really made this the point where I was probably the highest on Caroline. But anyway, we then get to an immunity challenge, which ends up being the return of the holding a spool connected to a bucket challenge that I always remembered as the one that Denise won in Philippines. And like in Philippines, they actually do decide to give out 2 immunities here, one for the top man and one for the top woman, which, like, why not, I guess? Again, I don't think this was necessary at all. And again, having 2 immunity winners does limit options a little bit, but really not an overtly egregious choice here, considering, again, we're still at the final 11. There's so many people available to vote out to where, again, it's largely inoffensive, though it just feels completely unnecessary. And what do you know? This ends up being another challenge that Kyle ends up winning in a wonky way, with, again, him not even having to compete against the entire field. Though despite that, we do get him talking about how he knows he's creating a name for himself. And really at this point, his edit does become so focused on the fact that he is such a big threat. Yeah, he just keeps on winning challenges, where, again, I did feel like this was leading up to him breaking the record, or at least tying it. So again, that didn't end up happening, which made all this content just feel kind of strange by the end of it. But on the women's side of things, we do end up seeing Sue win here, where despite her being pretty purple across the last couple episodes, she does get this big inspirational confessional at the end of the challenge, with her talking about beating the younger players, and if I can do this, you can too, with her seemingly just being used here to inspire older players to apply to Survivor. I mean, really, by the end of it, this is really the point where my opinions on Sue's edit really did start to diminish, where it didn't really feel like there was that much of an excuse for her to be so quiet across this episode as well. And her edit really just starts to fit in line with that of the typical runner-up edit of one that has a very strong early game, but then starts to peter out towards the end. But back at camp, we do initially focus on the Gata group and Teeny solidifying a plan to target Gabe now, with us seeing Sierra telling Andy about the plan, and us proceeding to get a very cocky Sierra confessional talking about keeping Andy around as he's just in their pocket and not a threat. So I wonder what's going to happen there. Where this does obviously lead up to this big moment for Andy's edit and him talking about how this is his she's all that makeover moment, which is such a dated reference. But this leads to him talking about how he had to appeal to the cool kids at the beginning of the game, but now he's at the merge, which at that point we get a slow-mo shot of Andy taking off his glasses and whipping his hair, which was so ridiculous, all while heroic music is playing in the background. And we also hear him talk about how he can now be the Andy that he believed himself to be and be a pivotal player in the post-merge. Again, all really good content for a Journey edit, to where, again, I never personally felt like Andy's content here felt very winnery. It felt more so in line with someone like an Emily Flippin, again, someone that has this growth arc over the course of the season, someone that production seemed to love and wanted to hype up. So again, it is still strong content, but never strong enough to really support him as a number one contender for me, especially considering this kind of culminates his arc with Sam and Sierra relatively early on in the season. Again, this entire arc about how he's underestimated kind of concludes here. Though I would say from a more practical standpoint, it doesn't really seem like Andy did that much to make this vote go through. It felt like it was a vote that was already happening without him and that he just kind of latched onto it. And despite the fact that, again, this is this big moment for Andy, he ends up actually being pretty under-edited in this episode, where this is really the only true content he gets, to where I do think if he were to go on the win, again, I feel like this entire episode would be based around him and his arc, and instead it's just this is like one isolated moment. And again, while he does obviously get more content down the road, and again, next episode is one that, again, does start off more storylines, it's still a spot where this big moment was really surrounded by him being a bit subdued in the edit. It was something that felt like a bit of a red flag to me. But clearly at this point, Agata was going home, with the target seemingly shifting, with everyone within the majority seeming to have a different agenda, but right away we do see the priority being to split up Sam and Sierra, where again, obviously this is following up on, again, the showmance rumors from earlier, though again, I think the fact that they were looked at as a showmance was, again, just kind of an afterthought here. It's more so just the fact that they're, again, this power duo in the game. Still, I did feel like at this point it was pretty obvious that Sierra was the one that was going to go, with her being hyped up as a big social threat, along with the fact that we also got that previous talk about wanting Sam around as a shield. But again, it did feel like Sierra was going to be the pretty easy boot here. But this is where we do see Teeny being told about the other Lavos wanting to side with the Tukus, where, and obviously they don't want to go through this, but again, it's Teeny, so obviously they do. And also, just like Teeny, this leads to them deciding to try to make a move and pushing for Sam over Sierra, only for that to largely fail and fall on deaf ears, where at the same time, we do actually get some focus on Caroline and Genevieve, trying to also push their own agenda and trying to get Rachel out, only for them to fail as well, with this being portrayed as Saul being the one to stop this vote. Again, showing Rachel's connection with Saul, paying dividends once again. And again, having her face this direct diversity that she ends up overcoming. All while we do see Rachel also being shown to be pretty perceptive here, and her seeming to pick up on the fact that the Gatas must be at the bottom, where, again, we end up leading into Tribal, where, again, it's a mostly mundane affair until the very end of it. Though, again, there's some pretty big topics to talk about at the end here, where first, obviously, we get Rachel, having been sketched out during the Tribal, decide to pull off a pretty innovative move here, and that being one that I've talked about being as a potential move beforehand, but one that has her playing her shot in the dark in this spot, despite the fact that she has an idol. But again, I think there's a lot of benefits to doing this, where obviously, again, if the shot in the dark hits, then obviously she doesn't need to play her idol, as obviously in that spot, she's safe anyway. Though, again, realistically, those are very low odds, to where I think the more practical use for this, and something that she does explain in the following episode, is the fact that she's more so using the shot in the dark here to really gauge if she should play her idol, as playing her shot in the dark, and again, now having the others be aware, okay, there's a 1 in 6 chance that she's safe, again, would likely lead to a reaction had they actually put the votes onto Rachel. To where, again, considering there was no reaction here, Rachel now knows that she doesn't need to play her idol. And again, I do think using the shot in the dark here as a way to gauge the other players, again, in a similar way to how, like, Tony would get up in Kagiyan and say, would you validate this for me? So that he can get a read on the others. I think this is a very similar move, and one that, again, I do think ends up being a pretty good play from Rachel, even though there was a lot of hyperbole during this week about how this is one of the best moves ever, which, again, it's not that. It's a purely defensive move. It's one that, again, I do think is a very savvy play, but, again, not something I would say is amongst one of the best moves ever made, but, again, one that probably will be innovative. I think people will be thinking about utilizing their shot in the dark in this way in the future, which, again, I think probably does involve the strategy of how the shot in the dark will be played, though. The other main topic here comes from the vote itself, where, again, we see the vote end up turning out to be a 4-4-1 tie, with the majority obviously splitting the vote between Sam and Sierra, with Sam and Rachel having both not voted, meaning that Sierra was the only person in the minority to cast a vote here, being that one individual vote, which, again, typically wouldn't matter. But this is a spot where Jeff reveals that because Sam had lost his vote and Sierra still has her vote, then on the revote here, Sierra would be allowed to revote, while Sam won't, as again, he lost his vote, playing into the initial reason why people in ties don't vote, which is because their votes nullify each other's. There's no point in them voting. Which, again, was nice to get this rule clarification. Though, again, very weird this never came up before. Though, again, initially I took this at face value. I was like, okay, this makes sense. I do think that is genuinely the reason why people don't vote in the case of ties. Again, leading back to Survivor Borneo, I think you could even more so tell that's the case back in that season. But when thinking about it even more, this actually doesn't really make sense in conjunction with how the show has treated this beforehand, where obviously a big loophole in all this is the fact that we have seen in the past with three-way ties that all three of them are not able to cast their vote, despite that being in a situation where the votes don't nullify each other, which again is a spot where I don't know if production realized this. However, if they did and are modifying this rule to where, again, in the future, people in three-way ties will be able to vote, I think this is the right call. As I actually think in reality, while this has been the case for seasons now, it actually makes no sense why people in three-way ties don't vote. As again, generally the reason why people don't vote in the case of a tie is because, again, their votes are implied to be nullifying each other. So again, in a three-way tie where it's not the case, they should be allowed to revote. For a while, there was a lot of complaining when this happened that this new ruling is dumb. I actually think it's the opposite. I think the old ruling is dumb, where, again, the new justification for who gets to vote in a revote actually makes more sense and is what was actually intended when the rule was initially put in place. However, along with that, I think does come an unintended side effect that I don't think production has fully thought through, in that, again, in this specific situation, which is, again, a spot where one of the people in the tie has lost their vote and the other one hasn't, the issue with how they handled it in this position is that this only works because Sam's no vote is public. But again, most times it's not going to be so. So how will this work for down the road? Now, obviously, the easy answer to that is that they probably from now on just have everybody get up during a revote, to where, again, at that point, you can't tell who had a vote and who hadn't. And again, that's able to conceal situations where there is a secret no vote. But 100%, I do think production is simply just not thought through this, and I do think they opened up a can of worms that they were not expecting here. But I do largely stand by the ruling that Jeff made here, and I do think that is the correct call for how situations like this should be handled, even though at the same time it is kind of dumb to see Sierra get up and vote for Sam in a spot where her only option is to vote for Sam. But either way, obviously the vote goes as expected, where again we get the one Sam vote from Sierra, but everyone else ends up voting for Sierra, with Andy getting his final say here, saying that I'm doing you dirty, but I'm a dirty player, which is a fun little line. But and with that, we end up losing Sierra, who, again, I thought was fine on the season. Not someone that I think was the most riveting TV across the season, but someone that, again, initially I did have high hopes for, and did seem to be playing a pretty decent game at the very beginning of it. Though I think by the time of the merge, her game kind of seems to go downhill. So it did seem like, again, obviously, she had a big target on her back, being aligned with Sam, and then also, obviously, the fact that, again, I think she mistreats Andy, and that leads to them flipping. Where, again, I think there's a lot of conjunction for downfall. Though at the same time, again, I think even in the post-merge, again, she does build some strong relationships. She's able to rope Rachel back in. She still builds a bond with Teeny, and it's not all bad. I do think at the end of the day, though, Sierra's a player that, again, I think we got what we're going to get from her. After, again, if she were to somehow ever return down the road, I don't know if we're going to get anything necessarily new from her, but I do think she's, again, a somewhat competent player, but one that made some suboptimal decisions that, again, put a bigger bullseye on her back. And over episode 9, which ends up being another strong episode, one that, while the result of it was, again, not the greatest, it did have a really interesting path there. To do start off the episode almost entirely focused on the Gata tribe, which, while it could be looked at as circumstantial, as obviously Sam and Rachel just got blindsided by the previous vote, and Andy obviously was a major reason for that, it still did feel like we were meant to be more invested in the dynamics between the Gata members than that of the other tribes, which, again, never got as much focus as they do here, as, I mean, essentially this ends up being a series of one-on-one segments focusing on each of these dynamics. But we start off with Sam obviously getting this underdog content now that Sierra is gone, and also we do get some focus on his relationship with Rachel, with them making an agreement here to look out for each other despite not being able to play the game together, which again did feel like a bit of a setup that they were going to end up deep into the game together despite not actually working together throughout a lot of it. And to coincide with that, really the beginning of this episode ends up really being these series of really strong segments for Rachel here, with this feeling like the episode that finally convinced me that Rachel was the top contender on the board, with again the Sam connection here being set up, but also her getting to explain her Shot in the Dark play, which again didn't feel necessary to the story at all here, yet the fact that it was being shown here, again, felt like a good sign, along with the fact that we also proceed to see us get the follow-up to her relationship with Andy, with this coming full circle here, with this moment very much harkening back to the premiere, in which, and back then, I did think it was a pretty bad moment for her edit of her pushing Andy away, but now we see her have a very similar talk on the beach, during which we get a full-on flashback / recap of their entire relationship, which, again, I don't know if we've ever had something to this nature before. Again, essentially, the editor's screaming out to us that, hey, remember this because this is important. And obviously here, this time, we do see them agreeing to work together and start over, with them clearly being set up as, again, this important relationship for down the road. Now attaching Rachel to who is essentially the main character of the season. And again, really, I did find this to be a pretty perfect first 10 minutes of the episode for Rachel here, and us getting a series of, again, non-circumstantial content here, which again made it very clear that she was going to play a big role on the season. In a spot where, again, most of our post-merge edit has been very circumstantial, to when we finally get to the point now where, again, this is not circumstantial. Again, this did not necessarily need to be there. The fact that all these plot threads got followed up with was definitely a good sign for Rachel's chances at this point. And our content here did feel very opposed to what we end up getting from Sam, where we see his relationship with Andy and that Sam is still seemingly bitter towards Andy, especially in confessional, talking about not even want to look at Andy in his face, which again felt like Sam doing the opposite of what Rachel was doing, to where again, during Rachel's content, it was portrayed in a very positive way. But it's here also that we do get some focus on Andy, obviously again, following up on the fact that he just made this big move for his game, which made it feel like Rachel was the one most set up for success out of the two. But also here we do see Sam getting this setup of him having a vendetta against the Lavo tribe, and that he wants to make sure that they felt what he felt tonight, which was very strange content considering the fact that he actually ends up trying to work with them by the end of the episode. But either way, at this point we do get the reveal of the immunity challenge, which is going to be run in duos, aka the return of the mega challenge. Which again, why are we doing this? Which again, we're obviously doing this to fill up time on the show, especially considering this is a one-day round. But I did feel like on this season in particular, this could come off very redundant, especially considering, again, the Mergatory challenge is essentially a watered down version of this at this point. Again, one where you play an initial challenge in groups to determine a certain group that can play for individual immunity, with also that winning group getting reward. Again, it's literally the exact same thing we get here. But here we do get some focus on the pairs coming together, with us getting talk about wanting to pick someone that will get you to the final round, but also someone that you think you can beat in that final round, with Sam continuing to underestimate Andy here and picking him, saying that he can easily beat him. All while we see Kyle and Gabe end up pairing up, with Kyle also thinking that he can beat Gabe head to head, which ultimately ends up being negative content for him, and an episode that again was mostly bad for Kyle here, to where while obviously he does survive his only round in the post-merge without some level of immunity, he is shown in a bit of an undermining way alongside it. But along with that, we also get Kyle and Gabe obviously being set up as the targets coming into the challenge, which made it pretty obvious one of the two was going to win the immunity. But anyway, we get to the challenge, which is where we do learn that the mega challenge gets even worse, as we're essentially just doing what we did in Survivor 45, in that the bottom two pairs here will end up losing their vote. And while they do get the opportunity to win it back, which again ultimately leads to only one person losing their vote here, thankfully, make it not as bad, it is still kind of insane that when the show says that almost half the tribe is going to lose their votes, that we actually kind of believe it, because that is something that I could very much see Survivor doing. And as pertaining to the challenge itself, I really did not like how this first round was handled, where obviously, again, the two bottom pairs in that first round end up being the ones with the opportunity to lose their vote. And that first round was one that was extremely physical, one where, had it not been for Sam and Andy losing their bag along the way, the four people that would have lost their vote here would have been all women, which again, I don't think is a particularly good look here, where again, I don't like the fact that we're tying physical ability into your ability to actually play the game, where again, it feels like twists like this put a little bit more emphasis on the physical game in Survivor, which is again not what Survivor's fundamentally about. But I will say there was a pretty funny visual during this portion of the challenge, where again, after Andy and Sam lose their bag, we see Andy digging really hard, to which he ends up thrusting the ground, which again was really humorous to see. But anyway, we get to round two, where we see the return of the staircase puzzle, which is followed by a balance beam, where we do see Genevieve and Sue actually be in a pretty big lead from the very beginning, all while Kyle and Gabe are falling behind, only for their physical ability to obviously carry the day here, with them really blowing through the bridge, all while Genevieve and Sue are slow enough to where they completely blow their lead and get eliminated there. Obviously, we get two pairs in the final round, with them also getting a reward alongside that, just so we could split the groups up into three so we can get more content for the show. But obviously, the final part here ends up having the duos now play for individual immunity, where we see the return of Chimney Sweep. And what do you know, the final two are Kyle and Gabe, with Kyle finally officially losing a challenge here, with Gabe pulling out the win and proceeding to do a really cringy dance that I guess was a reference to Ray Lewis, I guess. But anyway, obviously we do focus a lot on these three separate groups, all having different plans in motion, where we start off with the reward group, where on the reward we thankfully get a burping montage with Saul and Gabe going back and forth because we needed that. But here we do see the group talk about wanting to take out Sam, with them talking about how Genevieve and Sue will obviously be on board, with Kyle even saying that Genevieve isn't a super social thinker, leading to us going back to camp where Genevieve reveals to Sue that Saul is targeting Gabe, with Genevieve at this point being really gung-ho and wanting to target Saul, being the main person to drive this upcoming vote, which really comes out of nowhere, with Genevieve explaining this as her being petty and wanting Saul out as he took out Rome, which, again, if that is true, that is really dumb. And really outside that, I really don't think this move makes much sense really at all. And I was pretty mind-blown to see that a lot of people were saying that this was a good move for her game immediately after the episode, which I generally don't understand how. So again, I felt like this was very misguided from the very beginning, especially after Saul ends up revealing in his exit press that he wanted to take the Lavos to the end, where, again, does Genevieve need to take Saul out at some point? Obviously. But to do it here, again, at the final 10, really felt like an asinine move to me that, again, puts this big bullseye on her back for now leading the charge on a move. So again, I get that there are positives to making this move, and the fact that, again, it keeps around shields in the game. Again, it keeps around Sam, who's a big shield for her. It keeps around, again, Kyle, who's a big shield for her. It keeps around just the Tuku Collective, who is a big shield for her. The problem is that none of those groups are actually loyal to her, though. And I think that is the thing, is that, again, while yes, Saul is someone that is tougher to beat at the end and someone that does seem to have some influence in the game, Saul is also someone that, again, you could just get rid of later. To which, again, Genevieve seems to think that there wasn't really a chance of that. And again, if that was the case, again, I would look at this more like a Ricard taking out Shan, or again, a Cody taking out Jesse, where, again, those were moves that I think, while they were very early, I feel like there was moves that needed to happen when they happen. However, I don't really feel like that's the case here with Saul, where, again, we see almost instantly people being willing to throw Saul under the bus. Again, Rachel, who's literally saved by him in the previous round, is willing to get rid of Saul. Andy even openly says that he wanted to get rid of Saul a few rounds from now anyway. Again, none of the Tukus feel solidified with Saul. And again, we really see Genevieve being able to flip the vote onto Saul in an instant. Again, just with one piece of information, she's able to get the entire Tuku group on board, to where, again, I do not think Saul was this person that was going to be that difficult to get out down the road. And because, again, I do think this is a very bad move for Genevieve's game, where I really don't see the path for her beyond this, where obviously, yes, again, she is keeping around these shields, but again, through making this move, she's becoming other people's shields, essentially, and she's going to run out of shields by the end. So again, I do think for her, the correct call here is probably to take out someone like a Rachel. Again, Rachel, someone that, again, not many people are looking at as someone that they could use as a shield, while also somebody that she already looked at as threatening, and she literally talked the previous round about wanting to target Rachel. While also someone that, again, she has no real connective tissue with. She's not really working with Rachel in any way. Again, at least Saul, there is that working relationship there, to where, again, I do think her pushing for Saul here is just so misguided. But again, she's very effective in getting what she wants here. Again, instantly getting Sue on board, with Sue herself actually getting some decent content here, playing into the themes of underestimation, with Gabe instantly saying that Sue isn't the type of person to say Saul's name, saying that Sue isn't the type of person to say Saul's name, only for us to cut to Sue wanting Saul out. Though realistically, and there's not really much depth outside that, it wasn't really anything that could rebound her edit at this point. But again, once the reward players end up returning to camp, we do see Genevieve again getting Gabe and Kyle on board instantly, with talk now about how they need Caroline's vote, and that she can't lose her vote as they need one more person to go along with the plan. So I wonder what's going to happen there. And we get to the journey with the reveal that all 4 players here will be competing in the same challenge, with there being one loser who ends up losing their vote, all while the other 3 players get their votes restored. Again, much better than what we initially assumed this twist would be. But again, the challenge here that determines this ends up essentially being reverse Jenga, them stacking a house of cards, and the first person to knock it down loses. Again, a challenge I think could be fun theoretically, but it was so fast-paced, I don't feel like it really lived up to its potential, and really even then we see the players playing it very quickly, which, again, considering the point to not knock down your tower, I did find it very curious how quickly people were going, but I did like how they edited this. They edited it as if it was like this big standoff, and I did feel like we got a good moment here from Rachel having a very difficult tile to place, only for her to land it, and Caroline just yell out, "That was epic," really playing into her being this like cheerleader for others. But ultimately, who would have guessed it, Caroline loses her vote here. Though before they go back to camp, we do see the group agreeing to go after Kyle, where again, we get talk about how big of a threat he is, and this being the first round after the merge with him immune. Again, we see people wanting to take the shot at him, though again, that doesn't really last, with him actually not even getting a vote by the end of it. But anyway, we go back to camp where we do get some scrambling now for the 5th vote to get on board with the Saul plan, that Genevieve essentially going to almost everyone here, with the only person she doesn't end up considering to loop in on the plan ends up being Teeny, who she continues to lie about with this plan, which again surely won't backfire on her, which I do think also again makes this movie even more questionable to me. Is again, I just don't understand where Genevieve was planning on going if she was throwing away allies like Teeny here. Again, obviously we see her relationship with Andy, but like outside that, it's like, who is she thinking that she could genuinely work with beyond this? So I don't know if she really just genuinely thought that having all those shields around her was enough to carry her through the game. But again, I think that's a misread on not thinking about how this move affects her overall threat level. But again, we end up seeing her approaching the others to get them on board. First going to Andy, with him seeming apprehensive at first, as again, he wanted to use Saul for a few more rounds, but ends up agreeing to it by the end. Which, at that point, the vote is already pretty secured. Again, the vote's already going through, yet we do see Genevieve then deciding to, again, press her luck a little bit, which is where the plan starts to spiral a bit, and her trying to reach out to Rachel, with Rachel getting to talk about having to let Saul go, which I did think was pretty good content for her, but again, proceeds to talk about how she's unsure if she should let Sam in on the plan, and talks about how not telling him would show to her new allies that they can count on her, only for her to be goaded into telling Sam, which was probably the biggest ding against her edit in this episode, in an otherwise pretty perfect episode, though to be fair, she does later get to talk about her regret of telling Sam, which again, at least they got her to react to that. And again, even then, in this spot, it's not like she outright told him. It was more so Sam guessing it was Saul, and Rachel proceeding to confirm it to him, also saying, "Don't blow up my spot." And what do you know? Sam proceeds to blow up her spot. Where obviously this is what really causes the chaos towards the end of this episode, with Sam exposing this plan, ends up leading to this really fun scramble, even though again the result ends up being what was initially expected. But again, we do see Sam instantly rat this out to Saul, telling him that he's going home, and now tries to organize a vote against the Tukus, and I do very much question if this is the right call for Sam. Now again, if he was able to get this vote to go through, then yeah, I do think this is something that could very much benefit his position, though even in that spot, I do think it elevates his threat level probably a bit too much. But again, especially in this spot where, again, this vote was never going through. It didn't seem like he was particularly close to getting this vote to go through, which to be fair, he didn't really have the knowledge of that. He did not realize that Genevieve was against them the entire time. But really by the end of it, this vote was essentially just all chaos for chaos sake, to where I do think he actually loses more by trying to make this move than gains. To where in this spot where Genevieve's not on board, again, all this is doing is causing chaos that might be enough to shift the votes onto Saul, and again, who's a juicy target outside that? Again, someone like Sam. So again, I think he risks the vote shifting off the Saul onto him, while also it obviously burns trust with Rachel, who literally just told you not to do this. And also by failing at this plan here, it builds up his reputation as someone that fails at what he's trying to do. To where, again, I do think it would have been better off had just gone along with the plan in this spot, where I do think he was in a decent spot for the following round either way, where the Tukus are again one spot away from having the majority of the following round, aka essentially forcing the others to go after Tuku, to where again, I think Sam would have been good in that spot, and again, would have had a lot more runway there, while here, again, I think he's just taking an unnecessary risk that could have backfired on him even more than it actually does, especially when, again, he wanted Lavo out anyway. Again, like the content earlier on about him wanting revenge against Lavo, only to then now try to work with Lavo and save Saul, which is very strange. But here we do see Sam telling Saul the votes they need to get, and proceeding to say, we need to swing big and go for Sue. Which again, based on the way that the edit portrays Sue moving forward, again, was that a big target? Now again, Sam does explain it well, and to be fair, I don't think it's necessarily the worst target for him in particular. But again, talking about how she's the most insulated player in the game, and talks about all of her connections, to where, again, considering that fact, and also the fact that Sue is considered a go, I do think getting rid of Sue obviously opens up a spot at Final Tribal for someone like Sam, but also gets rid of someone that's good at challenges, but also isn't a shield for him. To where, again, I think getting rid of Kyle would have been a mistake, because obviously that's a shield for him. Again, Sue is not, yet also someone that could beat him in challenges. To where, again, I do think at the end of the day, that was probably the right call, but again, it wasn't really going to happen. But here we do end up seeing Saul do some last second scrambling. Again, literally as they're about to head to Tribal, with the sun already going down, where we see him telling Teeny that he's going home, with Teeny being shocked by this, saying that Saul is her #1 ally in this game. Which, when did that happen? Again, I think the fact that we never really got that proper setup there was very bad for Teeny's edit. But we see Teeny openly voice how confused they are over how does Tuku have the votes in this spot, which is funny as Genevieve standing right next to her, being the reason for all this. But Here we do see them wavering on whether or not to go for Sue or to go for Kyle, with the vote now flipping onto Kyle right before Tribal, even though, again, that ends up being wonky by the time of Tribal. But again, this ends up causing even more paranoia with everyone just solidifying their plans. Again, seeing all this scrambling as the camp's starting to get dark was, again, really fun to see. I feel like we don't typically see this on modern Survivor, really just Survivor in general, of things happening at the very, very last second. But this does lead to, again, a really fun Tribal here that does start with Sierra being brought in, with this marking the return of the jury walk-ins, which was nice to see back. Probably a ramification of the guaranteed 90-minute episodes, and really fun as we see Sierra proceeding to be very bitter towards the others, having a weird moment later on when it's revealed that Caroline doesn't have her vote, with Sierra saying good, which was not particularly good for Caroline's chances. But again, we do see a lot of whispering at Tribal here, with Sam seemingly never being told that the vote had flipped onto Kyle, and Saul trying to still organize the votes and telling Genevieve to now go for Sue, again trying to flip the vote back onto Sue instead of Kyle, which was, again, just such a mess at that point. All we see, like, all of Gada whispering together, which I assume is probably where they solidified the vote onto Saul. We also see Gabe trying to confirm to the other Tukus across Tribal that the vote's the same, and we also see him, like, confirming the plan to Andy behind Sam's back and lying to Teeny about the plan, despite them literally telling him that they know about the Saul plan. But eventually, again, a true live Tribal breaks out, with Saul just getting up and trying to get Andy on board with the plan. But this also allows for Tuku to confirm the vote onto Saul. And at this trial, we do see Genevieve saying a line that gets repeated across the season, that the best players can decipher new information from just noise, where very clearly this just ends up being noise. As, again, by the end of all this, it ends up just being a unanimous Saul vote, with, again, no one sticking to Saul's plan, and even Genevieve being surprised at how the vote worked out by the end. But again, this did feel very reminiscent to, like, the Julia Tribal in Edge of Extinction, even though, again, that trial was a lot more hectic. But again, a spot where we got this, like, really hyped up Tribal, a lot of whispering going on, only for it to just lead to a landslide, which, again, was a bit disappointing to see. But either way, with that, we lose Saul. And again, I really like Saul across the season. I mean, Saul was someone that I was shocked to see be such a fan favorite. So again, I thought he was a fun presence. Again, you're very much meant to root for him over Rome in particular. But again, I thought it was pretty mind-blowing to see Saul be essentially the fan favorite of the first half of the season, who seemed to have pretty universal praise, which, again, was definitely not on my bingo card. But again, I thought Saul was a very likable presence, someone that I do think is a pretty capable player, even though, again, his game on the season is kind of rocky. But again, I do think he's a player that had potential. I would actually very much like to see him back. I don't know if I necessarily expect to see him back right away, where Jeff himself has said that he was actually surprised at how popular Saul was. Where, again, I assume he didn't really see it on the island, but still Saul, someone that, again, I thought was a very affable presence on the show, had some fun reactions to things, and again, seemed like a very capable player. So again, I think it'll be a missed opportunity to not see Saul back at some point down the road. Number episode 10, which I did feel like was a bit of a downgrade from the last few episodes, was feeling like a point where I did think the season might be losing a little bit of steam, though again, not an entirely bad episode. But it is one that does start off with us actually getting a pretty important previously on, with it showing something we didn't actually even see in the show last time, of Andy having told Teeny at Tribal that it was Genevieve that led the vote against Saul, leading to this being a major focus as they come back from Tribal, with Teeny being pissed at Genevieve for blindsiding them once again, saying Genevieve was so close to making them look stupid for no reason, where, again, Teeny obviously takes this very personally, in a spot where, obviously, again, I don't think it was anyone's real intention of just making this move solely to make Teeny look stupid. But here they also say that they were blindsided by their closest alliance member, which does not go along with them having said that Saul was their closest ally in the last episode. But again, this does continue Teeny being this Charlie Brown figure, but once again being portrayed in a sympathetic light, with more focus on how Genevieve betrayed them than Teeny's actual failings in the game. But again, we do end up seeing them talk it out, with Genevieve being surprised at Teeny's reaction. Again, despite the fact that in the last episode, she literally said that she was willing to burn her relationship with Teeny, but in here tells Teeny that she's now upset, despite making what is the correct call for her game, which, I mean, debatable, but this does lead to Genevieve finally opening up here, talking about how she's been avoiding building emotional connections, as she doesn't like seeing you hurt somebody and knowing it's your fault, with Genevieve, again, finally not being shown as this complete game bot in this spot, To where, again, I know production loved this moment. Again, her showing the emotions involved with playing the game. Though, again, it really didn't do much for me personally. But this does start the highlighted rivalry between the two in a spot where it did feel like their relationship was, again, just kind of an afterthought up to this point, to where while there were little hints here and there about how close they were, it feels like this was the first point where we do really highlight their relationship, which, again, I feel like that ended up being a pretty big negative for really both of their edits, and how this content felt like it was only shown here because it was absolutely necessary. But later in the episode, we do actually get some focus on some really strong personal content for Teenie, with them talking about how Genevieve's betrayal has hurt their self-esteem, and this correlates to their struggles with their identity and being insecure in their own skin and doesn't know where to fit in. And all this was, again, really nice to see. And the show has never really focused previously on non-binary experiences, with Teenie actually being the first openly non-binary player on the show. And again, it's nice to see the show finally highlight that here. Well, weirdly, this is followed up by the reveal that their bag got on fire and says that this is a sign of new life in the game, I guess. I don't really know how, but again, this is a very strange transition where, again, all this is just trying to make Teenie as endearing as possible. But again, for me, in terms of, again, winner edit wise, I did feel like this was just a bit too late for Teenie, with, again, Teenie just coming off as this person that clearly production likes and wants us to be rooting for. But again, I just felt like their interpersonal connections just felt so underdeveloped, even at this point, for them to really be in top contention for me. But once again here, we do also get a lot of focus on Andy, with him getting a lot of strategic content here of him really hyping up his own game, declaring himself the smiling assassin, which he definitely stole from Australian Survivor, talking about how he's whispering in everyone's ears and playing people off of each other, showing him bonding with Sam, Kyle, and Teenie, all of which being entirely from Andy's perspective, where I do think this becomes pretty clear that the edit is really hyping up Andy way more than how he's actually perceived on the island, with us rarely hearing other people talk about Andy positively, especially in correlation to his gameplay, where, again, most of the positive content Andy ends up getting really ends up coming from Andy talking about his own game, which, again, further made me think that he wasn't set up to win the game, and, again, at best, get the Carolyn treatment of being a losing finalist. But once again, the most integral conversation here is one that he has with Rachel, with Andy now trying to paint the target onto Genevieve, which, with that, what happened to the Andy-Genevieve relationship, where, again, very funny that at this point he's targeting her with no real explanation of what caused that disintegration. But here we do see him revealing to Rachel that Genevieve doesn't trust her, which I do think people assume that Andy was lying to Rachel in this spot, though we do know that Genevieve was targeting Rachel a couple rounds ago, to where, again, I do think this was genuine information. And this does lead to Rachel being pretty anti-Genevieve for really the rest of her run, leading to some strange results in how Rachel was constantly shown wanting Genevieve out of the game, in a spot where, again, I did think Genevieve was clearly being set up as the dragon of the season, again, someone in line with someone like a Ricard, who, again, clearly was one of the season's bigger players, yet their edit just always felt lacking to ultimately end up winning the game, and usually are these big threats taken out by the eventual winner to give more credit to the eventual winner. Again, Rachel wanting Genevieve out was not bad for her edit, but I did feel like it was a very strange way of portraying this dynamic, to see Rachel just constantly trying to get her out and not necessarily getting her way. But with that, again, we do instantly see the Saul move being a pretty bad one for Genevieve's game here, and that, again, not only did she burn Teenie, but she also ended up adding a move onto her resume, which, again, made it pretty likely that if she had gotten to the end, she probably does end up winning, but it also makes her such a big threat at this point to where no one wanted to take her to the end. Now, again, there is a short-term benefit to the move, in that because the Tukus now have 4 of the final 9, the others are very incentivized to be keeping Genevieve around, at least past this round, at least until that threat is gone. But really, again, that was only a short-term solution here, though. This leads us to the reward challenge, a challenge done in teams of 3, and it, again, being the typical challenge of them having to slither their way through the sand and move a ball with their head along the way, which did lead to another ridiculous moment for Andy of him moving the ball by biting it, to which we get slow-mo as he does so, which was funny. But here we see the team of Kyle, Sam, and Rachel end up really demolishing this challenge, easily winning here by the end, to where with that they end up going to the sanctuary, where they get wraps, salad, fruits, and cookies and cream cake, which I found funny how much Jeff really hyped that up here. Oh, well, we do get to see Sam try out kiwi to continue that storyline. Oh, well, we do also end up seeing them get rice, assumedly to make them appreciate rice right before the rice negotiation, because that's a thing still happening. But as for the strategy here, we do see Kyle talking about flipping the script and decides to throw Gabe under the bus, which, again, while I criticize Genevieve's decision to get rid of Saul, and again, I still think that is a really dumb move, I think this move is actually even dumber, where obviously Gabe is someone that is tough to trust, and again, you should be very wary of the fact that, again, he's probably going to take a shot at Kyle at some point down the road, but at the same time, Gabe is just such a perfect shield for someone like Kyle, to where, again, realistically, Kyle is probably screwed either way, and again, I get the argument that Gabe is one of the better competitors, toward getting rid of Gabe makes it more likely you're going to win challenges. And again, that should be the spot that Kyle is in, that he should be wanting to get rid of these big challenge threats so that he's more likely to win. I also feel like Gabe is probably the only person that Kyle would even have an argument of staying against, where, again, Gabe is also good at challenges. He has better social connections to the likes of Caroline and Sue. But also, again, being a Tuku member, where, again, the main priority at this point in the game for the non-Tuku members is to get rid of a Tuku member. And through that, if you keep Gabe another round, again, that does still keep that threat in the game. And again, at the end of the day, a Tuku member is probably going home this round no matter what. But again, for Kyle to be the one leading the charge in that vote, I did feel like it was a pretty bad play, especially when I think there's a perfect other option for him in Sue, where, again, obviously there's the issue of, again, is anyone actually getting on board of voting out Sue in this spot? Probably not. But again, Sue is obviously someone that is vehemently against him, but also someone that is, again, also doing well at challenges, with, again, typically coming down to him and Sue by the end. And again, unlike Gabe, she isn't someone that is looked at as a target, to where, again, she isn't a shield for him really at all. To where, again, I think Sue is by far the more optimal target, even though, again, I do get the criticism of the fact that, again, can he actually get her out? But again, I do think him getting rid of Gabe here really just leaves him as a dead man walking. Coming into the following round, though, again, to be fair, he was probably that anyway. And this is all we do see talk about splitting the vote onto Genevieve, because obviously, but it is here where we start to see Rachel pushing for Genevieve, which doesn't really go anywhere for a little bit, but also here we do see a follow-up on her relation with Sam at this point. Again, after he had already blown up her spot, which, again, ends up being pretty helpful for her edit here, especially in the following episode to explain why she's not working with Sam anymore, despite them, again, having previously talked about wanting to work together. But now, while they are gone, we do again get more focus on Andy continuing his attempts to build connections, this time with full-on Dodo music playing, which wasn't a great sign for him deep into the merge. But again, this time we see him going to Sue, where they end up talking about going to the end together, but this is where Andy ends up calling her an emotional player, where, again, I did think this really played into the runner-up edit tropes in how Sue is now getting this set up for why she wouldn't end up winning the game. But here we do see Andy really sparking up her feud with Kyle once again by telling her that Kyle calls her and Caroline Tweedledee and Tweedledum, with Sue being insulted here to be called Tweedledee and Tweedledum. This does lead to a really fun segment here, a really lengthy montage of Sue hating Kyle, which was filled with some ridiculous moments here of her talking about wanting to kill him, calling him hypocritical, and insanely saying how many times do we have to hear that he's poor, and he's always poor me, and again, strangely through this, we also get a lot of old footage during this montage, with Rome and Tiana being in shots, which, again, I don't know if Survivor's ever done this before, and again, showing booted players in something that isn't very obviously a flashback. Well, also, strangely, we do also get future content here. One of these scenes is clearly from the formation of the Underdog Alliance in the following episode. And again, it all culminates in a really funny sequence of Sue chopping a coconut while we get to see all of her confessionals mentioning how Kyle wrote her name down. And again, this is just an insane montage that really ended up reducing Sue into this over-the-top character in this spot. Again, feeling pretty opposed to how she was portrayed early on. And again, probably a bad spot for her to be this antagonistic figure to Kyle, who's someone that we're clearly being shown as a hero. But this does lead to the typical Kyle being propped up as a threat, with Gabe even considering taking a shot at Kyle in this spot, which, again, I also think would have been very bad for Gabe's game. And again, this leads to Gabe being shown to be overconfident when talking about the downsides of this plan, saying that he knows that Kyle's going to vote with him and keep him around, which, again, obviously that doesn't end up being true. Though here we do see him justify this plan as it would lessen the target on the Tukus, which realistically, this shouldn't matter. at this point, again, you're already at the point where if you survive this round, the Tukus are going to have an overwhelming majority. So again, you're already at a point where the Tukus are going to be this big threat in the game, whether there are 3 or 4 of you in the game. And again, Kyle is probably going before you each of those times anyway, if he doesn't win immunity, to where I get Gabe holding out hope and thinking that if he survives over Kyle here, then Tuku won't be a target. But I do think that's him, again, not realizing how big of a threat he's looked at by the other players at this point. And again, him taking out Kyle is, again, just taking out the biggest shield for him in the game. Though, I will say, again, to be fair, in this position, he can't really be that picky, as, again, a Tuku member's probably going home anyway, whether he wants it or not. So, again, in that spot, I do understand him throwing Kyle under the bus, even though, again, realistically, in that spot, he should probably also be targeting someone like a Caroline instead of Kyle, again, to get closer to Sue, while also, again, keeping around shield for him. But again, that never really seemed to be an option for him. But either way, we get to the immunity challenge, where we do shockingly get the rice negotiation. I can't believe it. But here, as expected, we do also see that it's not much of a negotiation at the beginning, with Jeff being very solid, him wanting 4 players to sit out. That is, until Caroline mentions giving up her shot in the dark, which is when Kyle mentions, what if we gave you all our shot in the darks? Jeff being shocked at the fact that people are willing to give up their shot in the darks, and seemingly thinking that this is a really big offer, to which Jeff accepts, which I found very funny, as this clearly shows Jeff putting a lot more weight into the shot in the dark than the players do themselves. So as I mentioned before, again, this feels like a cast that really did not buy into the typical gimmicks of the new era, and with them, again, giving up the shot in the darks in this spot, it fully plays into that, as, again, for most of them here, this isn't that big of a sacrifice. As again, really for pretty much everybody, this isn't much of a sacrifice. Again, a shot in the dark is literally just a 1 in 6 chance of being safe, which again isn't much at all, where most players are never going to use it anyway. And also, even then, there's only a few more rounds to even potentially play it. And really just in general, I'm very surprised the fact that Jeff even took this deal, as again, you would think production would want the shot in the dark in play. Where again, I actually think the shot in the dark benefits production more than it does the actual players themselves, where again, shot in the dark always felt like a twist that was here to add this extra level of suspense in the case that the round is very straightforward, where for Jeff to accept getting rid of that just felt like a very strange decision. And I think you can pretty clearly tell through interviews after the fact that Jeff did seem to regret this decision, where again, I think he was probably clouded by the fact of thinking, oh, it would be so great if someone went out regretting that they didn't have their shot in the dark. But again, that also means that would be a spot where the vote was boring, as why else would they even play their shot in the dark unless they knew that they were going home? So again, that would be a spot where you would want the shot in the dark to be in play to actually make the round a bit more interesting. And considering Jeff's nightmare seems to be a vote with no suspense, and Jeff had previously talked about how important the threat of the shot in the dark is than the actual usage of it, again, it very much seemed like he kind of forgot his own propaganda about the shot in the dark beforehand, making this deal. But here we do see Sam being the only one to be hesitant to go through with it, with, again, this deal being less beneficial for those on the bottom, as, again, obviously shot in the dark is a twist that benefits those about to go home. And through that, it leads to an interesting aspect of this decision in the fact that, again, I don't think most of this cast really cared about the shot in the dark, but clearly taking it out of the game does very much benefit the majority, especially if the majority is able to maintain the majority. As again, now they don't have to factor in the shot in the dark when creating their plans, where we do see Gabe in particular instantly picking up on this, and we do see Gabe trying to convince Sam to go through this, to which obviously Sam does go through with it. In a spot where I think, again, that's more so due to worry about blowback, of stripping everyone else of their rice, more so than Gabe's persuading, but it did feel like Jeff did put his finger on the scale a little bit too much here, in him instantly asking Sam if Gabe persuaded him, with Sam funnily unconvincingly saying, sure. But again, I did feel like this was Jeff, again, kind of calling out Gabe in a spot where this could make him come off as his more manipulative figure, which again, at the end of the day, he had a massive target on his back anyway, but I do think this is something that could have elevated his target even more so, and it is here where we obviously have to have Gabe proceeding to brag about this in confessional, which was obviously setting up his downfall. Oh, well, we do see this deal working out pretty well for Rachel, the only person who had already used her shot in the dark, meaning that they don't lose anything. Funnily allowing her to get rice in a spot where she didn't have to pay anything for it. Again, calling back to her trying to steal the rice earlier. Again, it kind of parallels with that in a funny way. But we do finally get to the challenge, the return of the balancing balls on a disc challenge. another stationary endurance comp, which obviously leads to Kyle winning immunity, with once again Sue coming in second. But anyway, with that, the majority ends up agreeing to go for Gabe, though we do start to get some content revolving around Teeny wanting Genevieve out, with this becoming a bit of a binary choice between the two, though here we do finally get Caroline back in the show, where she now makes the decision to also blindside Gabe, which this feeling like what her edit was setting up to the entire time, showing Gabe obviously underestimate her constantly, would obviously culminate in Caroline now voting him out, which was very different than the direction I expected this to go in earlier on in the season, where again, during the pre-merge, I was more so expecting the likes of Caroline or Sue getting to the end with Gabe and proceeding to beat him. I did feel like after, again, a rather lackluster edit for them in the post-merge, it didn't really feel like that was being set up for a overarching season-long storyline, where again, Caroline flipping on him at a spot, again, playing into Gabe's underestimation of her, again, I did think was the other potential option. Though for me, this moment did not have the impact that I think it should have, where just in general, Caroline's obviously a player here that has had sprinkles of setup to a potential winner edit, but it just never really comes together, where even, again, with this move here, despite it, again, seemingly being a defining one for her game, it felt like an afterthought as it was happening here, with her just seemingly being this tag along to a plan that was already happening. Where again, I do think if Caroline were to go on the win and this was her game-winning move, they would show it a bit in reverse, showing Caroline first with a thought about going for Gabe and then show the pieces come together. Where instead in this spot, again, we see the pieces come together and then Caroline just joins at the very end. Now, more so talking about this from a game perspective, I also do think this is actually a really bad move for a game as well. Now, not completely damning one in the way that we saw, again, Genevieve take out Saul or Kyle here take out Gabe, as I did feel like Caroline still had more options coming out of this round than the other two did, but it was still a move that to me just felt so unnecessary at this point in the game, especially as, again, we even see her talk about, again, the worry of isolating Sue, where while she was able to get Sue back on board, I do think that would definitely be a worry with this plan. And while we do see her be able to get into a majority the following round, I do feel like this move just, again, felt too early, considering just how everybody was targeting Gabe, and she was somebody Gabe wanted to take to the end, and obviously, again, he would have beaten her, and again, she needed to make a move before he had gotten to the end, but again, Gabe is not somebody that feels like he would be unstoppable towards the end game. Again, he is good at comps, but not enough to completely comp out. Again, we don't see him have an idol at this point in the game, and again, we're still so many rounds out from the end, to where, again, I think Caroline had so many more opportunities to get rid of Gabe, to where her taking her shot here at the final 9 just felt too early, especially when, again, there's so many other threats in the game that she doesn't have connection to. Now, again, I can get the argument that, again, she wants to get rid of Gabe earlier on in the game to change her perception, and that could help her during management, but even then, I don't really feel like it was worth, again, kind of lessening her position moving forward, where, again, she still finds herself in the majority alliance, but I do feel like it's a spot where she would have been more lock safe in the game had Gabe actually stuck around here. Though, again, realistically, Gabe was going home anyway, and I guess her at least sticking with the majority for this vote, again, is better for her, but again, the way this is portrayed is as if she actively wanted Gabe out of the game, which I do think is bad. But with this, we do also get some strong content for Rachel, even though, again, it does start with her, again, wanting Genevieve out in a spot where, again, she ultimately doesn't get her way. And again, to be fair, that probably is best for her game anyway, where I actually think for her game, she should be wanting Gabe out, again, to separate him from Sue and Caroline, who she seemed to have some connective tissue with at this point. And we do actually end up seeing her try to get Kyle on board with taking out Genevieve, which is actually really funny, as, again, that's actually in his best interest, where we have these two people trying to do things that are against their own best interests. So we do see Rachel correctly call out here that if Gabe goes, then you're next, which, again, happens. And this leads to a pretty important confessional for Rachel here, talking about how she doesn't want to be the captain, she wants to be the ocean, and that she doesn't need to be holding the steering wheel, which, again, felt very representative of her game, with this seemingly explaining how, again, her not getting her way here isn't that major of a negative for her edit. Though, again, I'll be honest, I did actually think at a point in this episode that this plan could go through and that Genevieve could go home here, especially after Genevieve mentions regretting giving up her shot in the dark, which, as she said that, I could instantly see Jeff already going on a spiel on the On Fire podcast about why you need the shot in the dark. But in retrospect, again, it should have been very obvious that this was all just noise. But right before Tribal, we do see Kyle deciding to warn Gabe that he could be in danger for some reason, with Gabe initially being shocked here, though this says that there's no way that Sue or Caroline are going to turn on him, again showing his overconfidence, and we do see him and Genevieve have a one-on-one conversation, which leads to nothing, which felt like a massive wasted opportunity, as it was in their best interest to be working together at this point instead of going for each other. But here we do see Gabe saying that if Genevieve goes, he'll have the game in the palm of his hand, saying if he survives, he has it, which again clearly is set up for his fall, though I actually thought, again, this seems too obvious that Gabe is going home, though again, that is part of why I did consider what if Genevieve goes home in this spot, though again, it should have been very obvious this was a Gabe boot. But again, we do get the Tribal where we do get some talk about community once again, with them being really shady to Rome and Teeny saying just don't do that. But as we do get the votes, we do again get a Rachel voting confessional here, in which is later revealed to be a vote for Gabe. Do we hear her saying that you're the biggest threat out here and we'll be a fool to not take you out, which again felt like them giving some last second credit here to Rachel for the Gabe boot. Again, feel like them allowing her to explain her point of view, which again did not feel necessary. But again, Gabe is blindside here with only Sue voting alongside him in a spot where as he leaves, he tells Caroline, you have a little snake in you, or at least that's what the edit wants you to think, as the reality is that he actually said this to Teeny, but the show implies that it was to Caroline for some reason. And again, I did find it very funny how as Gabe leaves, he says, I'll be back, which again, very debatable. But with that, again, we do lose Gabe. And again, I thought Gabe was fine on the show. I know a lot of people online like really hated Gabe, and I didn't really get that. Again, I think Gabe is someone that kind of newish shtick. He obviously was very overconfident in the game, though I think that led to some fun content along the way. Again, I think that led to a fun downfall for him. I do think he plays the game in a very aggressive way that, again, I think is interesting to see. Again, he talked about this coming into the season, that he wants to be the next coming of Russell Hantz. And again, I think he's close enough to a new era version of Russell Hantz, though again, obviously not as entertaining. But still, I think Gabe is someone that, again, I'm fine with Gabe on this season. I did not dislike him really throughout all of it. I think he played his role in the season pretty well. And I do think he's a pretty decent player. Now, again, his talk about how he'll be back, again, I don't know about that. I don't know if he's someone that is particularly likely to come back. Even though, again, I think production liked him, but I don't know if they loved him to have him be high on their boards. But again, I do think Gabe is someone that, again, I would not be opposed if we do see him back down the road, as again, clearly he really wants it. Though, again, I would not really be expecting it. And now for episode 11, which was probably the slowest episode of the season, where I did feel like this was a pretty big drag here. Again, an episode where it just felt like the result was just so obvious and very little of intrigue really happens here. And while there are a couple like bigger moments, particularly in terms of Rachel's overall trajectory, I did feel like this is a largely sluggish episode. But we do start off with a kind of interesting previously on in the fact that it actually ends up being completely irrelevant, as, again, I very much question, like, why we start off this episode with focusing on Sue and Rachel's idols, which, again, typically them being here would imply that they're relevant later on in the episode, only for them to never be mentioned after this. But I did find the content following this actually be kind of an interesting start to the episode, where I do think this episode was largely struggling for content, and because of that, we do actually get a pretty balanced opening here, getting content from most players, spending a lot of time on each player's perspectives, and I thought that was pretty nice to see here, even though it came from a place of them, again, just seeming to have no content to really show outside that. But we do start off the episode with lots of focus on Sue and Caroline. Sue obviously having just been blindsided the previous vote, and while she does initially say that she can't trust Caroline anymore, we do see Caroline instantly repair that. In a spot where I very much did expect there to be more blowback for this move, with Sue up to this point, again, coming off as a very emotional player, though after this conversation, Sue is seemingly 100% back on board with Caroline. And we follow that out with content that, again, seemingly resolves Caroline's overall storyline, with her saying that Gabe wanted to control her game, and Gabe's vision of her was that he was just going to carry her and take credit for her game, and she didn't want to play that game, saying she's been waiting her entire life for this. And this branches into her finally getting personal content, talking about having ADHD and the struggles that come with that. And again, all this very strong content for her, though feeling like it's coming a bit too late, to where I never really took this seriously from a winner perspective. I did feel like at this point this was more so just set up to her eventual boot, more than setting up her winning trajectory. But following this, we do then get a lot of setup around the alliances at this point in the game. First, in that we see a final 3 of Andy, Rachel, and Teeny, and then see them add in Caroline and Sue, with Rachel talking about having to set up her endgame, and does get credit here for forming this group, which gets propped up as this underdog alliance, which I do find a bit strange, as while this alliance is again built of the perceived not big threats in the game, I never particularly looked at a bulk of the players here as actual underdogs, especially with, again, like Andy and Rachel's narratives being beaten over our heads. We have like Caroline and Sue who are constantly in the majority for most of the game, while I felt like the 3 that are on the bottom at this point were more so the underdogs. Now, obviously, again, the likes of Sam and Genevieve are people that had power at a point and then kind of lost control along the way. But Kyle's someone that I think was pretty much the underdog the entire time. I did feel like them being dubbed the underdogs, which is a bit strange. But with that, we do see those other 3 become the targets for the following round, with Rachel saying that it doesn't matter the order, which she'll say constantly, which again felt like them trying to justify Rachel not necessarily getting her way here. But following this, we then get focus on the other 3 who are back at camp talking about how they're going to get picked off and talking about working together, which they don't end up really doing. But again, here we do get an insight on each of their perspectives at this point, with Genevieve following up on the content from the previous episode, and us actually getting a flashback to the Kashan blindside and her talking about how that made her realize the power relationships have in this game and doesn't want that power and would rather be the villain than the best friend who killed that dream, which once again shows there's a very complex figure at this point. Again, we get a lot about Genevieve's struggles with playing the game, but they're again having one of the most complex betrayals on this entire season. Well, we then get Sam essentially just recapping his game and talking about how he has to change his approach and play with honesty. And who would have thought that telling the truth would work on Survivor? Which is like, I mean, I could have. But this is all while Kyle then gets to talk about how he's been playing with emotions, but now he's playing with strategy, and that's why he got Gabe out. Which, I mean, clearly bad strategy then. But again, we do see him get emotional over talking about taking Gabe out, during which we do get Andy end up consoling him, allowing for his daily dose of talking about how great his game is, which is all contradicted by later talk about how him and Sue are the GOATs at this point. And I do think you can clearly tell that the perception on the island was one that was not particularly favorable towards Andy. Or even if he does get to the end, I think it's very unlikely that he goes on to win. And I do feel like the fact that they made that so obvious at this point made it very unlikely for, again, us to get both Andy and Sue at the end. As, again, if that was the case, then it would be just obvious that third person would just go on to win. To where, because the fact that, again, I think Sue's edit is, again, just so in line of a typical runner-up, I feel like even the idea of Andy even making it to the end at this point was very implausible from my point of view. But eventually we do get the reveal of a journey which only one person will go on, similar to what happened on 45 with Emily. But in line with previous journeys on this season, I really don't get what most people were doing here, where again it seemed like most people just did not want to go on the journey, which I get on paper in a sense that obviously there are negative ramifications for doing so at points. However, what I don't get is that they seemingly were just going to let Sam and Genevieve volunteer to go, which, again, why are you just willing to let the people on the bottom go get an advantage? Which I should mention the fact also within that, what is Kyle doing in all this? Like, why is he not volunteering to go on a journey? Especially considering how screwed he is. Like, what else does he have to lose? But this is all while we see Rachel step up to the plate and win the rock draw, going on the journey, which, again, ends up being a similar one to what happened with Emily, where you can risk your vote or a chance at getting an advantage, which you have to solve a puzzle in a certain amount of time, though this time a very basic one of just organizing balls, where you have to get balls of all the same colors and the same columns. Again, a very easy challenge, where obviously the main difficulty came down to the timer. But the way that this challenge was timed is actually probably the most fun aspect of this challenge, and the fact that it's timed through a series of anchors that periodically get dropped into the ocean. Once the last one drops, your time is up, and it also ends up pulling in the table alongside it, which is such a ridiculous visual. But I thought that was a very fun visual here. I know Jeff was so proud of this on the On Fire podcast, bragging about it for like 10 minutes. Also talking about how, oh, this challenge contains secrets that I'll never tell other reality shows, because that's obviously something you gotta hype up. But again, a very basic challenge, to which obviously Rachel risks her vote and finishes and gets a vote blocker, which typically is kind of lame. I never really looked at the vote blockers like that powerful advantage, though. Again, once we get later and later into the game, and really even earlier in the game in smaller tribes. And the vote blocker does become very powerful, but obviously not more powerful than that of an idol, but obviously just makes it easier for you to be able to nudge votes in a certain direction. And mixing that with the fact that, again, Rachel also has an idol in this spot, it really leaves her locked and loaded for the upcoming end game. But anyway, we do see Rachel ending up returning to camp, which is where she starts to get some of her really strong content for the episode. First in saying that some people aren't going to believe her no matter what she says, which she's later proven right after Sam ends up not believing her after she tells them that she lost her vote, which I do question, like, why tell them that? As, again, you would think in a lot of situations they'll be able to count the votes and realize that one was missing, to where they'll know that you were lying, to where, again, I don't know why you just don't say, I didn't risk at all, considering Emily literally did that last time. But either way, I do think she ends up utilizing this advantage very effectively. I mean, I think she used this advantage as a way to build up social capital, which I think was very impressive here, and the fact that we see her immediately go to Sue and Caroline, to where it seems like they end up forming a trio, with her being the third there, now essentially putting herself in between the two duos in her new form majority alliance, and this also building a lot of trust with Sue comparing this to how Gabe told her about the Beware advantage, which solidified their relationship. And again, us seeing this bonding scene between her and Rachel ended up being able to really hype this up in the confessional, talking about how Sue plays emotionally, it could be really good for her game, all of which feeling like the edit kind of setting up them potentially getting to the end together, all while we also get Caroline talking about how happy she is that Rachel got the advantage, and talk about how good of an ally Rachel is for her, and that she could be a good shield for later, which again typically could be looked at as pretty good content for Caroline on paper. But I feel like the issue with this scene in particular is the fact that it's contrasted by a very ominous tone, where again the music that's played here makes it feel like a spot where this is not a good thing for Caroline. I feel like it becomes more obvious that this was more so set up for her eventual downfall, more so than this being a moment of Caroline detailing how she's going to go on to win the game. But then we immediately cut from that to Rachel we immediately cut from that to us seeing Rachel talking to Andy and Teeny about the advantage, with Teeny talking about how them working with Rachel and Andy is like a sanctuary in comparison to the betrayal that she felt with Genevieve, which again felt good for Rachel and Andy in terms of the themes of community, and that Teeny has finally found this community with them, but also pretty negative for Genevieve, her being portrayed negatively for no real reason here. But it's also here where we do end up seeing Genevieve campaigning to Rachel to take out the lesser threats in the game, and Andy and Sue, which again leads us to having content from Rachel about her wanting to take out Genevieve because of how dangerous she is, and obviously by the end of this episode she ends up failing once again. But again, she's also able to get Andy on board with that plan, funnily doing to him what he did to her of telling him that Genevieve is after him, where it's at this point where Andy really becomes the more focal character in wanting Genevieve out, which I do think was utilized here to kind of alleviate the negativity this could bring to Rachel's edit. But again, this being pretty bad for Andy at this point, to where he ends up being portrayed as very confident in the fact that he can get Genevieve out here, which again, he ends up being wrong at that, which I do think this is a bit of a different portrayal from how Rachel is handled here, where Rachel is shown to be right about Genevieve being a threat, though just not successful in getting her out in this specific spot. Oh well, Andy is again shown to be overconfident in his own abilities, which again goes against the notion that he's being underestimated in the game, which just gets further emphasized after the immunity challenge. But first we get to the immunity challenge, where we once again have to waste time here in us getting Matt chat with the players being asked what they've learned through their experience. Why are we getting this before the challenge? And this is the type of thing that I feel like you get like while people are on their way out, more so than just randomly at a Matt chat mid-season. But again, we get to hear Kyle talking about his family, Sue talking about how proud she is of herself, Andy talking about his meltdown back in day 3, which again, none of this really matters here, but the challenge ends up being the typical stacking comp where we spell out immunity, and we do waste a lot of time here on this challenge, with us obviously seeing numerous people get a lead, then dropping, and it did feel like we spent more time than usual on this, but obviously this is a must-win challenge for Kyle, and he loses to Rachel, pulling out the win here, where I know a lot of people were very upset at the fact that Rachel ended up winning here in a spot where one of her eyes were upside down, and from my point of view, like, who cares? Like, I don't. I mean, obviously, I know Ben lost the final immunity challenge in HHH because he had his U upside down. Though I do think the ruling in Survivors that if it's a letter that typically can be looked at as the same in both ways, then it counts either way. But also just in general, like, all this is just kind of dumb. Or really from my point of view, it's like either rule it or not. I think either make it so there's a definitive top and bottom for every piece and rule it that way, or just not bother ruling this at all. But personally, again, I'm fine with Kyle not winning immunity here. I just think, again, him staying in the game longer was just made for a boring round down the road in a spot where, again, Kyle's going home anyway. Once he doesn't win immunity, might as well just get that out of the way at this point. But obviously, Kyle was going home with Sue, initially getting to say nothing will bring her more pleasure than voting him out, only to then proceed to be invisible for the rest of the episode, which wasn't a great sign for Sue here. The fact that she got this like final line about Kyle, but it did feel like she was largely uninvolved in Kyle's eventual elimination, a spot where obviously that had been continuously hyped up throughout the season. But here we do also end up seeing the actual underdogs in Genevieve and Sam, both trying to keep Kyle around, though again, none of that really goes anywhere. Though we do see Sam again trying to campaign to take out Andy, only for Teeny to instantly shut that down, with again Sam coming off very ineffective at this point in the game and really just kind of moping around about having to go with the majority. And with the majority, we do also end up spending some time here talking about potential flip onto Genevieve, with Rachel saying that this could be the perfect time, though also ends up saying that she doesn't care which order they go, kind of shield her, I guess. But again, we do get a lot of this more so from Andy's perspective of him trying to campaign to the likes of Caroline and Teeny, only for that to fall on deaf ears, with us getting back to the typical Dodo content we get from Andy, and that he tries to like calculate the probability of Kyle winning out, which he does by trying to compare it to a coin flip, and talks about how there's a 6.25% chance of it happening, only for Caroline of all people to be mocking him in confessional, saying this is all baloney and that's not good gameplay, all while we have Teeny also talking about how it'd be dumb for them to do anything but take Kyle out, to where I never felt like this was going through, and I did feel like, again, this was just further sinking Andy's edit of him being portrayed pretty negatively here. And straight up, it's like, I feel like this was always going to be an ineffective argument. I don't think anyone was ever going to pick up. So again, I personally have always been a proponent that I do think challenges are largely random, and I do feel like Kyle is someone that would be pretty unlikely to win out till the very end of the season, especially considering, again, like some of his immunity wins are very rocky. But again, I do think the way that Andy tries to explain that here is something that, again, was never really going to work, and it felt like just so many people were dead set on going for Kyle anyway that, again, none of this would have really mattered. But either way, we do get the tribal where it was largely boring, with Kyle saying that he's not going to roll over and die, even though he did kind of roll over and die, as we really didn't see him do much to try to save himself here. But either way, we get to the vote. It's a boring 6-1 vote, with Kyle having voted for Teeny, which isn't explained, all while Andy ends up voting for Genevieve, which again makes sense as a potential flip, and also again him actually wanting Genevieve out anyway. But again, Kyle ends up being given this hero's edit on his way out, with Gabe even saying what a hero, and Sierra calling him a gentleman, and he ends up hugging everyone on his way out, saying he gives $1.50 when it comes to his family, I guess. And we do see Jeff like hug him on his way out, though I did find it very strange on Fire podcast that Jeff seemed to like talk about this as if this is the first time he's ever hugged a player and said thank you for coming out, which, like, I mean, you literally did it this season. And even then, like, I can very much remember even back in Winners at War, him doing that with Ben in particular. Again, you've done this before. I don't know why you're trying to make it seem like this is a special case for Kyle. Either way, we lose Kyle, and I don't get the Kyle love personally. So again, I think after Saul had gone, Kyle was the next fan favorite. And to be fair, Kyle is someone that I would typically expect to be the fan favorite from a more casual point of view. Yeah, I've just found Kyle really boring, and I really did not get much entertainment from Kyle. I saw a lot of comparisons, like Kyle's like the new Keith Nail. Even then, Keith Nail was a lot more fun TV than someone like Kyle. I really do not feel like Kyle brings much entertainment to the show, to where I literally have zero interest in ever seeing Kyle play Survivor again. Again, while he does have like this very calm demeanor that is very different from modern Survivor, again, I do think he very much fits in line with, again, someone that would be cast on like the middle school seasons of the show. He's someone that, again, I just don't think he brings much to the show outside of, again, winning challenges. But really from the social strategy aspects of the game, again, he was just kind of aloof for the majority of the game and kind of just like clinging on to the majority until he made a move against Gabe, only to be taken out immediately afterwards. So again, at least he made a move. Again, I think there's other people that are in his archetype that wouldn't have made that move, but again, I don't want to see them back either. Again, Kyle's just someone that I don't personally want to see back. I don't really have much interest in it. Though, to be fair, I would not be that shocked if he's someone that would be potentially in the running for a return. And now for episode 12, an episode that got a lot of hype as the best episode of the new era, and it was good. I do think it was a very good episode. I don't have those same opinions of it being the best of the new era. I think that's definitely hyperbole, though. Again, I think it's debatably the best of the season. Even then, again, I would debate with episode 4, but again, it's definitely up there. Either way, we do start off with Sue's reaction to the Kyle boot, with the notion that they bothered to show this on the show could theoretically be good for her, again, being this end cap to that side of her story, if it wasn't for the fact that Dodo music was playing the entire time. But this also does lead to a lot of focus on the Sue and Caroline relationship, with Caroline now saying herself that Sue imagines her as her daughter, which I felt like was weird for someone else to say that about themselves. But this is also paired up with Dodo music for Caroline, talking about how Sue is her provider and doing the dirty work, giving us some humorous b-roll of Sue, with this episode seemingly dunking on them here, to where while Caroline has always been portrayed pretty positively up to this point, this sudden negativity felt like this setup for her eventual boots. Now beyond that, we do get a lot of focus on the true underdogs in this spot, that being Sam and Genevieve, with Sam talking about feeling powerless after the previous vote, with that intro feeling more in line to the likes of a Jake or an Owen, where by this point in the season I did very much clock the fact that he was probably going to be losing finalists. But then we get more focus on Genevieve and see her talking to Andy and apologizing for discounting his game and kind of undoing the talk about him being a goat from the previous episode, which would have been good if the scene was actually about Andy, but instead it's actually more focused on Genevieve, with this playing into the progression of her arc, with her at the previous tribal, again, having told everybody about her not wanting to bond with people, which, why would you tell people that? But that does lead to her in this episode talking about how she realizes that she needs bonds in this game, and she ultimately comes to the conclusion that the way that she's been playing the game was wrong, and that you need to let people in to progress, which again felt like this very blatant development here in a way that I suspect production loved this arc for her, and I do think it's recontextualized Genevieve's edit up to this point. Again, her intro in episode 4, that being the start of her story, makes a lot more sense now, as again, that's essentially the start of her arc, the spot where she decides to start playing without building these bonds, and this moment, along with her later letters from home, felt like the conclusion to this arc, and how now she's found this new group to work with here, after having played the game alone for pretty much the entire post-merge phase of the game. Now, again, despite this being good content for her, she's still not winning, and again, I feel like this is actually more in line with the style of journey edit you would expect someone to have over any, winning story, but I do think it makes it a lot more understandable why she was edited the way she was, particularly early on in the season. Though funnily, this is followed up by a very awkward conversation between her and Teeny, with Genevieve now going all in her campaign against Rachel, talking about how her going increases the chances for everybody, and that Rachel's playing the game that she wanted to, and would vote for Rachel at the end, with Teeny taking this as a threat and going on to rant about how Genevieve doesn't respect their game and is insulted by her words, seemingly tossing this away as Genevieve just trying to create chaos, where, again, this is kind of insane to me, where when, again, a potential jury member is coming up to you and, again, telling you that the person that you're planning on going to the end with is someone that would beat you, you should probably take that into consideration. Now, obviously, it doesn't mean that you have to make the move right now, but it's not something to completely brush off in the way that Teeny seems to in this spot. But in general, this ends up starting what ends up being a very bad episode for Teeny's edit, with them declaring that Sam or Genevieve will go home, again, at the beginning of the episode, which should make it clear that Sam and Genevieve are not going home. But also, I did feel like this was bad for Genevieve, where, again, right after Genevieve's talk about realizing that she needs to bond with people, she then proceeds to fail at bonding with Teeny in this spot, to where, again, neither of them are looking great edgically. But anyway, we then get to the reward challenge, where, who would have guessed it? It's an obstacle course, followed by a basketball section at the end. That definitely isn't the same type of challenge that we've had in this spot multiple times in a new era, but here we end up seeing Sam, unsurprisingly, winning a very physical challenge here, with him getting Italian food and crisp, fresh Caesar salad, I guess. But also, we unsurprisingly get the letters from home here to obviously make this pick a lot more dramatic, but it is here where you see him instantly picking Andy as someone that supposedly he had promised to beforehand, and Sam did seem to be earnest in wanting to make it up to Andy for how he treated him, but also this is obviously the correct call strategically, where Andy is by far the most likely person to flip in this spot. Oh, well, for the second pick, he ends up picking Genevieve, which works out for him, but it did feel like a bit of a curious choice here, as it does piss off obviously the other presumed swing vote in Teeny, and now allows for the remaining 4 on the other side to further bond and solidify the vote against him, where, again, I did feel like that seemed questionable, though I could see some merit to it. and allowing obviously him and Genevieve to work on Andy together, and obviously it ends up working out for them and them being able to pull off a pretty insane play. But through this, again, this does lead to more negative teeny content, with them constantly talking about how it was a foolish decision for Sam to not take them, and it definitely pushes them one way where, I mean, come on, like there's no way you were actually going to flip anyway. But again, we do see them being pissed off here once they return to camp, saying that this is the dumbest thing Sam could do, and he just quit the game by not taking them on reward, I guess. And then sarcastically ends up clapping about him being a hero and talks about like not liking him as the popular all-American quarterback type, and proceeds to mockingly imitate him, telling them about the reward, which is overall obviously a very bad look for Teeny here, coming off very entitled. Though I did feel like some of the fan reaction to this was a bit harsh, where again, it's funny that in a spot where people complain about how Survivor is lacking villains, and we get someone like Teeny here, and again, even like someone like a Rome earlier, the fan base ends up hating despite them, again, being villainous figures at this point. But also here we do get to see the 4 women agree to go women strong to the Final Four, with obviously now this is going to be the time that the all-women's alliance is finally going to work. But obviously this does end up justifying Andy's move to flip, which, considering he was at the bottom of the pecking order and seemingly had no winner prospects, I do think the move that Andy ultimately makes here is the correct one, despite how it ends up playing out for him. And we do end up seeing Caroline here really narrating the scene, laying out the pecking order, Sam, Genevieve, and then Andy, because that's obviously exactly what's going to happen here. But the scene ends with Caroline talking about this 4 will run the show, and that this is the $1 million, and she could see herself winning this game, which felt like this death knell for her, showing her being overconfident here despite her season-long storyline being about being underestimated, to where, again, it felt like this was very much in conflict with how she was portrayed beforehand. That made it even more apparent that she was going home. But the more important events of the episode happen at the reward, where again, first we do see them get letters from home, which was mostly boring, but is here where we obviously see Genevieve get a lot of focus about her development. But then we get to the main events here, with Andy finally talking game and saying that he wants this to be the defining conversation for the rest of the game. But again, here we do see him really spilling everything about his alliance, saying that no one is willing to flip outside of him, and reveals Rachel's vote blocker, which did make it pretty clear that he was being serious with this plan, though I do think it also pigeonholes him to sticking with this group, as, again, if he does flip back afterwards, it again allows for Sam and Genevieve to have dirt on him, which I don't think is particularly great. But the plan they end up coming up with here is something that I literally called was going to happen at the end of the previous episode, and that is try to convince the majority to split the vote, and that would obviously give Andy the opportunity to flip and finally make a move of his own, with the intention here being to take out Rachel, which I do think if he was able to get Rachel out in this spot, this would have been a very strong move. Again, taking out the person who is looked at as the front runner in the game, and taking her out with, again, a vote blocker in her pocket, and unbeknownst to him, an idol as well, while also now having this move on his resume that could garner him respect, especially as pulling off this plurality vote in a spot where the opposition had so many advantages in their position to potentially stop this plan. Again, that makes this a very high difficulty move here to pull off. And again, I do think at this point, especially when Rachel is the target, I do think this is the right call for Andy. Really, whether he's at the bottom of his alliance or not, as really either way, he's not winning a jury vote at this point, and he might as well go all out and try to gain respect from the jury, and whether or not succeeds or not, again, he might as well try. And again, I do think making this move is very effective. Now, I will say, if Rachel was not immune, would it have actually worked out? I'm not sure. Again, obviously, Rachel has an idol, has a vote blocker. I think in a spot where she is not safe, she's obviously a lot more incentivized to use something to protect herself, and really either of those would have countered this plan anyway, to where, again, I think there are some question marks on if Rachel did not win immunity, would this plan have even gone through? But again, I do think had they been able to execute on this move and gotten Rachel out, I do think that would have been a very, very good move on Andy's end. But anyway, here we do see the creation of this plan, now dubbed Operation Italy, because they got Italian food, which, I mean, I do think the Italian job would have been a better name, though I suspect that name would have been shut down. But again, I did love the presentation of this plan being presented as a scene from Ocean's 11, obviously being this big heist sequence with us getting these like flashy transitions and heist music in the background, which again ends up being another fun segment here. Again, I do like these sort of segments in modern Survivor. Survivor, of them kind of like breaking the typical mold where, again, it's season 47. If this was done in the first few seasons, I'd be thinking, what are we doing? But again, we're so far in. I think shaking up the formula in ways like this, I think ends up being more fun than not. But here you see them plotting throughout the night with Sam pulling out his expired idol, because obviously that had to come up at some point. Why would he talk about it after it was expired? But before we actually get to hear the plan itself, we actually cut back to camp, where again, like a heist movie, we get to see each member do their part and explain their role as they do it, with the bulk of the rest of the episode really focusing around this plan, where first we do see Sam channeling his theater experience and him playing dead to the majority, pretending like he's willing to vote out Genevieve, all while we then cut to Genevieve, who ends up creating a new fake idol using Sam's old idol, which she proceeds to flash to Teeny, to where Teeny obviously now thinks that Genevieve has an idol and giving them incentive to split the vote, though obviously there should have already been talk about splitting the vote. But I do think there's probably a bit too much of a notion of it being so obvious that you split the vote, as obviously, again, splitting the vote in the spot where numbers are so tight, it is dangerous. Obviously, it opens it up for what ends up happening, and through that, again, if you're splitting the vote in the spot, you need to have trust in every member of your group or you're likely screwed. Now, there was a way to counter this, which seemingly never gets mentioned in the actual show Survivor. I know people have done it in the past, though, of, again, being very deliberate in who is on each side of the split, where obviously if Andy was on the lower side of the split, his flip won't matter, to where, again, Andy's flip only matters if he's on the higher end of the split. So again, I think the fact that they didn't recognize the fact that Andy was the most likely to flip, with Andy again having spent time with Sam and Genevieve, and through that put Andy on the bottom end of the split, I do think is a failing there. Though, to be fair, I believe the reason for that is because they actually knew that Andy wanted to make a big move for his resume, and assumed that letting Andy be on the upper end of the split to get Genevieve out would allow him to think that he has this big move on his resume, which, to be fair, I think is a massive misread in thinking that that would be good enough for Andy to just be going along with the majority and think that it's a big move for his resume. But again, I think it at least, again, gives context to why they split in the way they did, even though I think that was a, again, big mistake. But anyway, we then see Andy's part of the plan, which is obviously to ham it up about how terrible of an experience he had on the reward, while also getting the group to split the vote and convincing them that Genevieve has an idol, which all of this seems to be working accordingly, coming into the immunity challenge, where obviously nothing could go wrong. Now, the immunity challenge itself, I did actually think was an interesting one here. It's starting off with a balance beam, which is, again, nothing new. But then we get a new, like, double-ended staff maze puzzle, which kind of looked cool. And we do end with the challenge that we've seen in the past of them bouncing balls on a disc, though, again, having this as part of an obstacle course instead of its own individual challenge was something new here. Though the challenge ends up being a blowout here. And what do you know? Andy's plan goes wrong with Rachel winning immunity. Though I will say, for me, this is a bit of a knock against Rachel's winning game here. The fact that it did seem like she needed something to get out of this round. It did seem like she was, again, actively tricked into a spot where, had she not won immunity here, the votes would have been onto her. Now, again, she had these advantages to save herself, and, again, had this immunity win to keep the votes off her to begin with, where, again, it's likely she survives this round either way, but I do feel like the fact that she was tricked by Andy throughout this round is something that would be a minor ding against her on my winner ranking. But I do think this win here has instant ramifications for Operation Italy, to where, again, I think you could argue that the plan is even worth doing for Andy at this point, as, again, executing the move at this point would lead to him just being on the bottom next round, where, again, Rachel's a vote blocker. We'll give her the numbers where essentially this is Andy kind of playing himself out of the majority. But despite that, I actually think this is still a move worth making for Andy here, where obviously we do see the vote shift onto Caroline, which, again, makes sense to split up her and Sue. And really, from Andy's perspective, Caroline's the person that seemingly he has the least amount of connective tissue to. And again, taking out Caroline, taking out somebody that is within that majority group that people would have been willing to take to the end, opening up a spot for him, to where, again, I think from a positioning standpoint, I think it still makes sense to get rid of Caroline in this spot. The problem is obviously the fact that there are so many advantages on the other side. Though, to be fair, Andy doesn't know about any of them outside the vote blocker. But again, in the spot that Andy is right now, if he just plays with the majority, gets to the end, he's losing the game no matter what. Again, there's no respect for him on the jury to win the game at this point, to where, and again, even beyond that, he's fifth in the pecking order, seemingly. He's not even going to make it to the point where he can even make fire for a chance to get to the end, where, again, I still stand by the fact that he should make this move, still. Even though, again, it doesn't work out for him. And it didn't even really seem to really gain him much respect from the jury. I think he should, again, at least try. To where even though Rachel has this block vote, that's going to put him on the bottom of the following round, at least there's the chance of him still worming his way back into the 4. And if he's able to win his way to 4, again, maybe he can win fire making, potentially beat Rachel, have a bigger resume by the end, where again, there's at least more paths after making this move to win, which again is the goal of being out there. Again, if your goal is just to skate through the game and get to the end, then yeah, obviously this is a bad move. But again, there's no doubt that Andy knew that also. So in this spot, again, if you're trying to win the game, I think this is a move that is necessary, as again, because Andy as is has literally zero respect from the jury, and I don't think can win a single jury combination. So again, you might as well try to change that. But again, I did feel like there was no way that this plan wasn't going to go through, where we do end up trying to add as much suspense as possible with us seeing Teeny being annoyed at how the plan has shifted onto voting for Genevieve instead of Sam, though that ends up being relieved after they confirm with Genevieve that she's playing her idol, as again, that means Sam's going anyway due to the split, which is obviously going to happen. But also we do get a lot of focus on Caroline here and her being warned that Genevieve is voting for her, with Caroline being happy that she's finally looked at as a threat, which was obviously not going to work out for her. And again, felt like this funny irony in her way out. The fact that she was underestimated the entire time, and now she's being taken out at the first point that she's looked at as a threat. But this does transition us into talk about potentially using the advantages during this round, with Sue offering up her idol to Caroline if she needs it, which she refuses to take, which is one of the only true things I would dock against Caroline in this spot here, where obviously the issue with how she played this round is how unaware she was that Andy was flipping on her and not taking this potential safety here, as again, she could have been safe through Sue's idol. She could have also split the votes differently to avoid being taken out by a flip, though again, at the end of the day, she does get very unlucky in how everything plays out here, again, having a majority on her side, but also being taken out due to this big operation, and even then wasn't even the primary target, to where had she survived this round and Rachel had gone instead, that puts Caroline in a pretty strong position to end up getting to the end and having a very strong case there, especially if she was able to reel Andy back in. Again, get to the end of Andy and Sue, I think she's already won the game, where again, I do feel like Rachel's immunity win here really ends up demolishing Caroline's game in a spot where she didn't really do that much wrong. Again, really just a couple like very minor mistakes in this spot. Again, all of it seeming to just stem from the fact that she didn't realize that Andy was flipping. But again, it really takes her out of this like very strong position in the game, and as they're going out in a pretty unlucky way from my point of view. But also here, we do get some talk about potentially wanting Rachel to use her vote blocker, which would obviously allow them to do a safer vote split with only one vote necessary to split at that point. And it did seem like Rachel seriously considered this, only to end up backing down, which I again assume was due to them wanting Andy to feel like he was part of this move. And while again, you can definitely criticize Rachel for that, which again is definitely Rachel again being tricked by Andy there, though also it actually kind of works out for Rachel, where I don't even think it was actually in Rachel's best interest to use the power at this point, especially considering the fact that she had won immunity, where again, if she had not won immunity, I do think it is the better call to use the vote block to stop any funny business. But again, when her own life is not on the line, I do think it is the correct call here to not use either of them and save it for the final six. And realistically, Caroline going out here is actually pretty good for Rachel's game. Again, it opens up Sue to working with her in lockstep now and keeps around these bigger targets as shields that the likes of Teeny and Andy also have to deal with. So again, I do think this actually very much works in Rachel's favor, but obviously not on purpose. Which, with that, I guess I should talk about Rachel's role in this episode, and that is barely a role at all, with the edit obviously shielding her during this episode, where she doesn't get any moments of her being confident that this plan is going through, even seems apprehensive, and instead we get so much of Teeny and Caroline's perspective, where they're shown to be wrong about how this vote is going to go, which is even more glaring at Tribal, where we get so many overconfident shots of Teeny and Caroline smirking, but again, none of Rachel, where again, while in-game it's very obvious that Rachel is set up for a win at this point, even the edit at this point is fully backing her at this point, where I really did not feel like there was any other option. I feel like it was such an apparent Rachel win by this point in the season that, again, did sap some suspense from how the season was going to play out. But as we head into Tribal, I did like this final confessional that we get from Genevieve of her talking through all the ways that the plan could go wrong, with which obviously, again, you could have the split vote not being what was intended, you could have advantages being played, or you could even have Andy getting cold feet. And again, it really just highlights how impressive of a move this is to ultimately go through here with so many working parts. But once we get to Tribal, again, we get a lot of the majority outside of Rachel coming off very cocky and them talking about having a pecking order order and saying it's obviously one of the three that went on reward are going home, which again, like, why loop in Andy into that? But again, we do get to the votes where I did like this play from Sam and Genevieve to still pretend like Genevieve had the idol, but ultimately did not play it in a spot where, again, I do think this works out for Sam in particular, as again, if this plan doesn't go through and there ends up being a tie between Sam and Genevieve, that means that obviously they will vote out Genevieve over him because they assume that she has an idol. But also in the spot where Genevieve stays, and again, this ends up being a benefit for Genevieve as well at that point, they can obviously pretend like they still have an idol to use. So obviously that gives them a lot more room to work with also giving, again, a lot more leeway to get the votes onto Andy as a safer option, and it makes it easier to ping Andy as a safer vote, where and I did think this move really worked in Sam's favor in particular, though also it's just kind of a creative play. But as expected, we do get a 3-2-2 vote with Caroline being sniped out of the game here, where afterwards we get Saul saying Andy flipped again, which was not a great reaction here, as I don't suspect that Andy really gained much respect by making this move at the end, where it felt like the jury really just looked at him as being wishy-washy, more so than having this big elaborate plan that they were able to execute, which again felt very opposed to even like the Cody blindside, where we have like Noelle yelling like Jesse did it. Like here it was again more so like, oh, of course Andy flipped again. And again, while it doesn't work out for Andy here, and again I don't think it really gained him much jury respect, it was still a move worth making, as again you still might as well try, and even if it fails you're more likely to be on Survivor 50. But with that, let's talk about the boot here in Caroline, and I really like Caroline across this season. I mean, she was someone that I was actually kind of hoping to win for a lot of it, in the sense that I did think her winning the season with the edit that she got, I think would have been a very interesting conclusion to the season. Again, a spot where like Caroline just felt like so thematically satisfying, really fitting into like underestimation and community. The problem is that like, again, like her edit did not really spike at any real point to where it didn't really feel like it was going anywhere, especially by the time that Gabe goes home, where I feel like that ending that story so early was something that was very damning for Caroline. But again, I thought Caroline was a very interesting player. I think there's an argument Caroline might be the best player of the season, where again, she seemed to be able to build some pretty strong relationships. She seemed to have her end game on lock and seemed to be someone that had a pretty good head on her shoulders, where, while again, I disagree with like the Gabe move. And obviously, again, there is some lack of awareness in Andy flipping at the end. I do think for the most part, her game is very, very solid. I think definitely one of the better games of someone taken out before the end game stretch, to where, again, I think Caroline ends up being a very solid player here. And one that, again, I think would have so much potential on return, though obviously I'm not fully expecting it. But now for episode 13, part 1 of the 2-hour finale, to where we do end up having two 2-hour episodes to include this season, which was a strange way to end this season, especially considering the overall pacing of this finale, if you can even call it that, where obviously this episode here is just a glorified penultimate episode of the season, where obviously they just named it part 1 because of marketing reasons, and really just in general the fact that they even had to do this is something that was very clearly put on them by CBS. I don't think production would have actively made this decision on their own, split up the finale in this way, and I do feel like it's a decision that did actually kind of harm how this final stretch of the game was presented, to where obviously we get to the proper finale without even a proper vote off in that episode, which was very strange. Though with that, while this season was one episode longer than most recent seasons, we did actually get less screen time for the final 6 on this season, with the final 6 typically being a full episode in its own right, which obviously means that it would get 90 minutes of content, though this time we only get 60 minutes for the final 6, while the remainder of the finale ends up remaining the same length, to where we get 30 minutes less for this stretch of the game, though despite that, I actually don't feel like we miss out on that much. Whatever anything, I actually think it actually helps with the pacing of the first half of this episode. We do start all off with Jeff walking through the Tribal Council set, going through the players one by one, which was a bit of an old school touch there, in a spot where I did find it interesting, where even Jeff here talks about how Rachel is the biggest threat in the game. Where, again, I was pretty surprised to see how all in they were on hyping up how obvious it was that Rachel would win if she got to the end, which did set up a lot of the suspense in the lead up to the ultimate conclusion of the season. Though obviously they did go a bit overboard in this, where I could see a world where this would have looked like it was too obvious that this can't actually be happening because this was so in our faces, though realistically, I think by the end of this episode, there really wasn't another viable option to make this not feel like it was just what was actually going to happen. But obviously, we do start off with a lot of the reaction to Operation Italy, with us seeing Sue and Teeny being pissed after the flip, with Teeny going off and confronting Andy, only for Andy to lie to her about how he decided to flip on the way to Tribal, with the entire vote being one that just happened to come together at the last second, which is so improbable to think that this just all lined up with people acting separately, though Teenie actually seems to buy this because it's Teenie, I guess. But again, this does end up being another pretty bad episode for Teenie, where, again, last episode they got a lot of negativity, though this episode they ended up just being portrayed as, again, just straight up bad at the game. Again, now fully demonstrating more Jake and Owen qualities that you would have expected from them considering their run on this season. But this is where we do see Andy deciding to stick with Sam and Genevieve, which I was surprised to see here, as again, I was fully expecting him to flip back, especially considering Rachel's vote blocker in play, which should have given her numbers, given her a pretty easy ride to the end. Though, again, the thing is that all hinders on keeping Teenie in line, which she actually shockingly fails to do. Where, again, we do see the Andy side of things really doing some pretty good work here and pulling Teenie over, where I never would have guessed that Teenie would have flipped after they had blindsided her in the previous vote. Though, to be fair, I don't think this was necessarily the wrong move from their point of view, where obviously Rachel is this big threat that is good at challenges and someone that they know is good at fire, to where, again, you do need her out at some point, to where I actually don't hate this as a move for Teenie. It's just one I'm kind of surprised that she ended up making. Though even within that, I don't know if she's necessarily making it because of the correct information, where it seems like she's more so making this because she thinks Genevieve has an idol and can't get her out anyway. But through that, we do now see Sue and Rachel at the bottom of the tribe, even though they both have idols in their pockets, meaning that they're more than likely safe anyway. And really, throughout this episode, it felt pretty clear that they were going to end up upending this new majority. And while Rachel, again, does do good work here maintaining Sue's loyalty, particularly telling her about her idol, after we see Sue frantically looking for an idol the next morning, where, I mean, really, like, I don't know why she thought there was an idol in play, considering it's not like an idol just went out of play. And also, if she assumes that Genevieve's idol is real and she has her own, then it's like, what idol does she think is there to find? And again, this ends up being another unflattering scene for Sue, of her talking about how she has to stand up and start playing the game, only for her to stumble as she gets up. But also, I did find this to be a curious choice for Sue to just not tell Rachel about her idol after Rachel had done so to her, which, to be fair, doesn't end up mattering here. But I did find it to be a pretty surprising decision. But really, at the end of the day, Rachel needs Sue much more than Sue needed Rachel in this spot, where, again, Sue is probably going to get dragged to the end either way. But again, it becomes clear that really a lot of the events that are about to happen don't really matter that much, as at the end of the day, Rachel's probably just going to play her idol, and whoever they end up voting for is going to go home. Which I will say does feel very lame to me, where coming into this episode, I was really hoping for Rachel to have this really strong episode, being able to really dominate this endgame stretch of the season, but she instead just kind of wins out. Which, again, for me personally, for the way that I personally assess the game, I just find that so disappointing. As, again, I really want to like Rachel's game, and I do feel like Rachel is a good player and has shown a lot of good game ability and are having these pretty crafty moves at points, but I do largely find the fact that she essentially has this end stretch of her just winning out in a way not that dissimilar from the likes of Ben, from the likes of Mike. Even you can somewhat compare it to Michelle Fitzgerald, even though, again, that's a little bit different. But, I mean, she's essentially a player that just wins out. And I feel like for a player like Rachel, someone that I think has a lot of potential, and someone I do want to assess highly, for someone like that to win in this way was just, again, kind of a letdown for me. But it is here where we do get a fun moment from Rachel of her and Sue realizing that they're left alone at camp, and we do proceed to see Rachel go off in the night and spy on the others, actually learning some pretty important information there. Again, hearing their plot to take her out, and hearing that Teenie exposes her vote blocker, and now knowing that Teenie is fully against her, while also hearing about Genevieve's idol. That's fake, but again, they don't know that. And obviously a move here that feels very in line with Tony's spy shacks, and probably more similarly to like Mike listening into Rodney plotting against him, which, again, continuing to show Rachel as a savvy player, again, one that's playing hard here, which, again, I do respect, but really, at the end of the day, this doesn't actually end up gaining her that much. Where, again, yeah, Rachel's being targeted, but again, literally everyone ends up telling her that she's being targeted anyway, like including Teenie, to where, again, I do feel like the show kind of overhyped how important this ends up being. But again, we do spend a lot of time before the challenge setting up how much in danger Rachel is and how she needs immunity despite having an idol. So we get to the challenge, which ends up being a typical water obstacle course challenge that ends with the logo puzzle, where we do see Genevieve saying that she doesn't like these style of puzzles, while Rachel says, I do. playing into their rivalry, and also probably not a great look for Rachel as she proceeds to end up losing to Genevieve at the puzzle, where Genevieve wins immunity, being the worst case scenario for Rachel here, though again, she has an idol, so it doesn't really matter, but again, we do end up seeing Genevieve getting a reward here as well, and picking Sue and Teeny, where obviously we do get a lot of campaigning against Rachel there, obviously towards Sue, which doesn't work, though it is here where we get another dodo moment for Teeny and them getting tipsy for the billionth time this season, this time leaking Genevieve's idol to Sue, and showing them being bad at the game. But back at camp, we do end up seeing the 3 GATA members, being those that weren't picked for a reward, all sitting on the beach, which did feel like this nice full circle moment here with Sam getting to talk about his relationship with Rachel and how they've gone down different paths, which does lead to Sam just telling Rachel that he's voting her out, which again just seemed to be what pretty much everyone ends up doing here, which, I mean, at the end of the day, Rachel was such an obvious target at this point anyway. So for someone like Sam, someone like Genevieve, I don't think this is that egregious to tell Rachel that you're voting her out. As again, it's going to be obvious, and at least at that point you can kind of gain some mutual respect with her, with you being honest to her, though obviously it does end up being more of a negative in the fact that obviously they don't know that Rachel has an idol that she can play in this spot. But obviously this leads to Rachel pretending to be upset at how her game's over, only for her to then gloat in confessional about how she's playing dead, but no, she isn't dead tonight. But again, it is here where we do see her trying to work on Andy, trying to flip him to take out Sam, with Sam being the initial target here, as he always seems to be, with Rachel telling Andy that the jury looks at his game as a nothing burger and essentially tells him that he can't win the game playing the way he's playing, and supposedly not showing the show, also threatened him and saying that if you lie to me one more time, then her and Sue won't vote for him on the jury, which I do actually think is another, again, savvy play from Rachel here to get him to be honest with her, in essence, letting her know if she's getting the votes and allowing her to play her idol. Again, another smaller move here, but one that, again, I think is very effective in getting what she wants here, as again, it stops Andy from pretending to go along with flipping the vote here, which was really the only possible way for Rachel to go home in this spot, for her to just not play her idol because she didn't know that she had the majority on her side. But now, again, with Andy pretty much always going to be truthful in the spot under the worry of losing her jury vote, it does allow Rachel to essentially be in a spot where she's kind of safe no matter what through this round. Mind you, through some sort of advantage, as even in the spot where Andy does flip again, they still need a vote blocker in that spot, but still, again, safe. This all leads up to what ends up seeming to be the defining moment of this round, and that we do see Andy going to Rachel and ends up being completely honest to her, saying that she's going home, and as the others had as well, which again guarantees she plays her idol. And while that ultimately would have been game ending for him anyway, considering again Rachel ends up winning out, it's still something I actually do think is excusable in this spot, considering again I don't think Andy can risk the jury votes at this point, though it does lead us to the more controversial aspect of all this, and what also ends up seemingly ending his game here, in that following this, he tries to prove to her perception of him is wrong, and in essence revealing his entire game, explaining his game to her, supposedly in such an effective way that it causes Rachel to be more aware of his game and causes her to change him into the target, which, again, I know Andy got some flack over how dumb it was for him to do this, when in reality, I actually don't think this is that bad. And again, results oriented, it cost him the game. So again, you could definitely look at it as bad, but in the spot that he's in right now, I do think, all things considered, Andy's not winning this game at this point. And if he gets it again, he's going to lose. No one's going to vote for him. Yeah, he could have a very good Final Tribal performance. And again, we've seen in the past that has changed people's minds. But I do think if you're relying on your Final Tribal performance to change everyone's perceptions of your game, then you're playing a flawed game. As again, that's not very likely to work the majority of the time, especially when you're someone that is so not respected from the jury. Or again, I think if there is at least a modicum of respect there from the jury, I think you can potentially gain more through Final Trial, but not in a spot where, again, everyone just looks at you as this blatant goat. So again, I do think him revealing his game here is something that could have worked out for him, changing the perception of him in the game, where the only reason this looks bad is because Rachel had an idol. Again, something that no one expected, and something that, while you should always consider the fact that someone might have an idol, there's no reason to actually think that she would have one here. But again, if this plan did work, and she goes onto the jury, now being fully aware of the game he played, thinking that he's the best player on the board, I do think this could have panned out for him. Again, I think Rachel would have been a very influential juror. And if she's on the jury really propping up Andy's game, that can be a very effective way to change the jury's perception of you in the game. Again, he essentially utilizes a strategy that we've seen on Big Brother quite a bit. Again, we've seen Nicole Franzel do this with Corey Brooks and getting him to campaign on the jury for her. Same thing with like Paris with Maddie and BB Can 6. And it's like, it is a very effective strategy. But the problem is that, again, that is Big Brother. That is a game where once someone's on the block and on their way out, again, there's nothing to really stop them from going out outside, again, a very, very wonky twist. Where on Survivor, again, there's always idols. There's always, again, time to blindside people. Considering, again, the fact that anybody could go home on Survivor. It's not just the two people on the block. And because that Andy's move was, again, more set up to fail on something like Survivor, as, again, this does just open it up for Rachel to, again, idle out Andy, or even then, even use this as leverage against him, to where, again, I do think there were definitely more downsides in using this on Survivor, but I don't think this is a fundamentally bad strat, and I do think it's one that could have worked for him had it just been for the fact that Rachel didn't have an idol. Though I will say, I did find all this to be a really great ending to his story, where, again, he had obviously constantly talked about how underestimated he was in the game, and this is a point now where he's finally not underestimated. He finally is able to reveal his game to Rachel. Rachel finally recognized the game that he's played, and ends up obviously proceeding to target him because of that, which again ends up being a very humorous way for him to go. But again, coming into the tribal, the show doesn't even try to have suspense on whether or not Rachel's going to be playing her idol, and instead goes all in on hyping up it's being Rachel's move, with her, again, debating between taking out Sam or Andy, though clearly it was going to land on Andy, which, while it does work out for her, I actually don't know if this is necessarily the right call for her game, where I do think Sam is a much bigger threat to her game in terms of immunity challenges, where, again, we never saw Andy get particularly close in immunity challenge, though Sam, again, seemed to get close numerous times. Also beyond that, Sam is someone that is much more resolute in getting Rachel out of the game, where again, I do think Andy is someone that is a lot more likely to potentially flip back to save Rachel at some point down the road, where I don't feel like Sam ever was, where, again, I do think there were those reasons to keep Andy around, though at the same time, we do know that Andy was a good fire maker. Probably the only person that, again, would have beaten Rachel, where, again, that's definitely something to consider as well, though I do think if I was in this spot, I would have taken out Sam, though realistically, I do think it is kind of a marginal choice. But either way, we do get the tribal, where we do see Teeny talking about how the previous vote was accidental. Rachel instantly refuting that, as again, that's still ridiculous that they think that. But again, here Rachel ends up doing a pretty good job at making it seem like she knows that she's out of the game, and everyone just openly talks about taking her out, with Teeny saying that she knows Rachel would beat her in fire, which felt like foreshadowing. But all this obviously just felt like a big performance for the jury, from Rachel's end, with the jury seemingly rooting for her at this point, though we do get to the vote where Rachel does end up using her vote blocker on Sam, which doesn't end up mattering much. Though again, could have if someone flipped. Though again, I think the fact that she wasn't able to make this vote blocker work for her is kind of a negative for her game, as really all she needed was one more vote and she couldn't even get that. But I mean, I guess you could say that the vote blocker is effective in a way here, in the fact that it actually does stop the majority from splitting the vote, where obviously instead they only have 3 votes, so they can't even do a 2-2-2 tie, though to be fair, I don't know if they necessarily would have done that anyway, considering I don't think they looked at Sue as someone that they needed to take out of the game to split the vote on, for even then she probably just plays her idol anyway at that point. But again, we do get to see Rachel end up using her idol, nullifying the 3 votes against her, leading to Andy being blindsided here, Rachel having a pretty badass line as he leaves, saying, "You were convincing today, but not in the way that you thought." Again, with that, we end up losing Andy, and again, Andy was a great character across the season. I think Andy was clearly the star of the season, definitely the main character of the season throughout the majority of it, where I felt like his journey was such a major aspect of this season. And while he's a character that I think is not necessarily inherently entertaining, but I think he was more so fun in the show, mainly because he was portrayed in this more Dodo-ish light, to where I think there's a world where Andy maybe isn't as riveting of a character, though I think it played out pretty well on this season. But and from a gameplay front, I do think played a pretty solid game here. I mean, despite the fact that he had this obviously meltdown in episode 1, I feel like from that point on, I actually think Andy plays the game pretty well. And I think he makes the optimal move at almost every turn. I actually feel like, again, if we're looking at the board, I think he's probably the player that played the most optimally throughout the majority of the season. I think he's someone that was, again, very aware of his game, played very methodically. Now, again, would have worked out for him? Don't know. Again, I do think it would have been tough to really turn around the jury, considering the spot he was at, though I do think he was in a spot where he could have still maybe turned it around, especially, again, had Rachel not had an idol. Rachel goes on the jury rooting for him, and Andy, again, gets to the end of, like, Teeny Sue especially. I think there's a world where Andy pulls out the win there. But again, I do think it's still a tough path. But again, I do think Andy, for the most part, though, is a good player. I think he's someone that, again, on the return, and it could go bad. It could definitely be a spot where he's targeted right away. But I think there's another world where Andy could be a massive threat on 50, because I think he is going to be on 50. Where, again, if he just comes in the game, is just more respected from the offset, but plays a similar style of game, just, again, probably a bit more out in front, I do think Andy could potentially be a very solid player. And with that, we then get to the final 5 round, which starts with more of the same of Rachel still being this massive target and her getting really strong underdog content, talking about how huge of a tribal that was and how she finally knew what was going on and no one else did except for Sue. But this does lead to open talk about how she found the idol, leading to Genevieve now being interrogated about her idol, with that also leading to the reestablishment that Sam is the only person to know that her idol is fake, which I'm sure won't come up again. But this leads to a lot of focus around the Rachel-Genevieve rivalry. So again, I was always expecting for Rachel to be the one to take Genevieve out of the game and get this massive credit for that move, and that was why we got all that set up previously, though really that doesn't end up really happening here. And it felt like that all that setup was more so just to set up this really interesting rivalry between the two of them, going so deep into the game, with them being propped up as these two big threats at this point in the game and the most likely to win, where we do actually see them like openly acknowledging that, which does lead to some negativity from them, where the following morning we see the other three talking about being annoyed at Rachel and Genevieve for thinking that they've already won, which does show them a bit of an overconfident manner, which wasn't great when pertaining to the themes of the season, but it ends up being one of the negatives for Rachel's penultimate episode here. Though, to be fair, that is a bit of a trope of penultimate episodes that they would typically give a tinge of negative content for the eventual winner to attempt to mask their win, where, and this wasn't anything too damning, though for this we do get a pretty fun moment of Rachel going on idol hunt with Genevieve following her, which felt very reminiscent to what Rome was doing with Saul, with Genevieve now being the Rome, I guess. But this does lead to them talking about who they think would win if they didn't make the final 3, with them instantly agreeing on Sam, with us cutting back to some pretty interesting content back at camp of Sam, Teeny, and Sue talking about potentially going to the 3 together, which really did seem like this path for a win for Sam here, which, considering that fact, it felt pretty clear this wasn't going to happen, as why would they tell us the actual final 3 and who would win that final 3 before it happened? So while this can look like good content for Sam on paper, it actually made me even less confident Sam would win here, despite him coming out of this episode looking like really the only other potential option to Rachel at this point. But anyway, we get to the immunity challenge, which followed the same philosophy as a couple challenges ago of taking a standard older immunity challenge, in that being the ball stacking comp that we saw like Michelle and Dominic win. But here we add a digging section before it, which felt pointless. And again, it seemed to have no impact on the actual challenge itself. But again, it does come down to Rachel and Genevieve, with Rachel pulling out the win here, again in a spot where she did seem to be the target coming into this, meaning that she's now effectively 1 out from the final 8 on. Now, again, technically she didn't need that final 8 immunity. Again, there was really never a point that you could vote her out after the final 9 vote, which is just kind of insane. But with Rachel winning immunity here, it became pretty clear that Genevieve was the next target, with the only level of suspense here really pertaining around her fake idol, where right away we do see Sam being the initial target because of this. But again, through that, we end up seeing a lot of Sam's perspective. First, seeing him feel defeated by Rachel winning, with him talking about how he knows that his winning trajectory is narrowing, which felt in line with content we would get from, again, the likes of Jake and Owen. But then we do get to see Sam saving himself in this spot by exposing to Teeny that Genevieve's idol is fake. Again, I can't believe that came back up here. But also ends up exposing everything that happened of Operation Italy, during which we get more Dodo content for Teeny. We talk about how their mind is melting, realizing that they knew nothing about what's going on in the game, and how they fall into every trap, which again was definitely bad luck for them. But either way with that, obviously this round is over. Again, they're just going to vote out Genevieve. Easy. Except obviously they have to complicate it here, where for some reason they don't actually believe him, which at least gave us some content to show for this round, as really outside that would have been very dry. But I was very shocked to see this, the fact that they didn't take this at face value, where we do see Teenie telling Rachel and Sue about this, to where they end up thinking that this was some elaborate plot to keep both of them in, to make them think that Genevieve doesn't have the idol, so they put the votes on her, and Genevieve can idol one of them out of the game. Which, I mean, to be fair, it's fair to have, obviously, these worries that this could be happening, though when you actually think about it, this makes no actual sense for this to actually be happening here, as, and what incentive does Sam have to be saving Genevieve in a spot where, again, he knows he would lose against Genevieve, and this is the last time that Genevieve could get voted out of the game. But also, for Rachel in particular, it's like, why do you care? Where, again, for her, she should be wanting Genevieve out at this point as the only person that could potentially beat her in a jury vote. And by you learning this information, this is essentially just giving you a free ride to target Genevieve in a spot where, again, you're safe anyway. So, again, for Rachel to not be, like, instantly on board with this did feel a bit questionable. And it also ding for edit, though, again, clearly a spot where this is just here just to add suspense to the episode, more so than it being something that they meant to be negative towards Rachel. Which, again, all the suspense just felt so fabricated, especially once we see what actually was going on when the votes came up at Tribal. But following this, we do actually see Teenie going to Genevieve and asking her about the idol, and if it's real, with Genevieve just instantly caving in here, revealing it's fake, which, again, why would you do that? As, again, that was your, like, only saving grace in the game, but somehow this actually does further play into them thinking that it's all a ploy, as, again, why did Genevieve give it up so quickly? Which, again, ends up being really humorous here in how all this plays out. Though, realistically, none of this really matters, as it turned out the majority was splitting the vote anyway, as you should in this spot, where we do see Sue and Rachel end up voting for Genevieve, all while Teenie ends up voting for Sam. Where, again, obviously in the case that the idol is real, and Genevieve still ends up voting the way she said she would, again, Sam would be going home there no matter what. Well, otherwise, you're kind of screwed either way anyway, and really, at the end of the day, it's really only Teenie being at risk here, as, and unbeknownst to them, Sue is an idol, and also, again, they probably would have targeted Teenie if they were to target 1 to 2 anyway. To where, again, really the vote was always on Genevieve here, and it felt like even if her idol was real, they were probably still willing to take the risk in this spot. But with that, we get more fake suspense coming into Tribal, as we do obviously get talk about Genevieve's idol, but we also get to see Teenie whispering to Rachel that she wants to vote for Genevieve, with the show implying that this is her trying to change the target from Sam to Genevieve, even though the reality is obviously the fact that they were splitting the vote and that Teenie just wanted to switch her 1 vote, which, why? Again, that was actually pretty misguided, as really if Genevieve has an idol, it's just making it more likely that you go home. And also in the world where an idol isn't played, like, worst case scenario is a 2-2-1 tie. So again, I really don't get why they wanted to switch their vote onto Genevieve. It doesn't really serve them any real benefit. But again, we do end up seeing Teenie, like, really struggling with casting their vote there for whatever reason, only for them to still go through with the split. And after they end up casting their votes, we do see Genevieve again revealing her idol's fake, because obviously, all while we get Sue's big move and Sue playing her idol at the last opportunity to play it, where it doesn't do anything. What a big move. Obviously, Genevieve ends up being voted out here in a 3-2 vote, which was as expected. Where, again, for weeks at this point, I'd always expected Genevieve to be the person taken out around the 5th place spot, and again, it ended up essentially happening. But and with that, we lose Genevieve, who I did actually kind of like on the show. I mean, I do think Genevieve, for, again, decent stretches of the season, did feel kind of game body-ish, but I do feel like there are points where she does show some personality. I do feel like she is a very interesting narrator. She does have an interesting way of speaking in the confessional. Also, there's a lot of, like, little funny moments from her, like, talking to herself that, again, I think Genevieve came off very likable across the season and was, again, a very aggressive player. I do think, again, very sloppy. I do think there are points where I really do not agree with her strategic decision making, though I do think, again, she does do very effective work, especially in the pre-merge. I think her work in the pre-merge is really strong. Like, I don't love that she was, like, kind of playing, like, independently for the middle merge phase of the game, and again, like, flipped on Saul way too early. But again, I think Genevieve is a pretty competent player, one that, again, if we do see her again, which I don't think is out of the cards, I do think is someone that could definitely play a pretty impressive game on the return, and it would be interesting to see how she evolves her game at that point. But then we get to episode 14, the real finale, where we start off with Jeff introducing the finale once again, with talk about how Rachel was in stealth mode and made the biggest move of the season by playing her idol, I guess, and then was the one to take out Genevieve also, I guess. And with the previously on also being entirely focused around Rachel, again, this just felt like the show just telling us at this point, again, Rachel's gonna win. There's really no suspense here, especially once we see the immunity result. But first we do spend some time at camp to hear about how excited everyone is to be in the Final Four, because they had nothing else to show at that part of the episode. But again, we get confessionals from each of the players, culminating in Rachel getting to speak last here, talking about how this immunity challenge is the last stand in the final battle. I guess, again, I mean, there is fire making, but again, the fact that they put so much importance on this immunity challenge for Rachel in particular made it pretty clear she's going to win this, as again, otherwise, wouldn't they do that for the fire making challenge? And I mean, once we see the final immunity challenge, it also becomes pretty clear that this is something that Rachel would win. And being completely in her real house, being a kind of strange pick for a final immunity here, being a generic obstacle course with an upside down bat puzzle at the end, because again, they need to bring back to the bat theme. But again, I thought this was lame to have as a final challenge. And to be fair, the Final 5 immunity was one that very much felt like a final challenge. But again, this just felt like any generic immunity challenge. Didn't really feel like anything too special. And obviously, this is typically a penultimate challenge, where again, they kind of just swapped the two. But to me, this one did not feel nearly as epic in scale. And again, it just felt like there was no suspense here, where while it was back and forth between Rachel and Sam, by the time the puzzle, Rachel just blows it away there with the Survivor theme playing in the background as she wins. Although Jeff really hypes up how she's tying the record for most immunity wins by a woman, which again gets brought up over and over and over again across this round, where this really did feel like this coronation for Rachel, which makes this finale a bit of a drag, where even Jeff is spending a lot of the Final Four tribal just gloating about Rachel's game, which felt a bit much. But this does lead to lots of underdog content here from Sam, which again felt really reminiscent to what we had seen from Jake back in 45, in particular about feeling defeated and failing to beat Rachel, and now knows that he's going to be making fire, where, I mean, even here, there's no suspense, where, again, Rachel right away just tells them that she's saving Sue and putting Sam and Teenie in the fire making challenge, a choice that ultimately, again, doesn't really matter for Rachel, she's going to win anyway. But this does end up reigniting this one-sided feud from Teenie once again, with them being upset after Sam says, "You're going to let me make fire," with Teenie proceeding to call him arrogant for making this comment, which, again, I think was clearly a joke. But there was this common assumption that Sam was actually good at fire and was just lying about it, when the reality is, as we see, was that no, he just kind of sucked and never practiced. Which, I mean, again, like, how? I don't know how you're going onto Modern Survivor and just never practicing how to make fire. It's kind of insane to me. But obviously, again, he gets really hyped up here as this massive underdog. Gets this pretty vulnerable content here with him talking about how nervous he is over being embarrassed and being in over his head and feels like the game is slipping away. And all feel like officials just right out from Jake's edit in 45. Oh, well, we do see Teenie being trained by Rachel on how to make fire, and just in general seeming to be better at it. Oh, while Sam is all alone, which again made it clear the edit wanted us to be rooting for Sam in this instance. Though I will say at Tribal, I did feel like we got some pretty good content from Teenie, which again, I know there was some negative reaction to, but again, I thought this was very insightful content from Teenie over why they have this dislike of Sam, talking about how Sam is this handsome, smart, athletic guy that gets attention from girls, and Teenie says that he has the experience that they had wanted, and they project their insecurities on him, which again, I thought was really self-reflective in this spot. Again, really self-aware of Teenie to be saying this, especially on the spot on the island. And again, I really respect how honest and vulnerable they're in this spot about their insecurities. And again, I found this to be an actual really likable moment from Teenie, even though I think there's still a certain portion of the fan base that just looks at this as, oh, Teenie's just terrible and irrational over how they treated Sam. Despite the fact that, again, this is clearly showing them being aware that they are treating him poorly, and it isn't necessarily the right thing to do, but has them coming to terms with why that is that way, which again, I thought was pretty endearing to me. But then we get to the fire making challenge, which the result here was pretty expected, but the way it does happen was interesting, though also does fully show why fire making is terrible in this spot. And that we see Teenie actually being the first to make a fire, during which we do have her being coached by Rachel on the side, literally just asking Rachel, what do I do? Which I found funny. But again, they end up making one of the biggest fires I've ever seen in the show. We see their fire nicking the rope pretty early on, only for the wind to blow their flame away. Only for the wind to blow their flame away from the rope, giving Sam the opportunity here to make a pretty incredible comeback and pulling out the win with an equally big fire. Again, a really fun fire making challenge, but also showing just how unfair the fire making challenge is, where again, for all intents and purposes, Teenie won. Again, they did as much as they can do to make a fire that reaches high enough to reach the rope, only to be screwed over by how windy it was that night. And again, I just think it's really lame that this is a thing that Survivor's like just seemingly fine with, is that players can just go out of the game here because of how windy it was during a certain night. And again, I know Probes thought this was a great moment for the show, so I don't expect them to change anything from this. Though again, this is something they could easily change. All you have to do is just move the fire making challenge to the voting booth. Again, we've literally seen them do this in Edge of Extinction. And why didn't they do this permanently? As again, I feel like that's easily the most fair thing to do, and also a thing that, again, isn't that much more work. Again, I know people will say, oh, it's just an aspect of luck, and again, luck is always part of the game of Survivor, which obviously that is true, but why are we adding more elements of luck in a spot where this is just so easily fixed? And especially in a spot where this could determine who wins the game. But anyway, with that, we do end up losing Teenie. And again, I thought Teenie was actually a really great character across this. And I thought Teenie was a really fun, like, pseudo-villainous figure towards the end here. Again, obviously they have their redeeming moments. But again, their treatment of Sam, while again, a lot of people were like really insulted over it, I thought it was fun character moments. Or again, in a season where the back half of the season was very void of a lot of like personal drama, I feel like Teenie brought that to this portion of the season, which I really liked. And beyond that, again, I think Teenie's arc across the season is a really interesting one, obviously being one that's kind of like opposite of what Genevieve had, where, you know, we see Teenie instead being this like really emotional player and showing that leading them astray. So again, I enjoyed Teenie's story on the season. Now, again, from a gameplay perspective, I think Teenie is, again, a very big mixed bag. Obviously, they're very good socially and people do like them, but I think they very much struggle to translate that into their actual social game, being able to use that social ability to actually maneuver the game in a way that actually benefits them in the game, where obviously it keeps them safe throughout a lot of it, but it doesn't actually allow them to make any moves, leaves them on the outs at points. Though again, I think Teenie's game is probably one that's being shit on a bit too much. I know there's a lot of talk coming into the finale about how like Teenie has no chance of winning a jury vote, where I simply don't think that's true. And we saw a lot of the jury members, especially the early jury members, coming into the jury being very pro Teenie. And while again, I don't know if that sticks, again, I don't think they would have had a shot against Rachel in particular. I do think Teenie is someone that, again, could theoretically win certain jury votes, to where while I think their navigation through the game was, again, pretty subpar, I do think Teenie is a player that definitely has a lot of potential and could potentially play a good game if they were to ever return. But with that, we then get to the final three, where we have the typical breakfast with Sam trying his first ever watermelon to finish up that arc, which who would have guessed he doesn't like it. But we do get a full rundown of the jury members, where we do cut to their thoughts on the final three, which again, we've done for the last few seasons, where again, I did think it was pretty tough to hide the results here, where both Gabe and Caroline get to talk about Sue, but in a way that made it very clear that they, like, again, were happy that she remained loyal to them, but not to the point where they were actually going to give her their jury votes, with them not sounding overly impressed about her game and more so just talked about, again, her loyalty. While we get Kyle talking about Sam having played the underdog story perfectly, with that obviously implying his vote for Sam that we later see. Though we also end up seeing content from Sierra, with Sierra talking about how Sam did a lot of things to be a winner, which I found to be very interesting phrasing, where I did think Sierra was someone that could potentially not vote for Sam. As again, I feel like, why would you phrase it this way if you are voting for Sam? This makes it feel like you're about to say a but afterwards. Though really in general, Sierra's vote is probably the one that I was the most shocked by at the final tribal, where I did very much expect him to get Sierra's vote. I mean, Sierra's someone that even when she left the games, pro Sam and Teenie in particular, to where again, her not voting for Sam in this spot was, again, a bit of a shocker. But we do strangely see all three of the players here coming in the final tribal talking about how they're the underdog, I guess, with Sam getting a bulk of the focus here as we transition into tribal, which I feel like is typically done primarily for runners up in these modern seasons, where again, it's obviously them trying to hype up Sam here as this formidable foe against Rachel, which again, I never really believe. Though to be fair, again, Sam put much more of a fight than I expected here, to where again, I did actually get kind of tricked here into thinking that he might end up picking up some votes in thinking it would actually be close to what it actually ended up being. But again, we do get a strong final tribal here, which was mostly fueled by this back and forth between Rachel and Sam. Though through that, Sue gets completely shafted here, only asked a few questions, and really not much of relevance really coming from them outside of revealing that she's actually 59. She beat all their asses, I guess. Again, this phrase did not work as well as she thought. And even then, we do end up seeing Kyle being seemingly insulted whenever we talked about her challenge ability, and talks about how she thinks she could beat him in comms, which, again, it was not a great response to Kyle. Though I will say, I did think Sue actually handled her loyalty talk pretty well here, where, again, she didn't go full Mike Turner and kind of condemning playing a backstabbing game. And we do get a pretty intense back and forth here between Rachel and Sam, with Sam putting together a pretty admirable fight. But again, I never really thought it would work. Well, again, I think Sam does fight pretty well. I will say, I think a criticism here is the fact that Sam's pitch is a little bit too similar to Rachel's, where, again, both of them were trying to hype up how they were the underdog, and Sam was like kind of just more so trying to explain why he's the better underdog, which, again, while no matter what he said, I don't think would have worked anyway. I think he probably would have been better off trying to differentiate his pitch a bit more. But again, we do end up seeing him fighting back against Rachel's points, dismissing the info that she learned during her spying, only for the jury to fight back against that, and then for him to be shut down, for him talking up his play of leaking Genevieve's idol being fake, to where, again, it very much did seem like the jury was already on Rachel's side. Though I do think Rachel does a pretty good job here of explaining her little moves, where I was impressed with how she explained her idol play in particular. It was good to play it the way she did, and that allowed for the other players to prop up her game to the jury, while she knew she was staying in the game, which, again, I thought was pretty good awareness there. Also, she'd have a pretty good moment of shutting down Sam's argument of him just gassing up Rachel's threat level to lower his, with her saying that you can't say that when you didn't take the threat out. Though with that said, there were some pretty decent jabs against her here as well, where, again, I did love Andy comparing her game to the likes of Mike and Ben, and saying as a super fan they aren't highly ranked, which I would have loved to see Jeff's reaction to that. But again, I do also think Sam made some pretty good points here along the way, talking about how he didn't need immunities or idols, despite the fact that he was looked at as a threat. And while, again, he popped up Rachel's threat level and he couldn't take Rachel out, it's really the same way back. Again, Rachel also looked at him as a threat and couldn't get him out. It makes me out of the fact that he also voted with the majority every time, even though, again, there's some wonkiness there, and the fact that he obviously didn't vote at the Sierra boot where he would have been blindsided. But again, I thought he performed pretty well here, but again, the result was pretty secured. I never had doubt that Rachel was going to win, and it obviously ends up being another blowout here, a 7-1 vote, which was a pretty expected outcome to this season, and one that, I'll be honest, I'm a bit conflicted on. Not because I'm disappointed in Rachel winning, but more so disappointed in how she wins here. Where, again, I saw this coming really ever since the beginning of the Saul boot episode, and with that, I was expecting Rachel to have this pretty dominant endgame run, controlling the underdog alliance, and having a run, again, pretty similar to that of Erica's. But instead, what we get here is her just playing on the bottom and getting through advantages and immunity wins. And when mixing that with the fact that she also spends the first half of her game also on the bottom, it leaves her game here to be one that, again, I'm just a bit underwhelmed by. And again, her win here is, in my opinion, pretty aligned with the likes of a Mike Holloway. And to be honest, Mike Holloway probably had a better beginning of the game, where he was at least in a pretty dominant position early on. Rachel wasn't ever really in a super strong position in the game, like maybe for like a round during the cow boot, and even then she's not necessarily even getting her way, where she won Genevieve out, to where, again, I think it's a very rocky game, to where I do find Rachel's game here to just be a very tough one to assess, especially as I do think Rachel is a good player and would do well on most given seasons, but I just feel like the game that she played here was rather lackluster from my point of view. Now, again, not saying that the other finalists were that great either, as, again, Sam also was on the bottom for a lot of the game, also got very lucky in that fire making challenge. While Sue is an extremely passive player, to where, again, I wouldn't assess them particularly highly either, but again, considering how obvious it was that Rachel was going to win, I was hoping that she would end up playing a pretty impressive game, yet instead, for me, it just ends up coming off very lacking, which I do think actually ends up impacting my overall opinion on the outcome of this season, with me just being a bit underwhelmed by it. Though with that, I should mention the fact that I did spend a lot of the back portion of this season being spoiled on the result of this season, where, if you do not know, the season ended up being widely spoiled through the last few weeks, even beyond just the typical spaces that are dedicated to spoilers, to where this was just like commonly talked about on Twitter and Reddit, even where it wasn't supposed to be. And that's because these spoilers came from a very different source than where they typically would be, and that source was Rome, where Rome, during his exit press, when doing word association, listed out all the players in an order that eventually became obvious that he was essentially giving out the boot order. And again, while there was a hiccup in that list along the way, by the end of the season, it becomes very clear that all he did was just like swap out one placement and everything else was right. Now, again, why would Rome do this? Again, it's Rome. And through that, again, I very much doubt we'll be seeing Rome back on CBS anytime down the road. But because I did feel like the knowledge that Rachel won and what this boot list was became just kind of common knowledge throughout a lot of the community. So again, I became fully spoiled on this list by the time of the Gabe boot, which is actually kind of funny considering that was actually the point where it was wrong for the one time. And through that, again, you can maybe say that that impacted my overall thoughts on the season, though. To be fair, and I already thought Rachel was winning by that point. Sure, this just ended up confirming how I thought the season was already going to begin with. But beyond that, again, I've watched many seasons in the past spoiled. Again, I used to follow spoilers up to Winners at War and watch many of those seasons spoiled. So me being spoiled in those seasons never had a major impact on my opinions of those seasons. So again, I think it really just comes down to just me being a bit underwhelmed with the way that Rachel ends up winning here, where again, I just had much loftier expectations for Rachel's game that just went largely unfounded by the end. But with that, that's not the end of the season just yet, because we also get the after show, which again had barely 20 minutes left in the runtime by the time it started, and it was such a nothing burger. Where again, I feel like Jeff didn't even ask any questions of intrigue throughout this. Again, very little about what the jury was thinking, and to be fair, I assume because they were obviously all voting for Rachel anyway, but still it would have been nice to hear from the likes of Andy or Sierra about their jury votes. And really outside that, again, really just ended up focusing a lot on the typical suspects, a lot of the people that made it deep into the game. And really just in general, I found the after show here to be largely boring. But either with that, let's talk about the finalists to wrap up the video, starting it off with Sue. And Sue's a player that, again, Ozzy played this very loyal game, not a particularly interesting game, though, again, had the most stable game of the people at the end, where, again, I think I personally would have contemplated voting for Sue, simply because, again, she was in the majority for the majority of the game, again, was only really blindsided the Gabe and Caroline boots, and even then was technically in the majority for the Caroline boot, and I don't think Sue's like that terrible of a player. But again, her gameplay style does not make for interesting TV. And just in general, Sue is a character that, again, kind of just went in and out of the show. Again, obviously she had a pretty big glowing edit at the very beginning, though I think it becomes pretty clear by the end of the season. Again, it's in line with more typical runner-up edits. And by the end, again, she kind of just ends up devolving into being this person that hates Kyle and ends up being Rachel's sidekick by the end, where Sue ends up being someone that, again, I just think she kind of peters out on the season, but again, I think is probably a better player than some people give her credit for, but one that, again, isn't a particularly active one. But one that, again, if she's able to make it to the merge, then I feel like she's almost guaranteed to make it to the end, like almost every single time. It's just a matter of, like, again, can she win? Which, again, more times than not, she probably can't. But with that, we then move on to Sam. And Sam is also a really interesting player in the sense that I think Sam is probably one of the best players on this cast, especially when assessing them from how they would do in any given season, but also ends up playing a very rocky game. Now, again, of this final three, when really thinking about who I would vote for, I do think I would lean towards Sam. And again, it's not really by that wide of a margin. I don't think this final three is really one that had that impressive games in the grand scheme of things. And again, I don't think that's really a demerit against this cast. I do think this cast, for the most part, is actually probably one of the more competent Survivor casts in the history of the show. But I think because most players were competent, we ended up getting a very dynamic game that leads to no one's games coming off overly impressive, with very few people being able to remain in the majority for most of the season. But again, I do think Sam's game is one that, again, I think he had a pretty strong beginning of the game. I think he does very good work on the original Gata tribe. Again, he really messes up the merge, and that's really the big low point of his game. But following that, again, despite being on the bottom, I actually do think he plays decently well from the bottom. And I do think he gets pretty unfortunate the fact that Rachel has all these advantages, where again, if he's able to get Rachel out at the final 5, final 6, get to the final 4 with Genevieve, beat her in fire making, and then get to the end against Sue and Teeny, again, I think Sam has a serious chance of winning the game. So again, I don't think he was that far away from getting that scenario. And really, just in general, I feel like Sam's just a very well-rounded player and a decent enough character. Now, again, he ends up getting the most confessionals of the season and ends up nearly breaking the record for most confessionals in a single season. Again, being one of the very few players to ever get more than 90 confessionals. Now, to be fair, again, this is the longest season ever. It's not really that surprising that someone that gets the most confessionals on the season would hit that number. But again, Sam is someone that, again, I think had some pretty funny moments here and there. I thought he had some good confessionals. I could see why he got so much screen time, but at the same time, I feel like he's someone that doesn't feel entirely unique. I feel like we've seen numerous Sams across Survivor history. So while I wouldn't be opposed to seeing him back, he's actually someone I would be pretty surprised to see back right away. But with that, again, now let's talk about Rachel. Rachel, again, I think is a player that is very skilled for the game. I think she is someone that has almost everything you would want in a player. Again, she's someone that is, again, seemingly very good socially. People do very much like her. Again, can she translate that into actual ability to utilize those relationships, to shift votes, get things go her way? Again, questionable. But again, she is still very affable. She's obviously, again, very good at challenges. Obviously ties the record for most immunity wins by a woman. Again, probably one of the best puzzle makers in history of the show. She is someone that has a very astute strategic mind. I think actually probably one of the most impressive aspects of Rachel's game is the fact that she's very good at these like smaller things in the game. A lot of these like smaller strategic moves, again, indicative by, again, her shot in the dark play, her having the gumption to sneak up on the other players at night, her, again, forming this underdog alliance that puts her right in the middle. Again, it feels like Rachel does do a lot of good things in this season. The problem is that none of that sticks. And again, I think she has that issue. And I feel like she is, again, good at the little things, but kind of lacks in the bigger things. Again, the core fundamentals of Survivor strategy is, again, being able to build an alliance, keep that alliance together, and control votes through that alliance. And that's something that Rachel just fundamentally lacks at. Again, she spends the entire game pretty much on the bottom. Again, she's out of the loop on what's going on in the pre-merge, blindsided right before the merge. She even then is on the outs when Sierra goes home. And while her game kind of recovers coming into the Kyle boot, she also, again, ends up being blindsided by Operation Italy, has to advantage/immunity her way to the end, which, again, is just kind of a lackluster outcome considering how skilled of a player she is. And also, I'll say, like, Rachel's a character on the show I don't find to be the most riveting either. I don't really feel like she really brings much to the show from an entertainment standpoint. Again, she's obviously a very intellectual player, someone that I think is very astute in the game, someone that, again, has some interesting reads on the game. But again, I don't think that really translates to entertainment. Or again, if I were to redo my character winner ranking, it should probably be towards the bottom of the pack there. And again, I think that ends up being a reason why I just find Rachel's win here to be, again, a little bit unsatisfying from my point of view. Again, I really wish Rachel played a better game. I really wish she was able to have this like really good end game stretch and not need these advantages and idols to get her way to the end. Though again, I do think she has an interesting winning trajectory. I do think her storyline across season is, again, decent enough. Though even then, I think other people had more like interesting story arcs. Though again, we did get a lot of focus on her like relationship with Andy, her relationship with Sam, and she does largely narrate a lot of the back portion of the season, where again, I do think we get a lot of Rachel. It's just I did not find her to be the most riveting TV, and again, also just found her game to be a bit lacking. But again, I think she is another player. Again, if she were to play again, I think she would be able to really demonstrate all that potential I really do see in her, where again, I think she has the qualities to be an all-time great player. I just don't think this game really lives up to that. But again, with that, that is the entirety of Survivor 47, the longest season review I've done up to this point by a decent chunk, so thank God for that. But in overall, Survivor 47 is a season that, again, I just think feels largely in line with the recent New Era seasons. Again, it feels very much in line with the likes of 45, 46, though I don't think I like this season as much as I see many other people do. I see a lot of people talk about how this is definitively the best New Era season, where for me, I don't like it as much as 45 and 46. I think it's good. I think it's a very fine season, but it's one that doesn't really excel in any specific area. I think it's one that is consistently decent. I think there's very few episodes that are just outright bad. I think if anything, I think probably the Kyle boot episode, but everything else is, again, at least a competent episode. With, again, there obviously being these high points in like Operation Italy, the Kishan boot was really good, but just in general, it's a season that just feels very baseline to me. And because of that, again, I like 45 and 46 more. I like even 41 more, though I think that's a very unpopular opinion. But again, I would have it pretty much right in the middle of my New Era season ranking, where I think it's a season that, again, just like doesn't really have like an all-time great character within it. I think there's a lot of people in this cast that just feel like, again, just kind of fine. Like, again, likable people, but not really the most riveting TV. Again, I think if anything, again, the best characters on this season are people like Rome, who, again, most people didn't like. And while, again, I think like Genevieve and Teeny have interesting arcs across the season, Sam even, and Rachel's obviously at least an interesting winner by the end, I do feel like I come out of this season just feeling a bit just whelmed with it. It's okay. though just like kind of painfully average, despite the fact that I talked about this for over 5 hours. But again, with that, those are my opinions on Survivor 47. Now, down the road, obviously, I will be doing a player ranking on Survivor 47, as I do with every other recent season I've reviewed. So again, stay tuned for that, which will end up being my penultimate video for the year. Where following that, I will end up releasing my 2024 Year in Reality TV video, where I rank every season of reality TV I've watched from this year, which, while not as much as last year, again, still a decent chunk. So again, stay tuned for that. Along with that, I'll give a bit of a channel update following that, if anyone cares. And again, obviously next year I'll be back with Survivor 48 coverage in a similar light. I'll obviously be doing more Survivor 50 related content, so stay tuned for that. And outside of that, again, just the more typical type of videos you can expect from the channel. But again, with that, those are pretty much all my thoughts on Survivor 47. Thank you for watching.
We'll figure out the glasses.